good morning to everyone who has joined us this morning for the final day of part 3 of LSBU Sustainability and Climate Action event series. Over the last few days, we have focused on the themes of food and water on Wednesday, politics yesterday, and today we are focusing on equality as we bring this event series to a close. It's nice to see lots of familiar names in the attendee list this morning, and we're delighted that you've joined us for the final day. We have an action-packed programme for you, as you can see on screen. At 9:15, we'll be joined by Grace Hull, Sustainability and Social Justice Educator, who runs blog Green Soul Grace. Do check out Grace's podcast after the session and the blog, because it's packed with lots of information that you'll be hearing about shortly. Grace will be talking about holistic sustainability and climate justice. Next at 10 a.m, we'll be joined by one of my colleagues, Esmeralda Miller, from our School of Law and Social Sciences, talking about sustainable routes to resource acquisition for racialized youth between love, rights and solidarity. We'll then grab a quick comfort break before we look at the issue of migration as a sustainability issue in a time of COVID. We'll have a quick half an hour lunch break, and we're then joined by some fantastic guest speakers from around the world under the banner of Restless Development, and they'll be looking at catalysing youth action for climate justice. And if you tuned in yesterday morning where we talked about youth engagement for COP26 and climate action, that's a nice follow on from that session there. Next, we'll be joined by colleagues from across LSBU talking about LSBU's approach to inclusive and accessible education journey for South London. LSBU is doing amazing things in South London with under the LSBU family. We now have Lambeth College and the University Academy of Engineering and the South Bank Academies as well. And we're kind of looking at a holistic approach to education for our students from a young age, as well as our outreach projects. We then talk about the truth about women's healthcare, past imperfect, and we're joined by my colleagues from our midwifery division. And we'll then finish up on a fantastic talk entitled United by Our Differences, What Bold and Inclusive Organisations Can Look Like. We are delighted to be joined by guests from Lloyds of London, Queer Britain and Lambeth Council, as well as colleagues from LSBU. And we'll be talking about all things celebrating diversity, inclusion and fair representation within pioneering organisations. That's the programme for today. Feel free to have a look at that in your own time and plan out your day. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to just talk you through the Zoom functionality. Welcome, Grace. Great to see you this morning. I'll hand over to you shortly. So just, a lot of you have been here already, but just for those who haven't, please do use the chat box throughout the event. We'll be using that to share interesting facts, key messages, mythbusters, practical takeaways and links with you. We're really keen for you to use it as well. We really want you to help break down that virtual wall that we're all encountering at the moment. And we want our events to be a really warm experience, so do use the chat box. Next is the Q&A box. I'd encourage you to use the Q&A box for your questions so that we don't lose them in the chat box. And using the Q&A box, you can also upvote on the questions that you most want answered by clicking the thumbs up symbol. Next button along is the raise your hand function, and we won't be using that for today's event. That's all from me. I'm in the background if you need anything, so please either message me in the chat box or email me at events@lsbu.ac.uk. Really looking forward to a fantastic day with lots of incredible guests from all over the UK and around the world. And last but not least, our special guest on stage today, opening today's event, is Grace Hull. Grace, thanks for joining us this morning. Oh, you're on mute.
Good morning. Hi.
It's early.
It's early. Thank you, everybody, for coming to this early session. It's very appreciated.
No worries. Well, we're delighted to have you.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I think that this is a really important keynote to kick off a day devoted to equality.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate being given this slot. And I think a lot of the things that we're going to talk about definitely pertain to the wider conversation. So yeah, it's important. I'm very excited.
Well, on that note, I'm going to hand over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll just share my screen and then we will get going. Okay, so can everybody see this? Can everybody see
It's currently
there we go.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that all good for everybody?
All good.
Lovely. So good morning, everybody. As Neil said, my name's Grace. I run a blog called Green Soul Grace, which was set up to share my journey of learning what it really means to live sustainable in the most holistic sense, the most holistic, inclusive and accessible sense. Because I haven't always found these places online or in person that I can kind of feel that I relate to. So I set this up to share with whoever wants to listen. If it helps people, it helps people. If people resonate with it, fantastic. I also have an environmental organisation called Earth for All, which is a more practical arm of my work. But obviously, you know, due to COVID and the pandemic has had to take a pause this year. So in this session, we're going to explore holistic sustainability and climate justice. And obviously, these are massive topics which can't be covered in this short session, but that isn't the aim. The aim is to have the conversation. The conversation is already there. I'm not starting this conversation, but we're just trying to make it wider. We're trying to bring it to more people. So with that in mind, what I hope that we take away from this session is an understanding of holistic sustainability and to feel inspired to start from wherever you are, whatever your capacity, whatever your limitations, and an understanding of climate justice and intersectional environmentalism. So, as I said before, it's my goal to help open the dialogue, to diversify the discussion in the environmental justice movement by incorporating different visions of sustainable living. You know, we need to be mindful of what impacts on people's choices. And rather than create an atmosphere of guilt or exclusion or even competition, we want to build a community that acknowledges the limitations that people may face, but while doing that, foster an environment of action and encouragement and support. So the question is really, you know, what is holistic sustainability? How do we live, excuse me, in a way that is holistically sustainable? As you can see on the slide, there's lots of competing things that can come up, competing priorities when we think about holistic sustainability. I don't know if you've ever gone into a supermarket sometimes and you get something that has been dubbed label fatigue, where you're looking at the different descriptions on each product, and it might be, you know, it could be fair trade, it's organic, it's ethically sourced, it's this, it's that, it's palm oil free, it's all of these different things that can sometimes make you feel very overwhelming. And also these things sometimes clash. I know that when I've gone to buy, for example, bananas, you can buy organic bananas, but they're in plastic. And then sort of non-organic bananas are not in plastic. And you're trying to make a decision to reduce your waste, but also support environmentally friendly farming methods. So it's very difficult, as well as then balancing your budget, balancing your capacity for self-care, for joy, you know. And self-care is not just a commercial buzzword, it's actually a necessary thing that allows us to survive and to thrive and to fight in this climate, because things are difficult. Things are very, very difficult, and we need to live with love. We need to live with joy. We need to employ self-care. So how do we balance all of these different things without burning out and feeling like we're committing, you know, environmental sins, so to speak, and feeling like we're part of the problem in a way that we can't solve? So, you know, it is that thing of thinking we have to reduce our carbon emissions. You know, there's no question about that. But we also have to care for ourselves. So how do we balance that? How do we live with as much love and as much joy as we can in this current climate? Well, I like to kind of think my mantra is always start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. There's so much that we can do as individuals to make a difference. And I know it can feel depressing and dark at times and feel like there's not much that we can do, but we can, you know. And there's a strong irony within the sort of boom of the eco-influencer and the large companies that are greenwashing, which are still operating under the guise of capitalism, which make you feel as if you have to have more to live a life of less. You need to acquire these things to be more sustainable, you know. And of course, this isn't true. There are obviously things that can make your life easier, buying them sustainable items that can make your life easier, but you can do a lot with what you already have. There's a really amazing woman called the Zero Waste Chef, who I really love and I follow, and I recommend that you follow, who has said, which has become a very sort of famous statement, is that it's better to have millions of people doing zero waste imperfectly than a handful of people doing it perfectly. So with that in mind, the most sustainable items are the items that you already own. The most sustainable wardrobe is the wardrobe that you already own. So don't rush out to go and buy sustainable things and ditch the things that you have. When the time is right and the lives of the items that you have are expired, you know, recycle them or compost them, or try to repurpose them and use them in some sort of way as much as possible before they then end up having to go to landfill if they're not able to be recycled, composted, etc. And then, if possible, you know, make the investment into good quality items that will last a long time, but do what you can with what you have. As you can see on the slide, we have stainless steel water bottles, we have coffee cups, we have, you know, containers, we have string shopping bags. You can use your plastic bag, use it as much as you can until you can't use it anymore, and then invest into a reusable bag. To carry out, if you don't have a reusable cutlery set, carry out normal cutlery or the random plastic forks that you have in your drawer, probably from a takeaway years ago. Use what you have until you can't use it anymore, and then invest. Things that you can do very easily is increase your diet from being, if you consume meat, to minimize your meat consumption and up your plant-based consumption. That is an easier thing that people can do. Can you grow some of your own food? Can you support local farmers? Can you support good agricultural practices? It's all that you can do within your limitations and within your circumstances. And I usually like to promote the 6 R's. A lot of people are familiar with the 3 R's of reuse, reduce, and recycle. I used to then add in refuse, reuse, reduce, recycle, and then rot. And then when I did a zero waste workshop a little while ago, a participant came up with rebel and to come first. And I really love that, because it's this rejection of believing that we have to have more, believing that we still need to consume, that there's green consumption and it's all still consumption. So yeah, that's what I kind of like to say, of start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. But really, sometimes we think about this and we think about the carbon emissions in the world and globally. And we sometimes have to think, really, whose responsibility is it to make these changes? We live in a fossil fuel dependent society. We have no choice but to participate in that system. And solutions to climate change are often framed as dependent on individual choices, but we need both a system change and an individual change. And it's really, really easy to get caught up in thinking that if you commit any type of environmental sin, then you failed and you're part of the problem. And it's by no mistake that the burden of environmental responsibility is put onto the individual. It's a way to deflect from the actions of companies and governments who are doing the most harm. You know, it tells us that climate change could have been fixed if we'd have just all ordered less takeaway, if we had, you know, if we drive a Prius, if we had planted more trees, if we had, you know, used fewer plastic bags. And it says, you know, if those adjustments can't do the trick, then what's the point? It puts all of the responsibility onto the individual, you know, and you might not be aware of this, but just 100 companies in the world are responsible for more than 70% of global carbon emissions. I'm going to read that again so that everybody can take that in. Just 100 companies in the world are responsible for more than 70% of global carbon emissions. So one could also justifiably think, it's not my fault. I shouldn't have to take responsibility for this. Obviously, that is a justifiable feeling, understanding that the majority of carbon emissions are made by massive global companies, but there are definite direct consequences of our actions as well. We know that our use of plastic is way too much. we know that the improper disposal of plastic is dangerous and has extreme consequences. And just to give you a few examples of this to contextualize that, is that 12.7 million tons of plastic every year goes into the ocean. So that's one truckload every minute. And 26% of that plastic pollution is from supermarket packaging. And in the deepest hole in the ocean, the Marina Trench, there were Sainsbury's bags found, which just breaks my heart. And due to microplastic pollution, it's reported that we ingest the equivalent size of a credit card of plastic every week in our food and in our water, which is insane. And according to the United Nations, at least 800 species worldwide are affected by marine debris. And as much of 80% of that litter is plastic. Fish, seabirds, sea turtles, and marine mammals can all become entangled or ingest plastic debris, which causes suffocation, starvation, drowning. So the things that we do as individuals do have a direct impact as well. So with this in mind, it's fantastic if you want to start making more sustainable choices, more eco-friendly choices. It's great that there's a lot more awareness coming up around plastic usage, around plant-based diets, around various sustainable choices. But what is not so great is the increase of a culture of a sort of green righteousness competition. It's not helpful. It's not helpful at all. And also we have to connect the dots. Yes, it's an absolutely positive environmental choice to be plant-based, but who picks your vegetables? Veganism does not automatically equal cruelty-free. An example of this is that a popular non-animal product that is used for laptop sleeves for wetsuits called neoprene, the production of this emits a very, very, very deadly chemical and is responsible for the creation of an area in the States dubbed Cancer Alley for its tragically high death rates. So there are always consequences. There are always consequences of the things that we choose. And this is not at all to badmouth choosing a plant-based diet or choosing things that are vegan, choosing things that are animal-free at all. It's people trying to make the best choices in the world that we live in, but it's a call to understand that our choices are never going to be 100% impact-free. Everything that we buy or we consume has its own geopolitical trajectory. So, you know, the impact from where it's grown, who made it, were they paid fairly? What were the processes that created it? Are they environmentally sustainable? You know, unless you live in a little hamlet in which everything you could ever need in life, from your mobile phone to your washing machine to the food you eat, is produced within a 30-mile radius with no plastic packaging, you are going to be producing waste and having an impact on a community and on the environment. And this is the reality of the world that we live in. So we must be gracious and we must lead with encouragement and compassion for the circumstances and limitations that different people face. You know, one person's justifications for their choice shouldn't be deemed superior to another, because, you know, righteousness is one surefire way to turn people off from very, very, very important messages that we are trying to convey. And a favorite saying of mine was said by brother Malcolm X, and said, "Don't be in a hurry to condemn because he doesn't do what you do or think as..." I always get the story. Don't be in a hurry to condemn because he doesn't do what you do or think as you think or as fast. There was a time when you didn't know what you know today. So I think it's always really important to remember that and know that we're all on our journeys. And that goes back to the idea of journey of holistic sustainability. We are all working within our limitations and we all have different circumstances. And part of my journey to holistic sustainability is centered on eliminating unnecessary waste and incorporating a wider understanding of people's choices and the context and the circumstances, and fighting for system change, supporting a circular economy, you know, and creating a mentality where you're forever seeking the lowest waste option possible. And possible is the operative word in that I think is very, very important. So moving on from that, when we think about our personal individual actions that we can do, these actions are great. You know, these are great, but they're part of a larger conversation. Personal actions can be meaningful and a meaningful starting point, but they can also be a dangerous stopping point. The system that we live in and the system that we live under is not broken, as people often proclaim it to be. It's functioning exactly as it has been designed to under capitalism. The inequality, the struggle, the poverty, all of these things are designed as they're supposed to be. Excuse me, sorry, my screen. So it's all part of a larger conversation. So to read what it says on the slide, it says, if you're able to shop local, ethically sourced, plastic free, etc., that's great. But shopping is not a moral act. We all must buy food and things to survive under this economic system. Increasing our engagement with capitalism will not solve the issues primarily caused by capitalism in the first place. So that leads nicely onto the idea of turning our personal actions into something bigger. So what do? We take our personal action and we magnify it into something bigger than what kind of bag carries your groceries. Of course, again, it's dependent on our circumstances, but to truly mitigate the climate crisis and social injustice, this is what it will take. So one of the most important things, I think, is using our voice, building solidarity, voting. We can think about all of the things that are happening in the world right now, and we have a really, really amazing culture of social and digital solidarity, even if we can't be there in a physical sense. And it's important that we build on that. And even in our local sense, you know, what actions are happening in your local area that are affecting the community? Is there a busy roundabout by a school that's emitting toxic levels of pollution into their playground? You know, can you organise around this? Do you have a local council candidate that's running on a strong environmental platform? Once this person is in office, you know, you can hold them to account. When there are climate marches and where there are things like that, you can be part of those things, but it's about looking at what we do personally and magnifying it, because we need both. We need individual change and we need system change. They have to go together. We cannot have one without the other. And this kind of leads us on to thinking about the wider context of the environmental movement and the sort of hidden faces of sustainable action. I'm not sure if many people are familiar with this picture, but this, I think it was at some point last year, just to give a context, this was a picture taken at the World Economic Forum talk in Switzerland. You can see Greta Thunberg in the picture. I'm sure many of you recognize her. And the original picture had these 5 young climate activists from around the world. And the edited picture, the young lady from Uganda, Vanessa Nakate, was cut out. So this is a literal example of the whitewashing of the climate movement that is very historic, that is very prevalent, that is very dangerous, and very unfair, because it creates a culture and it upholds the culture of gatekeeping of the environmental movement that we have, that only certain voices are listened to, only certain voices are deemed worthwhile to be heard, to be valued. And there is an acceptable face or a preferred face of the environmental movement, which doesn't at all talk to the fact that many of the people in this world, many of the people in the global south, many of the Black and brown people of this world are disproportionately experiencing the effects of climate change. So this is not by mistake that things like this happen, and this is why we need intersectional environmentalism. So that leads me very nicely on to the next slide. What is intersectional environmentalism? So to read the definition, it says, intersectional environmentalism is a type of environmentalism that advocates for the protection of both people and the planet. It realizes the ways that the injustices done to our most vulnerable communities and the earth are interconnected. And it's very important to note that if you talk about intersectionality, you need to credit a woman called Kimberly Crenshaw, who is credited with creating and developing intersectional theory. She's, I think she's a professor in the United States, an African-American professor. So this is intersectional environmentalism, and it also seeks to amplify the voices and the efforts and climate solutions of diverse people around the world, and to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table, and make sure that once they have a seat at the table, they're not cropped out of photos. This is what is needed to make an equitable and a greener society for all, and not just a select few. And I believe that a further action which can be magnified into something bigger is education, as obvious and as random as it may sound. But climate breakdown is happening in the wider context of historical and current geopolitical choices and social inequality. There is no such thing as a pure environmental issue. So educating yourself around this will make your efforts holistic, and it will also honour the people who are most affected by climate breakdown, but often left out of the conversation. So to carry on the theme of talking about there's no such thing as a single issue, climate justice is social justice. And there are many, many examples of the interconnected injustices done to our most vulnerable communities and the earth. So to give an example, a 2008 study found that Black households this is in the United States, Black households that earn between $50,000 and $60,000 per year tend to live in neighborhoods that are more polluted than white households that earn below $10,000 per year. So this shows that even earning more money often can't help populations escape pollution. Also, a Chicago-based study by researchers at Harvard University found that Black Americans are more likely than white Americans to have elevated blood lead levels. Lead can contaminate people through pipes, paint, occupational hazards, and we can't talk about lead poisoning without talking about the Flint, Michigan water crisis. And I would implore anybody who hasn't heard about this to go and do the research, because it's perhaps the most egregious example of environmental racism in recent times. It's been 6 years and 8 months since the residents of Flint, Michigan have had clean water. And it's just an absolute disgrace. And I would really implore people to go and read up on it. And as we know, low-income communities are more likely to be exposed to climate change threats, from flooding, storms, droughts, etc., due to the inadequate housing and infrastructure that they have. And Indigenous populations that rely on subsistence farming practices for food have limited options for adapting to climate change threats. We know that this is the case, so it's the social and the environment together. There's not just one issue that we can talk about. We can't just talk about flooding without talking about the social impact. We can't talk about the increase of extreme weather without talking about the social impact. Who will get more impacted by these issues? An example, a UK-based example, a young girl called Deborah, you can see she's on the screen on the left-hand side. She died in 2013, but only recently her death has been ruled as being related to air pollution, and it's a landmark ruling because this has never happened before. And she had been, over her lifetime, exposed to toxic levels of nitrogen dioxide more than the World Health Organization guidelines suggest. And she lived near the South Circular in Lewisham. And there's been a study done about London that says Black communities in London are disproportionately more likely to breathe illegal levels of air pollution than white and Asian communities. And I can provide the links to these studies for people for their sources. And the study for the Mayor of London shows that Black, African and Caribbean people account for 15.3% of all Londoners exposed to nitrogen dioxide levels that breach EU limits, but they account for just 13.3% of the city's population. And, we have known for some time that poorer families end up living in cheaper housing, which is often in close proximity to busy roads. And Southwark, Lambeth and Hackney were among the boroughs with an overlap of both a higher population of Black residents and higher pollution levels. So this is something that's UK UK specific, because often we can discuss things like environmental racism, general social injustice, and we look across the pond or we look further away, but there's all these things happening in the UK just as much. So climate change affects everybody, but it doesn't affect people equally. And because of this, any climate change activism must be led by the pursuit of climate justice. If your understanding of climate change work is not intersectional, you are essentially reproducing the colonialism, the capitalism, and the racism that created the climate crisis that we are in right now. We don't have time to go fully in that depth. This is my last slide. We don't have time to go fully in depth to the ins and outs of this, but a very telling example is of looking at the traditional campaigns that were done by Greenpeace back in the 70s of save the whale, conservation, save the polar bear, absolutely necessary and vital work. But when we then look at the campaigning now, we fast forward and we look at the current campaigns of Extinction Rebellion, who were using statements like our house is flooding, Greta Thunberg, who was stating that our house is on fire, we need to act now. You would be hard pressed to not see the correlation between the increase of the effects of the changing climate being felt in the global north with things like the terrible fires in Australia and the west coast of America, the deadly hot days in France that there were recently, and this type of changing rhetoric where there's a sudden galvanization. But there are communities around the world and in the global south whose houses have been flooding, burning, metaphorically and literally for decades and decades and decades, and they have been bearing the brunt of the changing climate from European industrial revolutions, development, and general colonial exploitation. And they have long experienced the extreme weather conditions, the food instability, the changing of farming conditions with the least ability to recover or survive due to lack of infrastructure from, their colonized histories. So environmental activism, which hasn't been decolonized, can end up promoting eco-fascism and doesn't truly acknowledge the actions which have brought us to this point. So to finish, holistic sustainability encompasses a range of actions which are all as equally important. So to go through what's on the slide, we have to advocate for people and for the planet. There is no such thing as a single issue. We can take our personal actions and then magnify them into something bigger. It's about the individual and the system change. And with our individual actions, we can start where we are, we use what we have, and we do what we can do. And we must actively decolonize our outlooks. We have all been affected by colonization in one way or another, and we have to actively be challenging the assumptions and the biases that we are fed by the mainstream climate movement and just generally with the mainstream media outlets, because nothing is value free. Everything is steeped in a context and in a global and a historical context. So we absolutely have the power to individually and collectively to create change. I am forever inspired and I never feel down or depressed about it. I always feel excited, and I know that there's so much that we can do. And a final word to finish, which I think is really important to remember, is don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Thank you very much.
Grace, thank you so much for a really, really kind of like inspiring presentation, really insightful and packed full of ways in which we can all make a difference. I particularly love your it seems to be like kind of one of your go-tos is start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. We're just having a chat kind of about it can be overwhelming, as you were saying. It's about doing what you can.
Absolutely. It's about and this is the thing, exactly like I was saying, that you feel that there's so much pressure on you as an individual, and of course we have our individual responsibility, but we live in this world and we live in a fossil fuel dependent society and we have no choice to participate. And I know there's always this kind of thing that people can combat when you talk about things, for example, like using smartphones and the implications of the minerals and the elements in smartphones and laptops and stuff. And people are like, oh, but you've got a smartphone. Oh, but you know, and it's like, yes, but it doesn't mean that you can't talk about these things and be aware of the wider context. But we also need a smartphone in this world to kind of participate with most of the things that go on. You know, you want to pay your bills, you have to do it online. You want to do this, you have to do, you know, you have to engage in this world, but doesn't mean that you're not aware of the issues around it and trying to do better. So it's also about being gentle on yourself. You know?
We're never sold that in the marketing, are we? We're not told
not at all.
This is the environmental cost of your smartphone.
Yeah, the environmental, the human cost of it.
Yeah.
One thing that I picked up on during your talk was you said that there needs to be systematic change and individual change, and I think that's something that we're also seeing during this time of COVID-19. We're seeing it in the issue of systemic racism as well as the climate kind of emergency.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's kind of highlighted, the COVID has highlighted the different levels of access to services. So, you know, there's a really, really massive issue with the fact that children are staying at home and away from school, which is absolutely important for infection control. But many, many children don't have access to laptops, don't have access to the things that they need to then actively participate. So their education is being hampered already when they can be in the education system at school, when there's issues of systemic racism and various things. And then the socioeconomic impacts of people then staying at home with all of the issues that we've seen recently with the free school meals and the meal boxes provided to provided or not provided to students who need these things. So it's highlighted the inequalities that we have. It's highlighted the fact that there are people that are more likely to die from COVID from particular backgrounds because of lack of access to the right medicine, to the right services, to the right medical support. And that is due to the wider issue of systemic racism and injustice and inequality. You know, so this whole period has highlighted what we've already known, but it makes it a lot more exposed, and people can't hide away from it, or it can't be hidden as well as it usually is.
And that's kind of a good thing in itself.
It is, even though it's so sad, you know, to see the suffering so up close, even though we know it exists and we know that it's always happened, but it is good for it to be exposed and for it not to be able to be hidden away. Absolutely.
Fantastic. We've got quite a lot of questions in the chat box. Thomas,
great.
Thomas, you're welcome to stick around.
I feel like I'm taking up screen. I'm going to jump.
You're very welcome to stay. So we've got a lot of questions. And actually, just while you're here, Grace, I think our next speaker is having some issues as well. So we can take a bit longer with questions if you're happy to.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
So Steve says, forgive me if I missed it, was repair included in your list of R's? And someone did flag up actually that represent could also be a good one.
Absolutely. Well, you can add as many R's as you want. It's a beautiful thing, and I think it can keep growing. But repair, I guess, repair and reuse, repurpose, it kind of all fits within that kind of sphere. So absolutely, repair is part of that. It's you either repair it, or if it can't be repaired, you reuse it for another purpose.
Thank you. Jeana says, "Hi Grace, you speak."
Hi Jeana.
you speak righteous truths.
Thank you.
How can we avoid eco-fascism, including population reduction narratives championed by David Attenborough and Jane Goodall in our climate movements?
Well, I think to avoid it, and sorry, I was very excited to say hi Jeana because I know her. She's my very, very wonderful friend. And I guess in terms of avoiding it, as I was saying before, it's about yourself to understand the wider context, because if you are just going by that thing, and there is a lot of rhetoric around it, like, oh, there's too many humans, you know, there's too many people are having babies, there's overpopulation, and often those narratives are centered and focused in Africa, in Asia, And it's terrible, it's disgusting, and it completely misses out the issue of that actually the carbon emissions and the carbon footprints of a lot of those countries and a lot of those individuals don't even register in comparison to the carbon emissions of us in the global north, or people in the global north. So it's about educating ourselves to the wider context of why we're in this problem. We are in this problem of climate change and climate breakdown from the long history of over-exploitation of resources that came through the Industrial Revolution, came through the plundering of resources through colonization. It hasn't just happened, and it's not just happening because there are countries in Africa who they're getting their independence and now going through their own industrial revolution. That is really, really unfair to point the finger there, where we have had our history of how many hundreds of years of doing it, and then there's a recent history of maybe the last 50 years of countries doing their own industrial revolutions and then being seen as the problem and contributing to carbon emissions. We all have our individual responsibility, but we just have to look at the wider context. So thank you, Jeana, for that question. It's just about the education and not seeing it from a completely Eurocentric perspective, broadening your outlook to see the wider picture, basically.
Thank you. Was Jeana on your podcast?
Jeana was on my podcast. This is Jeana of Lion of Land in Our Names. It's a fantastic organisation to check out. Yes, this is Jeana.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought I recognized recognized the name. Do check out Grace's podcast with Jeana, and that.
Thank you.
Do you want to actually talk about land? I mean,
land in our names. I mean, it's not my area of expertise, but it's something that's very, very important of creating food sovereignty and land sovereignty and access to land and ownership, not ownership, but ownership of your access to land. And that is all completely tied up in social inequalities and social equality. And I'm not the best person to talk about it. I wouldn't want to talk about it and not give the right context. So I would recommend checking out Land in Our Names, Jeana Calist, and having a look at that, because that is an absolutely important part of the conversation as well.
Absolutely, and I loved that episode of your podcast.
Thank you so much.
Just Jeana, please do share that, because it was a lot of the things that you talked about in there are things that I hadn't come across before. So that was a real kind of like learning curve for me. Listening to that. Barbara says, "Hi Grace, of the 100 companies producing 70% of the world's carbon emissions, is there any data on whether any of them have committed to taking positive action to address their processes following the Carbon Majors report?"
I'm not sure. So that would be something to investigate. And it would be fantastic if they are taking measures then to reduce that. But as we were talking about, I was just talking about earlier, in terms of the context of looking at, the historical emissions, even if they are then taking steps to make these changes, which is absolutely great, they have been 70% part of the problem, and have contributed to where we are now. But it would be great if they are taking steps, and I'm not sure. That's something that I would like to follow up on, because I know that report, I think it's about 3 or 4 years ago, so there definitely could have been some change since then.
Something for all of us to look into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then take action. And if there's not that progress happening, use our voices to our
exactly, and use our voices and take action, and also feel like, know that, okay, oh gosh, in this pandemic, I've had, like, people might think, oh God, I've eaten this many takeaways, or I haven't shopped in my reusable shops because I don't want to go out and try and shop in all these different places where I can get unpackaged stuff, because we're in a pandemic and we're trying to be sensible and we're trying to not be out too much, and just all of these things. So there's a lot of guilt that people feel, and it's not helpful. We've
all done that. I go to a shop, and I generally I go out with a rucksack, but I don't always, right? And then I need a carry bag because I buy too much. I buy too much, and then I really feel bad. And I think this does come back to the thing about the guilt and self-care. Have we kind of like lost the true meaning of what self-care is? Has self-care kind of got lost in bubble baths and meditation?
Yes. Bubble bath, meditation and affirmations, which all are very important. They're absolutely part of that. But self-care is also the deep conversations and the accountability and the introspection and the reconciling the different parts of ourselves. And it is the things to say, oh, actually, maybe I'm not kind of quite as like eco-conscious as I'd like to be. Why is that? You know, working through it, not feeling the guilt. Also, self-care is about being sort of in harmony yourself and then with the rest. Just that's why I just feel that it's a holistic process, because whilst you're thinking about yourself, you then do have to think about other people, and you think, well, how are my actions harming other people? Obviously you have to look after yourself first in order to show up in the world, you know, in the best possible way. But it kind of can get lost in the sort of bubble baths and the like you say, in the scented candles and stuff, which is important. But it's also self-care is also the boundaries of saying, well, I'm not going to kind of traipse around to 5 different shops during a pandemic so that I can get unpackaged goods. I'm going to, you know, come home and be at home because I'm very stressed at the moment, and I'm not going to feel guilty about that. So that is also self-care. And, you know, having a pizza and having a takeaway is joy, and having something, you know, that your favorite bar of chocolate that's covered in non-recyclable, you know, foil is also joy. And we need a lot of joy at the moment. We really do.
That's true. And well-being can sometimes get overlooked as a sustainability issue. It's a theme. It's a theme that we focused on during part 2. You know, and we had sessions not just around managing around your well-being during COVID-19, but managing your internal self-critic. We talked about sustainable interventions for alcohol use. We talked about maintaining kind of like long-term health and well-being, and those are all part of
absolutely
that self-care.
Absolutely part of it. And within the sort of wellness industry, there's also the importance of fighting back against spiritual bypassing. I don't know if you've heard of that term, but it's kind of, you know, as we know, the sort of wellness industry kind of mirrors the environmental industry in its sort of very whitewashed presentation. And there can be a tendency to enact spiritual bypassing that kind of says things like, just, you know, peace, like love and light, you know, manifest the life that you want. Kind of positive thinking will get you where you need to go. And of course, there's a lot of truth in that. There's absolutely a lot of truth, but you cannot manifest your way out of poverty. You know, you can't manifest your way out of social inequality. And these things also have to be thought about as well. And so whilst we do the practicing of self-care and attention to the wellness industry, we also have to make sure that we're not practicing spiritual bypassing. And when we talk about these sorts of issues, because that's off,
there needs to be action behind it.
There needs to be action behind it. And it's very easy to kind of say love and light, but if you're in a situation that you don't have, you know, you're not living in a certain way, well, you know, the kind of thing of like, oh, negative thoughts lead to negative actions and stuff. But if somebody's living in dire poverty or social inequality, it's incredibly patronizing and incredibly like non acknowledging of the wider context to say something like that to somebody who's experiencing these things, you know.
That's too many people reading The Secret, perhaps.
Is it possibly?
Well, you know, sorry to anyone that's a fan of that book, but that very much does that. It overlooks into, you know, you're right. You can't manifest the property. You can't.
And there's a lot. But that's the thing. There's a lot of truth in that, because I do believe in the power of positive thinking, absolutely. But we then cannot ignore. We can't ignore. You're not going to kind of go to somebody, you know, on the street who's homeless and just be like, just think positively. Just think, and then that will get you, you know, housing and a reintroduction into the wider society. Like, you wouldn't do that.
No. You need action. You need
action.
You need action, and you need support. You need community,
you need
and absolutely.
And community and organising and solidarity, because that's how we build our strength as well. We need. It's much harder to break the communities where there is such strength in numbers. You know, that's why there's so much intentional division between people. You know, that it's not a mistake that there's the kind of creation of divides, whether we go down, you know, either kind of nationalism or ethnicity or various things. You know, it's kind of very much designed to keep us apart, but actually there's so many things that we can unite around, and there is strength in numbers. And that's why solidarity, either with the people in your immediate locale or globally, is so important in the fight against climate breakdown and of social inequality. Like, we have to join together for it.
And we're seeing that importance of togetherness and community. You spoke about it with the whole lunch vouchers thing. You know, you've got people like Marcus Rashford stepping up. We've got we were joined by not just Mercato Metropolitano talking about their community initiatives around kind of like the Elephant and Castle area, but our LSBU alumni Noreen Glaves, who is the CEO of Feed Me Good, was talking about how she kind of like holistically teaches communities about healthy living initiatives, living sustainably, food.
Fantastic.
That kindness is super important in all of this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a shame that there's kind of, you know, Marcus Rashford is doing incredible things and the praise for him is absolutely deserved, but it's really sad that he has to be the substitute for a government that should be providing these things. And, you know, that's the danger also with the sort of the charity sector, the NGO sector, is that it's become so normalized that we have these types of organizations that provide these things for people where they should be being provided in a country that cares about its citizens. But I'm so grateful that these things exist because they're needed. They're absolutely needed, and people need support. People absolutely need the support.
So there's room for both. There's room for both, isn't there? But and there'd be room for both even if the government was doing amazing.
Exactly, because not everybody's needs will always be met, you know, and there will always be people who will be struggling, who have less, or their circumstances, you know, they have different circumstances and limitations. So, you know, it's so great that they're there, and there will always be a space for that, but it shouldn't be something that it's become so normalized that we expect and we rely on these things, and the government praises them, and it's like you feel kind of like gaslit. You're like, why are you praising them for doing something that you should be doing yourself? This isn't even going above and beyond. This is just feeding your own citizens. You know.
It was something that Ash Sarkar spoke about yesterday during our session on politics as well. Grace, are you happy to answer a few more questions? Our next session is cancelled, so apologies to our audience for that. But it does mean that we've got time for and Esme sends her apologies, but it does mean that we have time for a few more questions.
If people are happy to ask, absolutely, it's lovely. I'm really really happy to. Yeah.
So we've got Lex says, hi Grace, do you think non-electric vehicles should be banned from London, considering the financial implications this has on poorer communities who rely on their petrol vehicle to work and live?
Well, this is a really interesting question, and thank you for the question. And in terms of the implementation of the ULEZ policies, it's kind of like the long-term and the short-term implications. The long-term gain for this is fantastic. Reducing pollution in the capital. The capital is very, very, very overpolluted. It's very important. But again, this is an example of not looking at the intersections of environment and social issues, where who is going to be most affected by this change, saying that people have to drive a particular type of car or electric car in order to commute in London. There are many, many people who rely on their vehicles for transport, for work, and all these various things, who cannot afford just immediately to go and buy a newer car, you know. And what are they going to do? What are they going to do? And especially in this climate as well, where the government is encouraging people to not take public transport if possible, to leave it for, you know, key workers and various people who need to use public transport for school children. So either to bike or to walk or to cycle, but people can't necessarily do the journeys they need to do on bike or on foot. So where does that leave people? Where does that leave people who can't afford to do these things? Because as we know, often with things like that, things like fines and various stuff, they're not really punishments or things that affect the rich. They're things that affect the poor. And there's even a thing that says like classic cars, who I think are some of the most like high sort of emissions of classic cars, they're exempt from ULEZ. So, and who will kind of be the most likely people to own classic cars and kind of more expensive vintage cars and stuff? So what actually is happening here. As much as I agree with the reduction of pollution, absolutely, in the capital, we have to look at the wider sort of socio-economic context that this is happening in, and who will be most affected by these things. Because is there going to be compensation or incentives or help given to people to buy the new cars that they need, to bicycles or various things? There isn't. So how are people supposed to do this without majorly affecting, themselves financially? What are they supposed to then get themselves into debt? Then that has its, then its own sort of trajectory of how people will be living and affect them more and more. So yeah, it's sorry, that was a very long answer, but
no. I mean, we've got a comment in the chat box that says all cab drivers that come to pick me up in the ULEZ are livid about the congestion charge, having bought hybrid vehicles to adapt to the previous ones.
Exactly. And then there was a time when I don't know if it was Boris Johnson, I think as Mayor of London, was, when it was like diesel was the best thing, the best thing since sliced bread, and everybody was encouraged to go and buy diesel. So things change, and it will always be the poorer people that will kind of bear the brunt of these changes, but not given the support then to meet them, but then be punished for it, and have to pay extortionate amounts to exist and live in a city that is already incredibly expensive and incredibly unequal.
Just off the back of that, Jonathan says, as you were saying earlier, it's the poor who are more likely to die from air pollution.
Yeah.
It isn't any better if they are being killed by their own pollution.
Well, there we go. Exactly.
Josie says, hi Grace, fantastic presentation.
Oh, thank you.
I'd love to hear more about how we can incorporate children and young people into climate conversations and climate work.
Well, I do with Earth for All. I do workshops with young people and children, and go into schools. And I think that it's the kind of thing that just has to be part of the conversation from young. And it's not necessarily going to be filled with the statistics and the kind of science of climate change, and because that can be hard to grasp. But actually, the sort of socio kind of economic context is a very, very good thing to start to introduce children into, just the beginnings of understanding about the world. And you can set it up in a context to kind of start explaining that the world is as it is, and there's inequalities and different people get affected by different things, but also make it something that children can feel inspired and really excited to be part of. So getting them kind of involved in the recycling games, or we used to play recycling games of like throwing things into different bins. Where did they go? What can we do with this milk bottle? What could we use it for? Going out and like learning how to grow little plants in the garden. It's all about just bringing it in so it becomes normalized, and understanding that we don't need to use the amount of stuff that we use in the world. Like encouraging children to start thinking about how much waste they use, how they use the water, like turning the tap off, like, oh, how quick can you have like your shower and things like that. It's just about, and this is obviously for younger children, but then when children then get a bit older, I think that it's about actually talking to them about the wider political context of this, and not leaving them out, and not thinking that they can't handle it, because they are like so equipped to be part of this conversation, and their perspectives are needed, because these are the children that are going to be inheriting this earth that we are leaving behind. And so they need to feel ownership over it and be part of the conversation.
That's it. And children are so creative, and they soak everything up. And we had a youth activist, Josh, join us yesterday. Now Josh is part of Mock Cop.
Yes, I think you telling me about this.
And Josh was saying how kind of like in geography, which is an optional subject, you learn a little bit about sustainability. In chemistry, you might touch on kind of like sustainable fuels and that kind of thing. But actually, even today, with all of everything we know about climate change, it's still not embedded into the curriculum.
It's
and as
not.
you said, and education is so important. And I look back to my education now. 38, not old,
no,
nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing
Yeah,
at
and
all.
it's not embedded at all.
And it's still missing today.
It's still missing today. I mean, I'm a geography graduate. I did geography at university, but it wasn't in terms of secondary school. As we know, a lot of people, studying geography, when you learn about geography, we did like tourism and Oxbow Lakes, which again, nothing wrong with that. And it's all very important, but we didn't, it was either the very much in secondary school, they focused on the physical, which is very important. And I think because it's maybe they feel slightly easier to teach, about rivers and mountains and glaciers and things, rather than, again, the human impact and the human link to it, because then that goes into sociology, it goes into politics, it goes into kind of all the various stuff. And I think that the curriculum is really missing a trick here. And I mean, as we know, unfortunately, the kind of education system at the moment is, there's a lot left to be desired in terms of the sort of robustness and roundness of the education. And it's severely lacking because it isn't something that you should opt in and opt out of. We need to understand about the changing climate. We need to understand about how we've got here, and not just of the science and the statistics of it, even though that's of course incredibly important, but the social impact, the human impact, and the human cost of it, which I think is often left off.
And I think that when you take everything that you've just said, it applies to sustainable development goals. They're all interlinked. You can't.
Exactly. You're not going to get one without the other. Yeah.
There's, as you said earlier, there's no such thing as a single issue.
There isn't a such thing as a single issue, and I think that's been the downfall. Or I feel that that's been the issue and a downfall of the environmental movement, as one of the many sort of issues with it, is that it will take something and it portrays things as single issues, as singular things of like conservation or rising sea levels or various things, and not then look at all of the impacts around that and why we are at this point, and also the methods that you might employ to mitigate these things. Are they then also going to affect communities? Who is going to be affected by this? Because it's not just basically just who are going to be affected by these policies that people can put in if people aren't looking at the wider issues.
Thank you. Jeana, another question from Jeana. How can climate activists and groups avoid repeating the failures of Extinction Rebellion in terms of disconnect with Black communities and people of colour more generally?
I think that the only way that people will really, really create a sustainability movement is by education. And varying your sources of learning and talking to people and listening to people, and knowing that even if you are somebody who is wanting to advocate for the environment, that is fantastic. If you know that there are people that are being disproportionately affected by these issues in the environment, listen to them. Be prepared to sit and listen to people who have first-hand experience of living in these ways, and then also of looking at the different ways of activism around the world, because we live in a bubble. We live in an absolute bubble, and people live in their bubbles. And like I was saying, people's houses have been burning and flooding for decades and have been dealing with the fallout of climate breakdown. Listen to these people and make sure that you're incorporating their ideas and their visions and their experiences into your understanding and your actions of climate activism, because or else it will just be repeating the same stuff that has caused us to be in this situation. So yeah.
We spoke about this as well, about how finding those people, because they might not be the most visible people.
Exactly.
And when putting this event series together, I'd kind of, particularly with part 2, when looking at well-being and stuff like that, I had to take a step back and think, the people I've got speaking about this, it's not diverse. It's not diverse, and there are lots of people speaking about it, but sometimes you just have to look a bit harder to get that diverse and inclusive opinion.
Exactly. And there are lots of people, and we are, I say we as in the kind of the royal we of Black people, not speaking on behalf of Black people, but we have so many specialisms, and we're not just a Black person who talks about sustainability. You know, they can be an expert on their subject, and they also then happen to be Black, you know, they also happen to be wherever, they also happen to be whatever. So it's also important, you know, to make sure that it's not just done in a way that's like tokenizing. And I know that that's been exactly tokenistic, which I know that that's been a massive issue with, you know, Extinction Rebellion as well, where it's kind of like, oh, okay, we need some diverse things, but just pulling people, but not really with the kind of true energy of finding you know, experts and people which know what they're talking about. But it's just like, oh, we need to be seen to be having different voices.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a struggle. It's something that it's something that I come up against a lot when kind of delivering in events, and hopefully, you know, I guess at some point there is an element of tokenism. At some point will lead to true representation in the future.
Yeah,
but it is that struggle. But it takes the work to go and
exactly.
find those people.
It does take the work, and it takes the awareness, and you know, you have to start somewhere. So even being aware of it and making it your effort to do it, and exactly like I sort of said at the end, is like to not let perfect be the enemy of good. And as long as you are constantly, you know, you're aware and you're checking yourself and you're, you know, doing the introspection, you're checking, is my outlook a bit, you know, colonial? Like, is my outlook a bit kind of steeped in whatever? Like, just keep checking yourself. And we all have to do it. Like, I have to work to decolonize my outlook and my mind, because we are like, the colonization has affected us all, you know, whether as people who have been traditionally the perpetrators or people who have been traditionally the survivors of, you know, colonization. We have all been affected by it. So we have to just completely, constantly, actively be checking ourselves, checking our biases, checking where we're getting this information from, who has written this information. One person's source is not as, you know, who is kind of like saying that one person's voice is more valid than another. Who is gatekeeping these discussions? Who is gatekeeping these you know, these summits and these seminars and these talks and stuff? Who is cutting people out of the photo? You know?
Yeah, that photo.
Yes.
That photo is
it kind of just sums up the issues within the environmental movement just in one photo.
Yeah, that's it. It shows a complete lack of awareness of intersectionality and representation, and it always, that photo just shocks me. Steve says there are always dilemmas. I've taken to rescuing end of shelf life and discarded freegan food, but this food is seldom organic. One benefit of freeganism though is the no cost aspect. I like your do what you can ethos. Freeganism and supporting organic agriculture are both valid strategies.
Yeah, exactly, because that's exactly the thing. You know, you might get, when you kind of go to the supermarket and you've got the sort of reduced bit, knockdown corner, as my uncle calls it, and like, you know, you go there and okay, great, you can get a packet of this, a packet of that. It's plastic covered. It's not organic. It's not fair trade, but it's going to get thrown out if you don't have it. So you're preventing food waste, you know, and also you're on a budget, and this helps you save money. So they're all valid things. So it's just a constant competition of the different priorities. So you're literally doing what you can, and everything that you're doing, you're making a decision, and everything has an impact, but you're just literally trying to do the best that you can at one time, you know. And how can you tell somebody to only eat a particular type of food and they're on a particular budget, and say, oh no, well, you're not eating organic, you're part of the problem? How dare one say that to somebody, you know? And then or kind of, you know, somebody is trying to be plastic free, but then they might be getting things imported from another country, and then there's food mile implications. Like, so everything has an issue, you know, everything has an impact. So I'm just trying to take something off the back of my laptop. Yeah,
no worries. And I know, and that's actually something you touched on. I think you touched on that in one of your podcasts, actually, about quinoa specifically, for example.
Yeah, well, quinoa, you know, that they're like, quinoa is an amazing grain, a fantastic protein source, so that's why it's very popular with people who are eating less meat, or who are vegetarian, or who are vegan. But there was a time where when that then became like a really popular superfood, the prices shot up in the respective countries that it's grown in South America. I think it's Peru and Bolivia, the main countries that it's grown in. And it priced it out for people who that has been their staple for thousands of years, and it priced it out for them. So again, it's not it's not like trying to point fingers or to shame people for trying to make these choices, trying to say, oh, well, I'm going to eat less meat, so what protein source can I have? But then understanding that your action has caused an impact on the other side of the world. So it's then being, you know, being gracious and lowering the kind of potential righteousness, or the kind of like, you know, the sort of the kind of that kind of thing, to think, well, I've still made an impact, and that's a human impact that has been caused by my choices. Again, you're doing what you can do, and you're making the choices that you can in the world that we live, but just to always remember there is always an impact. So your choice to do something is not more superior than somebody else's choice to do something and their circumstances.
And that consumer knock-on effect is not just food. Obviously, it's kind of like it's clothing, it's technology, it's everything. Yeah,
everything.
So we have one more question, if you're happy to answer another one. How do we and this is kind of like quite kind of a bit of a relevant one at the moment. How do we balance between COVID safety versus environmental friendly safety? Survival instinct means driving to work to keep ourselves COVID safe, as commuting on public transport seems dangerous with more people at close range and a few without face masks. I mean, COVID safety versus environmentally friendly behaviour.
It's so hard. It's so hard. And even now, there are still coffee shops that won't accept your, refill cups. They've made that a policy at the moment, which is really sad. It's a real shame. So you're not able to kind of reduce your waste in that way. I don't really have the answer, because it's not easy. It's not easy. We are literally doing the best that we can do, and you're not going to compromise your safety. There's no point you, again, either being ill or miserable or kind of, sort of affected in that way for then the sake of traveling on public transport, because you have to put your own oxygen mask on first, pardon the pun, in terms of like the kind of mask situation. You have to be healthy and well and okay to participate in this world, to give the world your best. So we sometimes have to make those compromises and those sacrifices, and that is the part of self-care. Self-care at the moment is making the choice to go in your car rather than on public transport. And if things had been handled differently, we wouldn't necessarily be in this situation. So again, it's like that thing of putting the burden on the individual responsibility, as opposed to like, actually, there are many wider factors at play here that have caused us to be where we are. You shouldn't have to be going on, fearing to go on public transport, fearing for your health if things had been handled differently. We shouldn't be at this point right now. But yeah.
Well, hopefully the end is in sight and it will be a lot safer. Grace, thank you for sticking around for longer and asking and answering all of our questions, and particularly as our session was cancelled. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
I love a practical takeaway, as you know. What parting words would you like to leave our audience with? I mean, I particularly love your start where you are, use what you have, do what you can.
Basically.
But yeah, I'd like just hand over to you to kind of like close.
Well, I think that's it. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can, and advocate for the people and for the planet. There is no such thing as a single issue. So if you take that, like we were talking, like Jeana's question, it's like, how do we learn from the mistakes of previous kind of campaigns and previous activists? If you have that in mind when you're thinking about climate change activism, about advocating for the people and for the planet, that already opens up the gateway of understanding the wider context of the world at play and why we are where we are. So if you keep that in mind, start where you are, do what you can, use what you have, and decolonize your minds, basically.
Thank you. There's lots of positive comments in the chat, in the chat box. So, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. It's so lovely chatting to you today. As I say, it's kind of last summer that we started talking about this, so I can't believe that it's here. But
it's finally here. The time just flies.
It does. And look forward to working with you more in the future.
Thank you so much, Neil, and hope the rest of the day goes well.
Thanks so much. See you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So thank you everyone for joining this morning's session. We do apologise that our 10 a.m. session unfortunately was cancelled. In this world of virtual events, sometimes yep, technical issues do happen, as you saw there, but we are working our way through it. So please, please bear with us, and we appreciate your patience. Before our next session, which starts at 10:45, we've got a comfort break at 10:45, 10:50. Thomas, I believe that you wanted to just talk a little bit about LSBU's sustainability achievements, if you're happy to do that still.
Yeah, morning everyone. Hi Neil. Just because of our current speakers unable to make it, they're having some real difficulties getting on. They've rebooted their system, restarted their internet, and just for some reason they're just not being able to get onto Zoom. So I thought I'd take this opportunity just to let our attendees know some of the successes that LSBU's achieved over the last year that we're really proud of. I hadn't prepared this presentation for now. It's something that we did internally to tell our staff about in December, but I can just run through a couple of those. And if anyone's got any questions, I'll field the ones that I can answer the ones that I can and field the others.
Brilliant. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Cool.
Perfect. So let me share screen. So as I said, this was a presentation that was given internally to all of our staff at the end of December, as we rounded up the successes that we'd had at LSBU. And we also, for the first time this year, had a Sustainability in Action Staff Award as part of our cultural change. So yeah, this was kind of the introduction to that award. And I'm going to just share some of it with you today. So here's a quote from one of our alumni who said, "I once thought sustainability was about recycling. LSBU taught me differently." Zoe's actually presented at part 2 of this conference. Zoe's gone on to have a real big impact in terms of looking at sustainability, especially within the blinds and shutters industry, which is something that we don't always necessarily think of as a means to reduce our carbon footprint. But if we use our blinds in the right way, we stop rooms getting overheated. We don't have to use air conditioning and things like that. So that was a really interesting talk. But I thought that was a lovely statement from Zoe. As you'll all know, there's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They were launched by the United Nations in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly, and it's what we hope as 193 signatory nations. We have a series of goals and targets that we want to achieve by 2030. LSBU's new corporate strategy, which looks at 2020 to 2025, looks to integrates 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals within our strategy. I'm not the best person to talk about that, but I just wanted to let you all know that this is something that we'll be looking at over the next 5 years. And this new corporate strategy has allowed all of our staff and workforce to start thinking about where it is that their departments, where their teams, where their teaching, where their research can start to have impact that supports and aligns with these Sustainable Development Goals. So we're very proud of this new strategy. The Times Higher Education Impact Ranking come and spoke on our Education Day in part 2, and kind of advocated LSBU as being a university that is really thinking about how the Sustainable Development Goals is integrated in our work over the next 5 years. And there's obviously the YouTube recording of that presentation, and I'll let you know where you can revisit all of our sessions that have happened over the full 11 days of this sustainability conference series. Some of the highlights from 2020. So LSBU's gender pay gap has been reduced dramatically, making us a leading employer in the UK and in the higher education sector. And that's something that we're really proud of. LSBU ranked 23rd among global universities for reducing inequalities and that was something that was published in the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking in 2020. LSBU is committed to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and that's looking at all three phases of our carbon emissions, so direct, indirect, and further down the supply chain. But we hope that will be much sooner, but we've made that initial commitment this year, and we have reduced carbon emissions by 85% since 2010. Here's a look of our sustainability group. So we meet quarterly, and we look at what policies and practices are being put in place across the university. We share knowledge, we look at co-creation, and I've been lucky enough to be part of this group since the beginning of 2020, and it's really great to hear all of the successes that are happening across the university, and for us all to meet and share, ideas and ways that we can move forward. And we are represented by most of the service groups across the university and all of the schools across the university, the 7 different schools. So this is the face of those that are steering the change. I'm not sure why it's not letting me click. Okay. This is just another quote from one of our colleagues who said sustainable development has never been more important to humanity than it is today. Alesso spoke in part 1 of our sustainability event conference series, and was discussing all of the different students that he's taught over the last few years, and the number of awards or shortlisted awards that they've achieved, and that was really great. This whole event series has been amazing to hear all of the different successes that are happening in different pockets of our university in the 7 different schools, but I just thought that was a great quote to include. So again, some of our sustainability successes. So we're very proud that we used 100% renewable energy between April 2019 and April 2020. And obviously the energy consumption is taken from April to April. So I'm pretty adamant that we're going to be using 100% renewable energy as in the next 12 months as well. But the latest record that I can show you is from April to April 2020. We've reduced carbon emissions by 85%, as I said, since 2010. Chris Barnes has spoke about both carbon and carbon emission savings and water savings across these events, and spoke on Wednesday about how we've saved 30 million litres of water within a year from some of the initiatives that he's input. We're really proud of our Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, and I'll show you some of those. We've delivered the Sustainability Climate Action Event Series, which you're taking part in now. We've seen around 2,000 attendees and 150 speakers. And again, Neil, Jaya, myself, we're really proud to have been part of co-creating this event and working with our colleagues across the university to give them a platform to talk about what it is that they've achieved. We've piloted a student sustainability competition, and we're proud of a portfolio of key sustainability projects. That's again just to show you our carbon emissions reductions. Apologies, in this graph I don't have the latest, but as I said, I've jumped on not expecting that I was going to be presenting this just yet, but this is being updated on our website as we speak, and yeah, you can see that a huge amount of effort has gone to ensure that we are not just hosting events to say that people should be doing initiatives to reduce carbon emissions, but here at LSBU we're actually actively taking climate action. Here's some of the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. So out of the 769 universities that took place and submitted data. Again, there's a link there. You can go onto Times Higher Education and look at the impact rankings. LSBU ranked 23rd in terms of reducing inequalities. These are obviously against the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Under gender equality, we scored, were placed in 69th place. In terms of peace, justice and strong institutions, we ranked in 80th place. And in terms of decent work and economic growth, we ranked in 91st place. So all within the top 100. And again, something that we are very proud of, to see that in the university rankings. You're taking part in this event series. We've had 3 different events. The first one in June 2020 looked at climate, carbon, energy and resources. Part 2 looked at consumption, economics, education and well-being. And part 3 is looking at equality, food, water and politics. It's been just an absolute pleasure to, in one way, be distracted from being in a global pandemic and being confined to our homes. We've been able to connect and speak with numerous amount of organisations. We've had attendees joining us from all across the world, representing all of the continents, and that's not something that we would have been able to achieve had this event been done in person. We would have had a much larger carbon footprint if everyone was flying around the world to join us, to come and talk at an event, to stay at a hotel overnight for talking for an hour. We've embraced the challenges that are thrown at us, and hopefully you'll feel that we have delivered a very engaging, thought-provoking event that's going to either inspire you to go away and take action in your current role, or talk to your colleagues or family or friends and get them to think about change. Again, here's a number of the different organisations that have come and spoke. So on Wednesday we had Veganuary, we've had the Cabinet Office, COP26, Environmental Agency, we've had our local councils from Southwark Council and Lambeth Council, Mind Mental Health Charity, Times Higher Education, IKEA and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. They're just a number of the organisations, and still a few more to come over the coming days. In terms of our internal LSBU staff, we've had representatives from all the schools and all of the different professional service groups. A shout out, we're really proud of them being involved and taking part. LSBU is currently working towards responsible futures. Again, there's information about this on our website, and responsible futures is about putting sustainability at the heart of education and looking at how we work with our student union, and that's an ongoing big body of work that we're very proud of, and we've had a colleague Alex come and talk about this at part 2 sustainability series. We ran an internal student competition where we asked our students to give us ideas on what they felt and feel we should have been looking at and embedding across campus. Here's our winner, Alina, and she came up with an idea that looked at our packaging, and as much as we'd moved away from plastic to have more seemingly sustainable alternatives, the way that they were being used, food was spoiling them, so this prevented them from actually being recycled. So we're looking at putting in a system that means that these recyclable packaging can be recycled and not spoiled with food. And that's a big system change, so that involves our communications within our canteens, and that's something that has come from one of our engineering students. This year, the Sustainability Research Group launched the Sustainability Research Pod. I popped the link there at the bottom, and I can also share that in the chat box once I've finished. While you're going to get a tea before our next session. But there's some really engaging podcasts there where our internal experts talk about the research that they've been doing around practice, policy and pedagogy. Here's where you can go on our website to look at more information about the different projects that we're running. And these pages are being updated again as we speak, because we're getting this whole event series online, so that you've got links to all of the recordings, all of the different programs. So that's not live, but that should be live by the end of today, and if not, at the beginning of next week. So please do keep an eye or have a little look at our society for more information. And again, there's a whole series of projects that we're really proud of. So the BEM project that looks at reducing energy, Fresh Start, which is a migrant entrepreneurship training project. I can never pronounce that, but circular economy for the data center industry, where we're looking at, where Deborah Johnston's looking at how the data center industry within Europe becomes much more circular. And Green Skies, which is a project one of our colleagues, Graham Maidman, is looking at heat waste from London Underground is converted into energy to power the city. Small creative acts every day as an individual help us to change our perspective and thus perceptions. And that was another lovely quote by Jasmine Paradisito, who is a lecturer here at LSBU. I've put thank you and Q&As, but I've got a feeling, as much as I can't see the screen, that this gives you 5 minutes to have a tea break and hear the next speaker. But I'm very happy to answer any questions now, if anyone has any, or Neil, if you come online and tell me otherwise, I'll follow your lead.
There are no questions, but if anyone does have any, Thomas and I can get back to them shortly. Thanks for doing that, Thomas, and stepping in. And it's a really good oversight of how you've kind of come on board and really kind of helped LSBU to really showcase and kind of like take stock of everything that we are doing around sustainability. And this event series has done that, but that's just one of the factors that one of the things that you've been working on in your role. So thank you for sharing that.
As you say, as I was going to say, as you say, one of my roles is just to communicate all of the great work that everybody else is doing around the university and give it space to be seen and heard. So it's been a real pleasure to pull all of these great initiatives that are going on around the university.
Thank you. We will take a short break. And we'll be back at 10:02. And we'll be looking at migration as a sustainability issue in time of COVID-19. And so we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Enjoy your tea.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. Our next session is going to look at migration as a sustainability issue in a time of COVID-19. I'm joined by my colleague, Ros Wade, and Ahmet Sayah, who Ahmet is the, give 2 seconds, it's the founder and president of the European Migrant Platform. Ahmet, it's lovely to see you again after we launched the toolkit for the well-being of refugees and displaced people, and I think we did that back in October, wasn't it? And it was such a
24th of September, if I'm not mistaken.
It's September, yeah, and it was such a fantastic event where I certainly learned so much about kind of the well-being of refugees and how communities can kind of support that transition and the enrichment that it can bring to both parties, and really thrilled that both of you are here today to kind of like elaborate on that a little bit further and share that with our audience today. So I'm going to hand over to you, Ros, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you. Yes, I'm Ros Wade, and I'm delighted to be here with my colleague Ahmet Sayah. And I am the chair of RCE London, which is hosted by London South Bank University. Just to tell you a little bit about that, the RCE stands for the Regional Centre of Expertise in Education for Sustainable Development. And we've We were accredited by the United Nations University in 2010. So we've been going for just over 10 years. And our remit is very broad, working with all sorts of sectors, bringing them together, whether from communities, policymakers, business leaders, academics, to promote sustainability in all sectors, obviously, as many as we can. We are part of a global network, and this gives us some power in terms of dissemination, networking, learning from people in different countries about their experiences and expertise, and has really highlighted to me how much we are enriched by other cultures, other countries, and learning from them gives us mutual benefit because we can share ideas. We don't have to start from the beginning. We can make use of our common humanity and common intellectual knowledge, really, and capacity to make changes for sustainability. Having said that, I'd just like to focus down now on what we're going to talk about today, which is about forced migration and sustainability and the links between them. Before I go further, though, I'd just like to give some apologies from the two other panelists who are hoping to be here today, Saima Raza and Jos Hermans. Unfortunately, owing to unexpected circumstances, they were unable to be here, but they send their apologies and are hoping to receive the recording afterwards so that they'll understand what we've been talking about. So apologies for that, but I hope that, I believe that between Ahmet and myself, we'll be able to do justice to this important topic. So I'm going to start with a short presentation looking at sort of migration as a sustainability issue generally. So that will be for about 10-15 minutes. And then I'm going to start a discussion with my colleague Ahmet to interrogate some of the key issues surrounding the well-being of migrants and refugees during this time of COVID and how we can address those and work together for our mutual benefit. Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen. So if Neil will allow me to do that, that would be good.
Yes, you can do that. You've got access, Roz.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Can you see that?
We can. It just needs to be popped into full mode.
How do I do that? That's this little thing at the bottom, is it?
I can't see the bottom, but it is along the bottom. Yes.
Doesn't seem to be doing any. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. All right. So just say a little bit more about RCE London. As I say, we're hosted by London South Bank University. So we're part of the university, but also not part of the university. We're broader than the university. We work closely with a sustainability research group, which sort of emerged out of the work of the RCE, in fact. And we are involved in a lot of the elements of sustainability that are going on in the university. But we have a broader remit, which is working across London. And we have a management committee, which includes 3 universities, a number of NGOs, and the Sustainability Research Group chair, Jaya Gajpara. All our work is framed clearly by the Sustainable Development Goals, which have I highlighted down the bottom. So we have that as our aid memoir for everything we do. And our key partners recently have included COMEAT, which stands for Come and Meet, and it's a fellowship for community empowerment. And we're also working with the Schumacher Institute of Sustainable Systems. So they've been our main partners. And one of our key areas of work for the last 4 years has been on this area of migration and sustainability. And I was very privileged to work with Ahmet for the last 2 years on a very successful project on migrant entrepreneurship, which was mentioned by Thomas, I noticed, called Fresh Start. And Ahmet played a key role in this work in Belgium, because it was a collaboration between London, South Bank University, university in Belgium and a university in the Netherlands. And we worked to train and empower 125, I think it was, refugees and migrants to embrace the entrepreneurial skills and to give them the wherewithal, enable them to take forward their ideas, initiatives into a plan for further business education or for setting up their own business or social enterprise. And that kind of work framed our thinking really in terms of what we worked on for the Migrant Toolkit, which I'll come back to in a little while. So that was a great learning process because, again, we learned from each other, and there was great mutual benefit in having a group of people, some of whom had direct experience of being a refugee themselves, and their voices were very powerful in that group to enable us to develop and implement, with the help of the participants, obviously, the entrepreneurial program and adjust it to their needs and to what's available in the particular business situation of each country. So why is migration a sustainability issue? Well, I think looking at these statistics here, I think it sort of jumps out at us really as to why it is a sustainability issue. We can't have sustainability, can we, in this world, if there are 258 million international migrants, many of whom are refugees, and 70.8 million forcibly displaced persons in the world altogether. And this does not include internally displaced persons, which are estimated at 41.3 million. So while there are people being displaced through conflicts, through whether internal or external, through climate change or through other elements that were disasters or other elements, this is not obviously going to facilitate sustainability. Now, one other statistic here that I think will jump out at everybody is that 85% of displaced people are hosted by developing countries, and that is by all intents and purposes unsustainable, isn't it? 57% of refugees come from 3 countries: Syria, Afghanistan, and South Sudan. And the top refugee hosting countries, you'll see, apart from Germany, they're all countries that are resource poor. And although the European Union and other countries have been supporting those countries in terms of their refugee response, in terms of money and aid, it's by no means enough. And a lot of the people in these countries who are refugees are now stuck in refugee camps at a time of COVID, where they're unable to socially distance, where all the sustainable development goals that we want to achieve, such as end to poverty, access to fresh water, education, all of these are denied to those people. So it's clear to me that migration is a top sustainability issue and needs to be addressed, because we need the resources of all these people as well. It's of mutual benefit to all of us that the people that are displaced are not just left to linger in a sort of no man's land, but can achieve something, contribute to the societies that they want to contribute to. So it's a big challenge, I think, for all of us. And certainly we cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals while we have these great inequalities. Increasingly now, refugees also are being displaced owing to climate change. And there's a lot of evidence to say that the Syrian conflict actually was exacerbated by climate change in the rural areas of Syria, which meant that many people couldn't afford to live in the rural areas anymore and were pushed into the cities, and that exacerbated conflict and led to the current unsustainable situation in Syria. But if you go back even as far as 1989, the executive director of UNEP was claiming that as many as 50 million people could become environmental refugees if the world did not act to support sustainable development. Now that's 30 years ago, and we haven't acted well enough to support sustainable development, as previous speakers have indicated. In 1990, the IPCC declared that the greatest single consequence of climate change could be migration, because people will not be able to provide livelihoods for their families because of displacement, because of erosion, coastal flooding, severe drought. This is already happening in sub-Saharan Africa, as we know, and in Bangladesh. And in the mid-1990s, it was estimated then that there were an estimated 25 million climate refugees. And it's predicted that there'll be between 50 and 200 million climate refugees by 2050. This is a challenge that we can't afford to ignore, and we need to address as part of the sustainability agenda. And disappointingly, this issue of migration is given very limited attention in the SDGs. You could say it's included in all of them in a way, because it is, but it isn't focused on. And I think it does need to have a particular focus by the global institutions and national governments in order to address it. So what have we been doing about these challenges? Well, obviously in our small way, which is a small way, we've been trying to contribute to supporting the well-being of migrants and refugees in our countries. And just to focus on the work with COMEAT and RCE London, this was a collaboration to develop a toolkit for community groups promoting the well-being of migrants. And Ahmet was a key participant and team member for developing this toolkit, and brought a lot of expertise as a settled refugee himself and part of a group of Turkish refugees in Belgium, brought a lot of expertise and intellectual theory as well to help back the work that we did. So we have produced a toolkit which is available for community groups who want to promote the well-being of migrants. It's not directed directly at migrants, it's directed at communities where there are migrants and refugees coming into that community, and it's to give them, the communities, a 10-point plan of steps to get started, to develop a culture of inclusion, and to enable the newcomers to settle and to contribute as they wish to the local community and the local society. The focus is on local action for local communities. And we talk about community empowerment, but as of course we all recognize, there's no such thing as empowering a community. Communities have to empower themselves. So it's about self-empowerment. It's about helping build capacity, giving ideas, resources, and in particular sharing examples of good practice from around the world. And this was tackled by a group of an international team of 11 people from 11 different countries, including Turkey, including Malaysia, Nigeria, Belgium, and the Netherlands, UK, USA. So it was written by an international team which attempted to bring in cultural understanding of and awareness to enable the toolkit to be used in any culture or country by obviously adapting it to the needs of their local communities. So it's not meant to be a blueprint. It's an aid memoir, if you like, for people to get started, and it's available freely now from www.comeat.org for any interested person to download and get started, make use of. There's links to good practice, and there's links to key organizations. And we have started a pilot program in Malaysia through the International University there, who are working with Rohingya refugees in communities in Malaysia. We're also calling for a number of other pilots, and we're looking for feedback because we see this as a process which will be reviewed in about probably in about six months' time, so that we are constantly trying to update and improve it. And it's part of a collaboration and a piece of co-creation using voices from all around the world and trying to gather the examples of good practice so that we can build on them. Now, how do how do these toolkits support the Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Action Plan? Well, I think it's summed up in the statement at the bottom from the Global Action Plan about societal transformation. So the toolkits aim to empower people to be global citizens who engage and assume active roles both locally and globally, to face and to resolve global challenges, and ultimately to become proactive contributors to creating a more just, peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure and sustainable world. And just to say finally, we have produced this particular toolkit on the well-being of migrants and refugees, but COMEAT itself is an organisation which is actively engaged in supporting communities on a range of issues, and there's going to be a number of other toolkits produced in future, one of which is very relevant to this particular conference, will be on climate action, and we'll be working with the Schumacher Institute as well as COMEAT on that one. So thank you very much. I'll stop sharing now, and I'll start. I'd like to introduce Ahmet, who, as I say, has been a very valuable colleague, and I've learned a lot from him, working with him on the Fresh Start project, which was an amazingly innovative project, and particularly the Belgium version of the project, I think was fascinating, because essentially they developed a kind of menu or map of activities which migrants and refugees could then fashion according to their own needs. And I think that was a really innovative way of taking that forward. And they work very closely with businesses and banks and others to facilitate those aspirations of those particular migrants. Okay, I'd like to introduce you, Ahmet, and would you like to say anything more about your background before I start asking you any questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all of you joining us today. And I am Ahmet Sayar. I am from Turkey, and since 2015 I have been living in Belgium. While I was doing my MA in University of Kent, Brussels School of International Studies, that's a part of University of Kent, and we had to stay in Belgium as some other migrants and refugees due to the political situation in our country, unfortunately. And while I am an auditor previously, and in 2015 it was difficult for us to take a decision to stay in Belgium. And while looking for a job, I find myself in a project for migrant and refugee. And it was nice to be a part of this project and also to work with you, Rose. And definitely we create a very nice project, and we inspire and we coach migrants and refugees to find a place in their host societies. And I would like to little mention about the Fresh Start before talking about the COVID, because I think we also stress some important points before the COVID situation, because now we are all talking about the COVID, how COVID impact our lives, but just before the COVID situation, and there were many nice initiatives, and both international and national, and just before the crisis, integration had improved on many fronts before the crisis, and also in all OECD countries except Turkey and Colombia, migrants were more successful in finding and keeping jobs over the past 5 years. And also attitudes toward the migrants had been improved in most countries over the past decade. And also educational outcomes of the children of the migrants had also improved since 2015. There were many positive improvements just before the COVID, and unfortunately the COVID in fact many of us, and mostly the vulnerable groups, including the migrants. And in our projects, as Rose, you mentioned, in Fresh Start project, we inspire migrants and we push. Actually, it's nice to connect with migrants and to engage them, to help them to understand their situation and their needs. And I think the experience that we gain in our Fresh Start project push us to create this toolkit. And that's a very nice toolkit that we help local authorities how they connect with the migrants, how they can take into consideration of the cultural issues of the migrants while connecting with them. And I am happy that I involved in several EU projects, which is for migrants and refugees, and currently, and also the network that I have gained in during these projects, and push me to start a new initiative. And also as an established migrant, and I feel that we have to take more initiative in the host societies, in our near societies, and to be a part of the solutions of the several problems, and also to help newly migrants to establish in their new country, and also to guide them, to share our experience and expertise both with locals and also to guide the refugees. And with a group of established migrants, we set up European Migrant Platform, and we want to be a voice of the migrants, and we want to help migrants their integration, both economic, political, and cultural integration of the society. And okay, thank you very much. And now I think we can talk about how COVID affected migrants.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Ahmed. You see, yeah, you demonstrated very well there the huge expertise and experience you've got, and great initiative. And I think that's one of the things that's very significant about migrant communities. There's because I suppose of their experience, they've had to build up a lot of resilience and kind of hard-headedness in a sense, and innovation and creativity, and you know we all need that to share that with each other, and we've got a lot to learn and mutual benefit to be gained. So yes, but as you said, as you sort of hinted at, Ahmed, COVID-19's had a huge impact on all of us. We're all kind of sitting here now locked down in London, for example. But in particular on migrants and refugees who are in a vulnerable position anyway. Would you like to elaborate on some of those?
And I think we should talk about some important issues which especially the migrant has been mostly affected. And one of the important issues is the migrant health. And I would like to give some statistic about how migrants being affected during the COVID. And according to statistics, and around 30% of the migrants live in relatively poverty in the OECD, comparing the 20 of the native born. And also they are most likely to live in substandard accommodations, and also twice as likely in overcrowded dwellings. And also migrants are living in the poor housing conditions, and which is increase the infection, illness, and also especially they are mostly living cohabiting families. Alongside pouring house, migrants are also likely to live in higher density buildings and neighborhoods, and which also makes the respect of the social distance more difficult if you live in a crowded area in a huge building. And also, one of the result of one of the research of the University of Bielefeld found that comparing with other forms of housing, collective housing, and for asylum seekers and refugees increase the risk of the COVID transmission in case of first positive diagnostic by 17%. So, and the living conditions of the refugees and migrants is really risky for the and both for transmission of the COVID and also for themselves. And also, as we know, migrants they use public transport more than the other people, so that's also a little bit risky for them. And also their job, and they are concentrated in the essential occupations that they cannot do their job from the home, and they are less likely to be able to telework in most areas. And also there are lots of issues, and we due to the time I don't want to talk more about, but I would like to say something about policy reactions to mitigate the health impact on the migrants. And I'm happy that many countries, they took some precautions, and they also helped migrants to overcome the situation and for their well-being and also for their health. And for example, in most OECD countries, they offer free access to necessary treatment related to COVID-19, irrespective of their status. And also a number of the countries also launched specific information campaigns for migrants. And especially newly established multilingual website allow migrants to understand that, and also to update information about the COVID, because especially for the newcomers, their language level is not enough to understand the COVID precautions, and also the other issues. So it's important to set up a multilingual website. And also social media is a very significant element in that situation. And we realized that social media has been effectively used during the COVID to reach more people, and also to create specific social media groups for the migrants, that they can understand their in different languages for their mother tongue maybe, and also respond their questions. In addition to online communication, and we realized that intermediaries such as local authorities, NGOs play an important role in increasing the outreach of the national government information as well. And that's, I can say, about the health. And also another important issue is the impact of the migrants on the impact of the COVID on migrants' labor market outcomes. And as we know, migrants face many particular vulnerabilities in current market situation. Not only migrants, all of us has been affected with the situation. I would like to give some specific information about how migrants has been affected. First, the migrants tend to overrepresented among employees with temporary contracts, and also they tend to have lower seniority and are overrepresented in the cyclical sectors, and that makes their situation worse than other people. And also permit conditions may also enhance their vulnerability in terms of job loss, and if they don't allow to change their employees of a profession. So some people, if their work permit don't allow to change their profession, so it's a big risky when they lost their job. More generally, employers tend to more selective during the such labor market conditions, and also during the economic crisis, it's really difficult for migrants to find a job, and even their CVs are not synchronized and are not read maybe by the recruiters. That's another issue. And also migrants also have a fewer networks to find a job, and because in the European market, it's very important to have a network to find a job. So migrants also have this problem as well. And some other factors that specifically enhance migrants' labor markets, as I said, after the following high record of the inflows of the migrants, of refugees, and especially in their first 5 years, it's very important for them to find a job, to settle their own business, and to find their way. But this COVID hit their situation, especially in for migrants who just arrived in past years. And also the pandemic particularly affected employment in a number of service sectors where migrants are largely overrepresented, especially hospitality and security and cleaning service are mostly doing by migrants, so they have been affected in that area. And not only migrant employees, but also self-employed people tend to find difficulties and in that current situation. Now, having said that about the problems that they face, now I would like to say something about the policy response. What has been done for migrants to overcome this difficult situation. And there are some good news for both migrants and for all people, that we are happy to see that the governments, most of the governments, they took many precautions, and they took several issues for overcoming the situation, and some of the initiatives and some of the precautions really work. For example, many countries have extended permits and removed obligations to leave and prevent legally staying immigrants from falling into irregular situation. I think that's very important for who has a work permit. And some countries automatically extended and renewed permits of a certain period of time. And it's also important for migrants who staying a period of time. And also a number of OECD countries modify their access to and duration and unemployment benefits. Normally, in order to benefit unemployment, we have to work in certain period of time, and maybe for some over 40 years, for example, in Belgium, he has to work 465 days. So it's difficult for migrants who just arrived 2 years ago. So Belgium, for example, included COVID-19 pandemic within its temporary unemployment to the force majeure regime. It's very important. And even a person who just find a job a day before the situation, and he can benefit from the unemployment. That's very important, I think. And also many countries also introduce support measures for employers and businesses who set up their own business, who need the funding and also need subsidies. And as I told you before, policies also extend working right of the other migrants. I think that's also important. For example, asylum seekers in their first 4 months, they are not allowed to work. So they have to wait 4 months and then they can they can work. But after the COVID and now, if they find a job, they can immediately start working. That's also significant for newly arrived refugees and migrants. And also, lastly, many OECD countries have adopted policies to ensure faster labor market access for foreign health professionals already in the country. I think that's very significant because the procedure of the recognition of their diploma and the language level is very varied and is a long way. So that's important. Many countries, they just facilitate and they accelerate their recognition of diploma and to actively take a role to fight against the COVID and to also do something for the health sector. And also finally, I would like to say Germany, for example, has implemented a number of specific support measures for migrant entrepreneurs, including online platform with information on available crisis support measures in 5 languages. I think that's important, especially for migrants. And also provide a network and dedicated casework to support migrants, align migrant business in all federal states, and including with respect to filling applications of the state aid. That's very important because people, they don't know how to apply subsidy, how to apply fill the form. So that's important. In 5 languages, they can fill the form and apply for the subsidies. That's about the labor market and also health. Maybe we can talk about other issues. Yeah.
That was a very, very full response. Thank you very much for that. And it's interesting to note that some countries are responding quite positively to addressing the needs of migrants during these COVID times. I'm afraid to say I don't think our country is in the UK, but there we go. And I feel that you know, it's kind of very uneven from country to country. But clearly, COVID has shown us anything. It's shown us that we're all in this together and we can't get out of it without helping each other. One thing I think in the UK has been highlighted that in many of the most important roles we've got in society, in the caring profession, in the cleaning profession, in the health professions, in the transport professions, we depend on people from migrant backgrounds. And, you know, we are a rich sort of cosmopolitan country, a global universe now. So it's of mutual benefit to address and support needs of all in our society, and we can all gain hugely from each other. I think to pause in the input, maybe we'll take a few questions, shall we now, Ahmet?
Yeah.
We have got a few questions coming in, I think. Yes, there's let's see. There's one here. What practical ways can we help migrants to get support, for example, in contraception, maternity, etc., and which countries are having the best impact? I don't know if that's one that you could address within the health area, Ahmet. Is that something that you'd be able to answer?
Based on my experience in Belgium, I think in all organizations and local organizations, they are very welcome. And when you ask them the question and when even they reply your email very quickly, and I'm happy that they are very positive when you ask a question and when you ask help. And I haven't read in details about other countries, but I think most countries are very sensitive because comparing other economic crises, this crisis, as you mentioned, we are in the same ship. We are together, and migrants are not. You know, there is less negative perception about the migrants. Normally, during the migrant economic crisis, people they lose their job and they start criticizing and migrants, and that's normal, and we know from the previous financial crisis. But now in that crisis, although we don't have scientific research about the perception, but till now there is no big, demonstration against the migrants, or and also people are appreciating migrants, their contribution in the several sectors. And I'm happy to share that the first vaccine developed by the migrants couples, that's a very good news for migrants. And if we give chance to the migrants, and as you see, they be a part of the big solution, they create a big solutions, and so that's very good news for migrants. But maybe I can later make research and also check whether is there any good practices, and I can share.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that couple that invented the Pfizer vaccine, they were Turkish settled refugees, weren't they? Or from a family that were, so fantastic. As you say, a huge resource that we can all share in. The whole world is benefiting from that. So that's just amazing. And I think to go back to this question, just from my point of view, I think we have a section in the toolkit, actually. We have a number of themes, and one of them is on health. So to whoever asked the question, I think one of the things we can all do is to help make it easier to find the support. I think one of the perhaps difficulties for people arriving newly in a country, they don't know where to access support or which phone number to ring or how to get it. So making that easier and enabling those support services to be accessible, I think that's one of the things we can all do to help to make that clearer.
And also, most of the migrants, they ask the migrants that they already established migrants, and they I think that's very important that we give more chance for established migrants to cooperate with the locals, because if I need a question, I can directly ask in my several WhatsApp group, and I can immediately receive an answer in the 2 minutes. So that's very nice, and we are using social media very effectively. And I think for example, if someone need a language course, and if someone need a school, and also if someone need a insurance, which one is the best, for example, for him, there are lots of information migrants they share with themselves, and they also help newly arrived migrants to facilitate their life.
Absolutely, that's a huge important role, isn't it, for settled migrants to support new arrivals, particularly from their own country, because there's a common language as well that can assist. So the role of settled migrants is really important, isn't it? Let's just see there's another question here. How can migrants communicate with the indigenous population to access opportunities to learn migrants' languages? So it's sort of reverse of ESOL. So that how could that happen, and is that happening already, and can that be facilitated? Any thoughts on that, Ahmet?
Actually, I was also planning to talk about impact of the COVID on the language learning, and what policies, what measures has been taken. Maybe I should give first the information about the challenges that migrants face, and then answer the question with lots of examples. Thank you very much for the question who asked, I don't know. And for many migrants, especially recent arrivals, COVID meant a disruption of the language courses for them. And also most of countries were forced to end in-person integration courses and also language courses, and also put all courses on online. And currently in Belgium, most of the language courses are online. And across the, for example, OECD, volunteer organizations with language and integration missions also has to pause their operations, because due to the COVID, they also have been affected, and they are not allowed to go to their office maybe, and they also pause their activities. And also a break in language learning places some migrants as a significant disadvantages, and the first 5 years after arrival is a critical, as I mentioned before, time spent, as migrants need to acquaint themselves with the public institutions and responses available services. So that's a very important, and if your language is not a certain level, and you have a lot of difficulties to benefit from the services, and also even to help your kids their school homework, and also some other issues. And specifically migrants with a low initial level in the host country language are thus particularly affected by the program shutdowns, including in terms of employability and broader social integration. As you know, language is one of the significant elements of the integration. And if you can't speak language and you cannot communicate with your neighbor and you cannot integrate society and you cannot, that's a big barrier. So the language different is very important. And what has been done till now for the language, and variety actions has been taken for improving the language of the migrants. For example, some countries setting up online language mentorship programs and support tutorials with native speakers, collaborate with the lots of organizations, NGOs. And also, I think one of the significant outcome of the crisis, we learn how to create an innovative way to find the digital and distance learning sector. As I see many migrants and many organizations, many migrants are very happy with online courses, and many organizations, they quickly adapt themselves to deliver the language courses on online courses. And I see teachers, even they also improve themselves and to be more prepared for the online courses. And also some countries, they provide devices because migrants, they don't have a maybe they don't have a computer and to follow the language courses. So for example, in Belgium, migrants who don't have access to necessary equipment to follow the online courses receive device from their responsible agencies. I think that's a very nice. And in one of the projects, I think they delivered 500 laptops to the students, for example, who need who don't have in their places. That's we can say. And also for the maybe we have to also talk about education of the children of the migrant, which is also significant because especially during the COVID, you know, the number of the distance learning solutions like classrooms and broadcast computer-based learning has been a solution, but many students, they are not ready for this, and especially student who doesn't have enough space in their house, for example, who doesn't have enough technical support, and also it has a difficulty for engaging learning. And also family with low social level, they can't support their kids at school, and these all are problems for students. And also that I think many countries tried to solve this problem and took some precautions. And for example, they support family, and they also create some online course after the school, and they support students to keep up to their peer review in the country. That's I can say about language and education, but I think we have a time.
Yeah, the question was from Ernestine, and it was about how can migrants share their language skills with the host community. I think that's what she meant. Are there opportunities for that? Is that happening now, or has COVID kind of put an end to that maybe?
Based on my experience, I know some refugees and migrants, they also create some online courses to deliver their language, language.
Right.
And in Belgium, I know one of our participants from the Fresh Start. Now he has maybe 15 students, and he delivering the Turkish. He teaches the Turkish course, and these parts. You know, he previously was a Turkish literature teacher in Turkey. Now he is professionally giving the courses, online courses. I think, especially through the Facebook groups and WhatsApp groups and Instagram, people, they share, and you can easily reach. If you are looking for for example, Turkish, I can provide you.
Okay.
But there are lots of information in social media, so you can easily find something.
I'll get back to you on that possibly, Ahmet. I've read quite a few Turkish novelists, and they're very some very impressive literature comes from Turkey. So, but I don't think I'd ever mastered the language well enough to read it in the original language. I'll just see if there's some more questions. I think there's one or two more. Yes, there's one here from Lynn Vickery. Given the UK in post-Brexit era, how do you feel migrants hoping to reach the UK will view the UK as a destination? I think I certainly feel that they probably will that they'll probably won't regard it in so positively. But on the other hand, if people really want to come to the UK and they have family in the UK and they speak the language rather than the language of the country they're in, then they probably still will seek to come to the UK, but it's clearly going to be more and more difficult. It's proving almost impossible just for lorries to bring in food to the UK at the moment. So I think it's going to be more and more challenging. Do you have anything to add to that, Ahmet?
I think, yeah, each country has a different context. And I think migrants and refugees, before start their journey, they already make some research which country is best fit for them. And so UK also is one of the destination country, and I know some Turkish migrants and refugee community there, and they also invite me to the UK to come there. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe one day. Well, you've been to the UK, but yes, because we've met you in London, haven't we, when you came to work with us on the Fresh Start project? But yeah, it's not always.
Yeah, maybe after getting my Belgian passport, yeah, it's not difficult. If I find a job in UK, maybe I can move for a couple of years. I have been there before, and for the 3 months. I'm very familiar with.
Unfortunately, the UK has a very hostile attitude towards migrants at the moment, owing to the particular political party that's in power. But we hope that won't be for too much longer, but we'll have to see. Other questions? Yes, I've got another question here from Hugh. Could you identify the biggest challenge you had when developing the migrant toolkit, and how did you overcome it? What would you say to that, Ahmet? What was the biggest challenge we had in developing the toolkit?
I think the biggest challenge was to make an need analysis and their necessities, and which topic we should put for answer the questions. Especially, you know, the local authorities, local communities need a guideline that to help migrants and refugees. So we use our experiences. Each of the member of the toolkit, they use their expertise and their first-hand information. Most of us, you know, we deal with the refugee and migrants, and we try to understand their situation and try to understand their needs, and then we create this toolkit. I think we cover nearly all topics and nearly all level of the integrations of the migrants.
Yeah, we've got, as well as the toolkit and the general introduction and general themes about developing a community group, there's a whole series of themes to the toolkit on health, on inclusion, welcoming suggestion, and work, the natural environment, on finance. I'm trying to think. As you say, we cover most of those on language learning, education. We cover all those. I'm not to say it's the definitive answers, but it's kind of a how to find out. What do you do about? What are the key issues that come up for newcomers in a society? And I think they can be relevant for any newcomers, to be honest, whether they're migrants or just moving from north to south of a country. So, but they're there for people to make use of, and we've tried to devise them in such a way that they're easily accessible. And there's examples of good practice. There's links that people can find out more from, and there's kind of case studies of like successful community projects in different countries from all around the globe. And another thing we did, I think, that enhanced the toolkit was once we'd got a draft of it, we sent it out to COMET ambassadors all around the world, so in United States, Africa, Indonesia, for their comments And so we could refine it on the basis of people who were working with communities on the ground in those different countries. So I think it's a pretty substantial piece of work, and we hope it's going to be very useful. As I say, we have got one pilot going on in Malaysia. We're hoping for more pilots in different parts of the world, and we do hope that some of the participants here will go onto the website www.comeet.org and download it, and please disseminate it, send it to people who you think might find it useful, make use of it yourselves, and please do send us your comments on that. So that would be really helpful. That's something we would ask everybody to do, because we've produced it now. Clearly it's a time of COVID, so it's quite hard to go out and about with it, but we can send it out through the internet, and we can enable and encourage other people to use it and to get developing a sort of culture of inclusion in your particular countries. Okay, any further questions? Let's have a look. Let's see. I think there's just one further question here, which is about the 10-point plan. Say a bit more about the 10-point plan. Well, the 10-point plan is really about how do you start up a community group. You start from whoever's there. So whoever's there, might be just one or two people concerned about something, in this case, well-being of migrants, get together. What are we going to do? And it's giving guidelines for that sort of small group to develop into a larger group. It's got a set of sort of guidelines for working together as a group, advice, tips, and suggestions as to how to take that further, how to develop a project and a program, and to develop sort of mutual co-learning group that will help and support each other, and will bring in all voices relevant to address a particular issue, in this case, well-being of migrants and refugees. And so we're kind of hoping that's going to help kickstart people's activities. Comeet is also developing a coaching section. So for people who want more support, there are going to be a number of opportunities to get coaching from Comeet fellows to take groups forward and to help and support and mentor them. That's not quite established yet, but that's something we're looking to create in the future. Anything you want to add about that, Ahmet, about the 10-point plan?
I think 10-point plan is very significant. You can apply in any group, any community of practice, and it's not only for the migrants and refugees, and it's very, very nice. And I think our toolkit also can be modified for different groups, for different target groups. And I'm happy to share that recently with 10 partners from 7 countries, now we start creating a proposal for the AMIF call, Asylum Integration call, that EU, that's the EU Commission call. And now we are creating a proposal, and we are using our toolkit, and I hope we will our project will be get funded, and we have a chance to implement toolkit in 7 different regions, and to also share with many stakeholders and also local authorities, and to have see how it works in the locals. And that's today we have a meeting in the morning with the 7 partners. That's a new initiative, and I hope we will create some other initiatives to implement the toolkit.
That's very exciting, Ahmet, and I think that's that would be, really a brilliant outcome of the whole project, and as you say, will enable it to be disseminated and used in a number of different countries, and that will give us a lot of interesting feedback. So I do hope that comes to fruition, and obviously, I know you're working with Comeet to some extent on that, and hope if I can help in any way, let me know. I'm very happy to give support to that. And I think the global RCE network would prove a very good area for disseminating it more widely, any work that comes out of that. So that's great, brilliant. I just see there's one more question here. There's a couple more questions actually. There's one about funding. Do we think that coming out of the EU has affected funding for migrants? Well, I think that's particularly relevant to
actually
this country.
The recent call, which has 6 topics. I think that's very important. I would like to. We have if someone interested, I think there is still enough time, nearly 1 month, and there are 6 topics which support asylum, migration, integration policies of the EU. And for example, the topic 1 is developing and implementing local integration strategies through multi-stakeholder partnership that we are currently writing. And the others, reducing obstacles and promoting access to basic services for third country nationals. And also another one, I think it's very significant, promoting the participation of the migrants in design and implementation of the integration policies. I would like to also share something about recently EU created an expert group which has a migrant background, and I think EU select 24 experts from 16 countries of EU, which has an origin of country also represent the whole migrants. And it's very significant step that EU encourage and also benefit from the migrants for designing and implementing of the policies in the at EU level. And we will see what will be their results, but I'm happy to see that EU take a further step for integration of the migrants in the host societies in the EU countries.
That's very good to hear. Unfortunately, the UK is not now part of the EU, so we can't participate in that. So that's another loss as a result of Brexit. And I see there's another question here, which is asking us whether we've sent a copy of the toolkit to our Home Secretary. That's probably, well, we haven't, but whether it'd be worth sending it to her, I don't know, because she's very hostile to any immigrants, despite the fact of coming from a migrant background herself. She's one of the most hostile people that I've ever experienced with regard to migrants and refugees. And recently, the UK, I know, has reneged on a promise to support refugee children in coming to the UK. So we have a terrible record here. So yes, we could send her a copy. Sort of a bit of irony, I think. Whether we'd get any response, I don't know. But it's worth a try. So thank you, Hugh, for your suggestion.
Ross, maybe we should attend some international conferences, just introduce toolkit, because I'm happy to receive a feedback from our partners that they are very happy that they said, wow, it's fantastic and you cover everything, and it's very nice for locals because they don't have enough budget, enough time to create some tools. I'm happy that to receive this positive feedback. So maybe we should take more active role to promote and disseminate the toolkit together.
Yeah, I think that's a very good suggestion. A conference around the toolkit itself, bringing in international partners. Let's think about that one then. Thank you very much, Ahmet. I think we're coming to the end of our time, so I don't know if Neil, you've got any more points you want to address, or any questions you want to.
No, I'm just to kind of like you know, reinforce the fact that, you know, when we launched the toolkit back in September, the event was such a warm, feel good, positive event, you know, as we kind of like discuss the production of the toolkit and the responses. Are you happy to share some of kind of like the some more of the responses that you've had from the toolkit?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ahmet's just shared some there. Do you want to add anything more there, Ahmet? Yeah,
I'm happy that we are now implementing. We are creating the proposal, and we use our as a main reference. Toolkit is our main reference, and I think people. Yeah, Ross, you remember we make some research about the good practice, and I haven't seen any toolkit that covers all levels of the integration. I think that's very important, and we should promote and we should share more, especially locals, and maybe we should think about translate in different languages.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, we've had everyone we've sent it to actually has been very, very positive, and it's gone to organizations such as UNESCO and Univoc. It's gone to a number of universities all around the world where people are working with migrants and refugees. It's gone to small community groups. There's an organization in Portugal which works with rural communities, so it's gone there and there. Some of them are making use of it in terms of sections and adapting it obviously to their own situation, because that was the whole idea of it in the first place. So it's opened up a wealth of possibilities, I think, and that was the idea, that You know, you don't need to wait for local government or government directives to change your society. You can start from where you're at with your own community to get going and address some of these issues. You may have to at some point bring in local government and get them to do stuff, but you start with where you're at, and this is hopefully an aid memoir to enable people to do that.
And it does take such a holistic approach to it as well. And I think that, you know, when all of you shared your passion and your own experience into it, and that shines through, and that a lot of that really reflects what Craig was talking about yesterday when he talked about kind of like social justice, global responsibility, and around the SDGs, and this really does support so many aspects of the SDGs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about social justice and environmental justice sort of brought together, really. Absolutely. And I think that's it really represents the sort of intersection of all the SDGs. It's very hard to pick them out, and we all know they all interlink and they all overlap. But it's part of a global partnership for change. Perhaps SDG 17 it demonstrates that perhaps more than anything. The fact that this is a global initiative from, as I say, 11 different countries represented on the toolkit team, which was essential and really important to have that. And the fact that it's being used in different contexts as well already, so that's very exciting. We look forward to getting more feedback and reviewing it in a few months' time. So that'll be, the process goes on. We're not just we haven't just done it and then put it on a website. You know, it's an action process, really. It's something to be used and to be disseminated. And there's already, as you see, a huge legacy in the fact that Ahmet has brought together all these different people from different countries, in 7 different countries, to apply for a new project which will actually make use of the toolkit. So that's very exciting.
No, it's you know, it's a working, living piece of art actually. And you know, it's incredible, and I look forward to hearing more progress about it and more of those case studies, and hopefully we can, you know, as we go and evaluate it and look to it, we can probably host another event looking at the success of the toolkit, maybe a few months on.
That would be great. That would be great, because hopefully it's like planting an acorn or throwing a pebble into a pond where the ripples go out, and you hope
maybe I should initiate a webinar on toolkit through our organization and to invite many partners and stakeholders. And in advance, I will send the commit our toolkit, and then invite them. Maybe we will discuss and with a group of experts together.
Okay.
I'd be happy to work with both of you on that again. The first event was a pleasure to work on. I'm really happy that you're part of this event. And similarly with the toolkit, this event series, you know, yes, this is the closing of the event series, but it really is. We want this to be used and a source of knowledge and expertise for all of our speakers have shared. So thank you for being part of that.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thanks for organising it all. And thank you, Ahmet, for your great contribution once again. Yes. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us, Ahmet. We are going to break for lunch now. We have until 12:30. When we come back from lunch, we will be talking about catalysing youth action for climate justice. We're delighted to be joined by a number of representatives from Restless Development. They come under the Restless Development umbrella. We are joined by Systems Change Organiser Jeana Malhi from the UKYCC, Poorvi Mehrotra from the Assistant Programme Coordinator for Restless Development India, Jevanic Henry, a panelist for the Youth Power Panel, Soumita Chakraborty, Youth Advisory Board Member for Global Youth Coalition for Road Safety, and LSBU's Student Union President, Hattie Tollerson. That's our keynote speech at 12:30, and there's lots on the afternoon, which I'll pop on screen now. But until then, have a nice lunch, and we'll see you at 12:30. Thanks, both.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to duck off screen and let you start the session.
Introduce, because I've got a little plan out. Thank
you.
Thanks, Thomas. Hi, everyone. So this is Catalysing Youth Action for Climate Justice, and today you're going to be hearing from young activists around the world who are campaigning for climate justice. And just while I'm introducing the session, do feel free to introduce yourself in the chat, where you're coming from, like why you're here, and also if you feel safe to, do change your name, so include your pronouns. But I'm Jeana, my pronouns are she, her, and I'll be moderating today. I'm with UK Youth Climate Coalition, and I do like systems change organising. So as I mentioned, today you'll be hearing from youth climate activists around the world. And I just want to say that this session has been amazingly organised by Inez and Freya from Restless Development. And with this session, we are just wanting to debunk 2 myths. So the first myth is that white middle class are leading action in the climate space. And I don't know if anyone UK based or abroad saw the leader of the Labour Party's tweet from Keir Starmer with these environmental leaders in the UK, and it was very white. There was no young people, a specific age, and the optics on climate change, and especially leaders, are very hyper focused on the white middle class. And the second myth we're wanting to debunk is that young people need to be told what to do. So they can act, but they aren't necessarily capable of leading. And this kind of myth still exists even after the past couple of years of really visible youth-led action. And just to say that this session today was basically born out of the fact that the impacts of climate change are felt so differently across the world and across the different intersections of identities due to inequality, poverty, and oppressive structures. So we have brought together today some powerful youth activists who are approaching climate change as the human rights issue that it is, and doing youth-led work to achieve climate justice. So Thomas, we just went round, but not everyone might have been here, so I might just reintroduce the speakers. We've got Poorvi, who is the Assistant Programme Coordinator at Restless Development. She leads a lot of work with young girls at the moment, and she's really passionate about advocating for the rights of young people and supporting them to take action in their communities. We also have Jevanic, who is a climate change and community activist from St. Lucia. A lot of his climate work focuses on supporting and increasing youth capacity and participation in climate action initiatives in the region and beyond. And we also have Soumita, who is a youth board member for the Global Youth Coalition for Road Safety. And she works with some national governments in India to design evidence-based policies and implementation frameworks to effectively address climate change. If you haven't already, do check out the full programme, because that's got everyone's full bios and links to their works and stuff. And just, last housekeeping activity, we're recording today. And in the session, we're going to spend like the first 20 minutes doing asking 2 questions. And then we've got time at the end for a Q&A. So if while you're hearing Poorvi, Jevanic and Soumita speak, you've got questions, do put it in the Q&A box. That's like the icon with 2 speech bubbles on your little Zoom icon bar at the bottom. Please do put them in throughout the session, and then we'll be monitoring that and asking them at the end. So with that, we're going to start. And so to start, we actually wanted to ask our participants, our attendees, audience, 2 questions first. So hopefully Inez should be posting a link in the chat box to a Mentimeter website. And if you click on that link and use the code that Inez has just posted in the chat box, you'll be taken to the website and be asked 2 questions. So the first, as it says on the screen, is what comes to mind when you hear climate justice? Just anything that comes to mind. We'd like to see what kind of that term holds in people's head. And the second question we'll be asking is, how are you being impacted by climate justice, or how will you be? Not climate justice, climate change, and so how are you being impacted by climate change, or how will you be impacted if you're not yet feeling impacts? Both of these questions link to the questions that we'll be asking in like 3 minutes, and so it'll be really great to see what similarities or differences there are, and like link to those where possible, and we'll be able to see when people are answering right now, as you can on the screen. So we've got future, people think of inequalities, marginalized communities is a big one, yeah. Solidarity, yes. I think that's a really important one with climate justice, just like how are we actually all working together, and lending our power where people need it most, or giving away our power more importantly. Yeah, definitely urgency. I feel like climate change has often been siloed, and then not being treated as a human rights issue. Thanks everyone for putting stuff in. Accountability. Yep, I can definitely understand that. When are we going to hold accountable UK government for being a big cause in causing climate change? Do we want to go into the next question shortly?
Yes, I can, as soon as you'd like us to.
Yeah, if you want to maybe move on to it now. I'm just thinking of time, please. Thank you, Liz. Okay, so the second question, how are you being impacted by climate change? Or how will you be impacted if some of you are maybe UK based and aren't yet feeling impacts? Yeah, someone actually just said in the chat that they had to sleep outside a few nights this summer as the flat was too hot. I think, yeah, climate change definitely demonstrates a lot on how housing and buildings are built and what they're prepared for or they're not prepared for. So I think it's the same link. Okay, yeah. Yeah, hot summers, well-being, definitely. Like, I think we use the term in the UK, eco-anxiety, but also just being aware or working in this space is super draining. Sense of guilt, definitely. Living in South London and dealing with pollution. I blow my nose and clean my ears and black stuff comes out. Yes, I have also experienced that, visiting London. I don't live there, but I was actually really scared when I first saw that. I was like, what? Why is there black stuff coming out of me? It is really scary. Yeah, unbearably hot summers, extreme weather, definitely a huge one. I'm actually like sad, but I think it's good that people are talking about the mental health side of things and the anxiety. I think especially as a youth activist, one thing that I feel is often super forgotten is just like being part of a generation that is like our future just feels like it doesn't exist, or that it's so hard to get there. And I think like trying to look after ourselves as well as create change is such a like tricky balance to be in. I think so. Thank you everyone for sharing. It's really great to see kind of what the different perspectives are, and to see how it might be similar to what Soumita, Jevanic and Poorvi say when we ask them their questions. And so with that, I'll move on to our first question, where you actually get to hear from our speakers. And so our first question is, what are some of the major impacts of climate change on young people that you're working with? And Jevanic, if it's all right, I'll come to you first.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Jeana. And just picking up from your last point, mentioning about the whole mental health aspect of climate change, I think for us, coming from a small island developing state in the Caribbean, I think that is probably one of the first major issues whereby life has become on edge. And I just want to reference this example whereby in 2013, on Christmas Eve, which is outside of the hurricane season, but again, due to climate change, we had this major Christmas Eve trough, which decimated several of our infrastructure on our island. So just imagine Christmas Eve shopping and whatnot. Who would have expected such a trough? So definitely, I think climate change has put several persons on edge, particularly young people. You know, you want to achieve certain things, but at the same time, with climate changes, there's always that uncertainty. But going in a bit deeper, again, coming from a small island, it's the economic impact is just, it's words cannot put it into, clearly explain it. A sense that we already have existing unemployment issues. So for example, I'm from an island whereby youth unemployment is like what, nearing 50% on average. But yet still you have the situation with climate change. There's that level of increasing inequality, which kind of exacerbates the issue. What I mean by this is a sense that, of course, we know climate change come increasing intensity of hurricanes, storms, floods, droughts, etc. Now, what has happened is that obviously there'll be damage to infrastructure. And of course, we live in a country where not everybody is able to afford insurance. Not everybody is able to build in a manner that is resilient. So essentially, you have a case whereby we use that phrase where it's focused on survival and not progress. And then in fact, you have a case where that gap between the haves and the haves not is gradually, or rather I should say increasingly, expanding. And that is a bit concerning for young people, in that as we try to, bring in focus the whole SDG agenda where we leaving no one behind, but yet still we're still in the Caribbean whereby climate change is a case whereby quite a bit of us are being left behind, again, because of our, inability to deal with the cost to build resilience. But amidst all of the negativity, I always try to look towards the bright opportunities and everything. There's always a shining light somewhere, and I think that is something in the Caribbean region specifically, and even going other parts of the world, where we're seeing young people are taking a greater lead in terms of that entrepreneurship within the green economy. Finding those innovative areas whereby you can tackling that unemployment issue, whereby you become self-employed with various small businesses coming up. In fact, we're trying to develop this sort of an incubator where we can more or less catalyze that sort of youth innovation, youth entrepreneurship within the green economy. Because at the end of the day, that is an opportunity. It's an emerging sector. And there are opportunities within this whole climate crisis to more or less, tackle this existing unemployment and inequality issue. But of course, there is a need for support. And I think that is where we're at this middle ground. But definitely, I'd say that, the economic impact supersedes everything else within the small islands. Of course, we have very limited capacity. We have existing high debt issues. So, of course, it's a case whereby for young people, you tend to become, I guess, what you call on the back burner, whereby governments now have to focus more. I mean, small government, I live in an island with 180,000 people, very small economies. So it's like government now has to focus a lot more on building resilience rather than focusing on youth development initiatives, supporting youth support, which, of course, again, like I said, it's about survival, sometimes over progress, which unfortunately, as young people, we tend to suffer.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that what you just said about focusing on survival, not progress, I think is just so important to hear. Thank you for sharing that. I will move on to Poorvi next.
Yeah. So, I feel like whether we want to believe or not believe, but climate change is something it's now interrelated with everything that we do, every step that we take, or every action that we take, so all the effects are related to the actions that we are taking based on that. So, and if we also look at current generation of young people, so, they are the ones who are facing the most impact of climate change, be it in terms of maybe challenges that they are facing in terms of lack of resources, or loss of economic opportunities, or food wastage, or clean drinking water access. So just the basic necessity and basic opportunities also are kind of decreasing. So so the current generation of young people are the ones who are I feel like the most hit because of climate change. And I feel like being from India, so speaking in terms of how young people over here, the challenges that they are facing, and how when we are working with them, we get to know a little more in detail. So working in both the urban as well as the rural parts of India, so I've realized that how climate change is something which is affecting both sides so differently. Over here, if I see in the urban side, so there's been such an increase in demand of air conditioners, or faster consumerism around clothing or fast food items and all of those things. So that also kind of delves into a lot of waste that we are generating. And towards, if I see towards the rural side of it, so how young people especially, they are so scared of becoming refugees, like in case a disaster strikes or in case a natural calamity comes in. So they're scared of becoming refugee or losing their identity. And women on the other hand are also scared about not having access or reachable access to health services, or their whatever ways they were able to work, so not having access to that in such kind of situations. So these are some of the things which I feel like young people that we are working with are having an impact. And restless development, when we are working with young people, so we focus on amplifying the voices of young people. So what matters the most to them, so we try to work around those things, put those things in spotlight. So be it in terms of building their capacities, or training them on how to tackle such kind of situations, or kind of giving them that access and liberty, that how they can really fight for their sexual rights and health. So all of these things I feel are in what ways we are working with young people to tackle climate change. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. And I think that's the thing, because of how well you've outlined like how differently it's being felt and impacted across different youth, it's also how we are empowered to advocate for ourselves. Thank you for that. Soumita, you're right to come in.
Yeah, so I'm currently working on climate change mitigation and adaptation planning for Indian states. And one of the critical observations I have made so far is that during these planning processes, despite young people being one of the worst affected population by climate change, their voices are not captured. So one of the states that I'm working in faces the dual challenge of drought as well as flood in different districts. And there is evidence, scientific evidence, that the frequency and intensity of these extreme events have been increasing over the last few decades, which in turn is damaging and resulting in breakdown of the basic infrastructure, including road connectivity and health infrastructure. So young people in these communities that I'm working with are unable to access basic services like education, health facilities, and also accessing clean drinking water. So in the drought-prone districts, this is a major agrarian state, right? So due to the declining groundwater table and drying up of the surface water resources, young people have to travel further away from home to procure water for household purposes or for agrarian purposes for the family. So most of these change makers belong to households that are dependent on agriculture, and as a result, most of the village youth are required to share this family workload, and this is impacting their future because they are dropping out of school, which in turn reduces their employment opportunities. And also the increasing intensity and frequency of flood over the last few years have led to a considerable increase in incidents like waterborne and vector-borne diseases, particularly among children and youth. So from my interaction with the health officials, it is also evident that these events, these climatic extreme events, are putting added pressure on the health infrastructure and their capability to cater to the local people. So to conclude, I would say that the major challenge that is being faced by young people is that despite climate change adaptation gaining traction in India at least, or at the regional level, primary focus is still on policy formulation for the state departments, and it fails to address the immediate needs of local communities that are worst hit. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's just so big. I feel like certain systems just aren't in place to do community engagement in a way that they'll be listened to and take that on board. So thank you all for that, for your answer for the first question. I think Jevanic said, like, at the start, like, it feels like life has become an edge. And I think that's just rings true to all the responses that that we got today. And just, it's just a very wild space to be in. And as you've all said, like, especially with youth, like, this is literally our future. Like, how are we meant to feel? How are we meant to feel secure and happy in this stuff? Which is a little bit miserable, but also just an honest fact that we fear. So thank you all so much for sharing that. I will move on to our next question, which is, why is youth leadership so important to drive action for achieving climate justice? And what was it that encouraged you to step up and take action? This time I'm going to come to Poorvi first.
Yeah. So I would like to first answer the second part of this question, that, what encouraged me to take a step and take action towards it. So, for me, the starting point, or where I felt connected with climate justice and environmental changes, was when I really saw, the amount of waste that we dump, or the amount of garbage that we keep collecting, and it goes nowhere, it just stays where it is. And I had to not go to a far off place to go and see that thing. It was also there, I could see it nearby, where I used to stay and I've grown up. So that is something which I felt, and I was deeply disturbed by that the amount of plastics that we consume, or the amount of garbage that we keep disposing of. So and we so carelessly just leave it for animals to choke on, and not having a proper way of disposing those kind of things. So that was like my starting point, and then that's how I realized that I didn't really understand at that time, like what exactly these things can lead up to. But what I tried doing was bringing in small changes within my own life, in my day-to-day life, that what can I do. And it's nothing which has to be a big complex thing that you have to do for a climate change to happen. It can really start from us, and even like small things like reducing, reusing, or changing from one habit to a healthier habit, and all of those things. So that is what kind of gave me the courage to start, and give me that excitement that this is something which I would really like to take up. And then professionally also involved in various campaigns that talked about climate justice. So when I talk about why is youth leadership so important to drive action, so I feel like youth leadership and youth participation should be like the forward looking model for climate justice. It's not something that young people really need to like just sit back and listen to what elders are saying, or they should just be there taking notes that this is okay, this is a policy that's being formed, so okay, like let me just read through it, what's coming up. But their participation and their leadership is something which should really be something we should be looking forward to with their points, because ultimately young people know what they are fighting for. And it's not too late still, and the change can be brought in if we decide to. So that's the most important thing, that if we decide to, then the change can still be brought in. And also what I would expect that from the people who are at that post, or who have that power, to really trust young people and support them where it is needed. So that's the best way we can really drive action towards climate justice, and not leaving people confused and thinking that I'm not really worth all of those things. So this is the world that young people will be leading on, or this is the world that they will be carrying forward. So it really matters that what they feel about and how they want to take action towards making the changes that have really gone wrong. So I feel like they need to sit on the steering wheel and drive towards climate justice. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that trust and support young people so that we can actually build power together. It sounds so simple, but obviously isn't felt in the same ways. Thanks so much. Soumita, shall I come to you next?
Yeah, well, I believe that climate change is not a current issue. We all know that. It has been a critical problem for some time now. But it is only recently that youth-driven movements have caught the attention of the global humanitarian community, right? In fact, major changes in policies and schemes of different countries to climate-proof their infrastructure and build climate-resilient communities only started with the pressure from the global youth to protect our future from climate change. So I feel that the impact of youth leadership is quite evident in case of climate justice. I mean, we have done it, we have gotten their attention. Also, since it will affect the future of young people the most, I feel that it is us who needs to step up from the beneficiary level to leadership positions to drive action towards climate justice. Also, young people these days are well connected, and we have access to technology and information that are driving force for innovative solutions to various challenges being faced globally, right? And as for me, I've been working in the public sector consultancy for years now, and I realized that none of the policy planning processes or documents take into consideration the opinion, perspective, or knowledge of young people, despite our active involvement and interest to engage in the governance mechanisms at different capacities. That's when I decided that if I'm not given a platform just because I'm a young person, I will create one for myself to voice the opinion and needs of thousands of those other young people who do not have the opportunity to do so. Road accidents, for example, is one of the biggest killers of young people, yet it is an issue that is not prioritized at all. Need of young people to have access to safer roads and be able to reach their destination should be a primary concern for the government, but we have a long way to walk before road safety is identified as a potential threat to youth health. So I'm working with the Global Youth Coalition on road safety to ensure that global solutions emerge from local activities, and also that global advocacy translates into local sustainable solutions towards safer roads.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that point about like creating platforms for yourself is just like we don't need to wait to be heard anymore. If there's ways that we can create and carve our own space, and just like what youth movements have caused and like what traction and how we've got climate change into the public sphere is so crucial part of why it's important leadership. Lastly, I'll just come to Jevanic for you to answer.
Yeah, certainly. I always tend to respond to that question with a question. Like, who will do it for us? Who will lead for us? I think we've all seen what has happened over the years, whereby I guess what is the result when young people were not really, I guess, deeply involved in terms of climate action? And that is why we're in this predicament right now. So that's why I think that it is, of course, it is our responsibility right now. We're the stewards of this planet going forward. In fact, well, I don't think you'd see my shirt, but it's like, I'm with her, no planet B. At the end of the day, we have no alternative, and that's why I always say that youth in climate action is no longer an option, but it is mandatory right now. And I think that is the message which has to go across. And even within my role as the special envoy for the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, which is essentially the largest youth-led environment entity within the Caribbean region, I tend to focus a lot more with my colleagues on communicating the message across. I think we've done well in terms of getting the message across that, hey, this is a problem. We all know it. I think young people are fully aware that this is the problem. But at the end of the day, we need to amplify our efforts a bit more to really push that policy, that change that we want, specifically from the developed world. And that is why even a couple of days ago at our meeting, I was like, this is an important year for young people in climate action. Of course, with COP26 coming up, I think this is probably the most significant COP post the Paris Agreement, and that is why it is important that throughout the year that we build this not only national and regional, but this international momentum, despite COVID. Because at the end of the day, COVID will eventually go away, hopefully, but the climate crisis still stands. So that is why this is an important year. And I think as young people, we need to capitalize on this within our individual organizations, whether it be on a regional, international basis, whatever it is, that start to build this momentum that we can really push for these, targets which we want from the developed world, again, the great emitters of carbon emissions. But for me, to so how did I think what really motivated me, just not to go on a tangent, but I think it was a couple of years ago, quite a long time ago, coming from the small island, they're surrounded by the ocean. So I think I was a great lover of the beach. And then I begin to see, slowly and slowly, there's becoming a bit, I guess, the water was coming in, to put it simple. And, I didn't really understand what was happening. And then obviously when I did my research and I begin to understand that there is this global phenomena that is creating, this problem. And of course, I didn't know where to start. Like many of young people, we are not aware, how do you contribute to that solution process? And that is what led to my involvement with the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. So it's always a case where by finding your space, finding that, recognizing the need, and being able to find a way to contribute to the solution process. Like someone always tells me, and I think I always repeat that, I think it's kind of cliche, that if you are not a contributor to the solution, then you are a contributor to the problem. So whatever the problem may be, your role has to be, as young people, has to be to contributing to the solution process. So that is why I always encourage persons to find your space, find what you realize is the need, and of course, whether it be, there are various aspects of climate change, whether it be because of water, biodiversity, human rights, whatever it is within that space. And I think that is one of the interesting aspects in terms of how climate change can be a great convener, I think, whereby you can get persons from different, there's a legal aspect to it as well, where no matter what field you are in, you can contribute to that solution process. And I think that is where, as young people, we can find that space. And I think there's no better year to start than in 2021 as we continue on our journey to Agenda 2030.
Wow, thanks. I think, yeah, like that pushing for the policies, I also like the point I think you raised about it's such a huge thing to be working on. Like we can all contribute in a way that fits to our interests or to our skill sets. And I think like just I feel like from all of your answers, I feel like a big common thread that's coming through is that generally like the youth are less institutionalized, and when we're approaching a huge human rights issue that exists because of the way our governments and we're structured, it just requires like more curiosity and imagination, which is something that everyone has access to. You don't need to be special to have access to that, but I think sometimes the older you get and the more embedded into like realness or just being numbed by things is like it's really hard to come out of that. And I think this is what we've really seen with a lot of youth-led action, is even through intergenerational ways of working, it's where we are less institutionalized. And thank you for like kind of speaking to that. I've just found that really amazing. And just probably what I think I personally needed to hear it right now. I hope other people did. So that is kind of our questions that we've got for the speakers today. I think I am passing to Hattie Tollerson to do the Q&A section.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much, everyone. I think people are submitting Q&As now. I want to kick off with one. So thank you very much, guys. You've really inspired me today. And as we all know, young people always have a lot of passion, but don't always know where to start, like myself included. So what I wanted to ask is, what advice would you give to someone that's sat here today listening to this panel on like how to go about making change and putting pressure on leaders or striking out on your own, and what that's like and what support you can get from each other? To anyone?
I think I can respond. Can I go ahead? Yeah. I think the message I always tell the persons is that you never think that small impact can have can eventually become something big. Never be afraid to start small. And I think, for example, for us, our theme for this year is do it scared. But also it's important in terms of building that sort of army, in terms of being able to communicate. And that's why I mentioned earlier on the importance of being able to communicate your message, to other persons to get on board. Because at the end of the day, I mean, within the whole policy space, push and government, etc., I mean, it can be a bit difficult. It can be intimidating, especially when you have particular world leaders who still believe climate change is fake news. But nonetheless, it is so important when you can have this sort of strength in numbers. And I think we can even go back to the the global strikes, the Friday Future, etc., where I think that has, I mean, obviously it is debatable the impact, but I think it opened up new doors where young people are like, hey, what is this going on? And I think even world leaders are like, okay, these are young persons who I think this is a set of people which we cannot leave on the side, because at the end of the day, they can have an impact. They can be quite impactful in this. I mean, everybody was focused on the whole Fridays for Future, the Fridays campaigns, etc. And I think, yeah, it's all about getting strength in numbers, but being able to communicate that message to others around. And again, it's about finding more, learning more about the issue, and being able to reach out to others. It sounds like a political campaign when I speak about climate campaign, but it is what it is. It is a political campaign. You have to be able to reach out to persons and get them on board.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there's a need for more and more young people to engage with their local or regional climate networks, spread awareness on the urgency of working towards climate justice, and also take local actions to mitigate climate change, irrespective of how small they are.
Yeah. I mean, I can also add over here, like, so as I also shared that, when I started taking action, like, even the small things that I could bring about a change in my own life. So, those are all things like, maybe even talking to, one more person about this, or, just sharing that, how it is affecting you or what you're thinking about it. So that's also a step that you can take. And otherwise, we can all really strive to, raise awareness about climate change. It can be at a small gathering, or it can also be like, maybe doing it, focusing over education, in whatever ways we really feel connected to. And we feel like, this is something which I can really relate with and, share it. So those are the ways we can really start small and take it big.
And I think, like, what I'd add to that is don't underestimate the power of your own networks. Like, if you're learning about something connected to climate change, or if you learn a new fact, like how you share that with your friends and family, just to get that conversation going, or like how you ask questions about why do we still have diesel cars on the road. Like, it can be big or small, but like through just conversations with your own networks in a way that like learning together can be a really powerful way to start, and just reaching out and making connections for each other. And I think, like, personally for me, I just tried to find local groups that already existed in my area. Like, my skill set wasn't like setting up my own group as much as I think one day maybe I'd like to do that, but groups where they exist, and just joining along, especially if they're youth-led. Like, I can't tell you how much fun I have at UKYCC, and that mental support that then comes out of that. Like, I don't feel like I have to achieve or be super professional. Like, tapping into your youth networks is yeah, just really helpful.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Cool. So we've got a few questions. First person that's asked a question said, the growth of vegetarian veganism is said to have an impact on the land's resource, but what ways can the youth impact global change? So I guess that's a bit of a question about veganism and how much is that really going to impact if we all just switch to being vegan?
So I can maybe just try attempting this question. So, when it says that, so like, veganism or vegetarianism, firstly, like, that's a choice that you are making for yourself. And, it's something that you can really decide. That's something, you are willing to do or you're not willing to do. But I would say, like, rather than, so of course, that's a very good stand that, if you're able to take. But, trying to understand that, what ways can youth impact global change? There are a lot of ways that, how young people can really, impact climate change, and one of them can be like, if we try to understand from what all my other panelists also shared about, like, having an impact on education, or gender-based inequality which arises due to such kind of calamities, or even focusing on, like, when young people are not being heard. So these are some of the ways how we can really start showing that what we really are worth, and not doubting our own inner potential. So talking about, like, maybe say organizing protest can be, if you're not comfortable with organizing, you can really have dialogues, or really striving to generate that kind of awareness around education, like, so that we are not able to, we are not leaving anyone behind. And also on so when we look at these calamities when they hit, so specifically women and children are the hardest hit over there, so either they are the ones who are totally left behind, or they are the ones who are bringing everyone closer and together in even in those times of calamities. So as young people we can really do a lot of things, and oftentimes we get restricted to our own mind set and our own thinking, that only this much I can do, and I can't really expand beyond this. But the most important thing is to really believe in your own potential, and you will really see that how much we all can really do.
Sorry, just trying to find my mute button. Thank you. Okay, so our second question is about, so obviously we've all been impacted by the pandemic and the ability to physically organise and mobilise. Have you experienced any new ways and opportunities of organising online?
Yeah, maybe I can add to this, saying that I think I don't want to say it was been a positive out of the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has provided us a platform to reach persons which we probably would not have been able to reach physically, that is. I think with the whole COVID-19 pandemic in particular, one of the examples someone mentioned to me recently is that persons who may be differently abled, or maybe physically may not have been able to, join in any physical campaigns, but through the online platform, you are able to advocate, you're able to get them on board, and oftentimes these are persons who are often, I guess, not looked at and not considered, but you have that sort of opportunity which has arisen. In fact, one of the ideas which we have is almost like an online protest, where essentially you just storm a political leader's social media page with a particular hashtag. Someone who who is anti-climate change, you just storm their political page at, and that's it sounds very big, but it could have an impact. I mean, you're gonna see, So I mean, these are certain things, but definitely I think through the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been able to do a lot of, even particularly with the youth climate change activist movement, have sort of online engagements for particular days, whether it be Earth Hour, Earth Day, etc. Of course, we'd obviously prefer being physically out there. I mean, even that itself can be a bit, I'd say exciting, more engaging, where you can actually really see the impacts and share these direct stories, which can even be the fun part of it, it's of climate change advocacy, where you actually go out, whether it be to the beach, to the forest, etc., and you can actually tell that story. It's actually a bit more exciting, but it is what it is. But I think that through the online platform, we are able to reach out to a certain demographic, which is oftentimes not looked after.
And I think,
yeah, please go ahead. Okay, I feel like I just wanted to add to that along with these demographics, I think because we are way more connected now, we can also reach out to maybe not the the policy makers, but at least people at decision-making positions, because they might not be willing to meet you, but when it comes to online meetings, they are more willing. So I think that connectivity and that access has increased a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, Jeana, you wanted to go, please. You can share, then I can. Okay, so I just wanted to share, like, I totally agree with what Jevanic and Chakraborty shared about, like, having an increased access. But I also feel like, because things have gone online, and because not everyone was well prepared with or had the access to internet and smartphones. So there's also lack of not being able to include everyone. Maybe people who we were able to reach out while we were not doing things online. So that kind of impact might have gone down, but I mean, hearing from an experience over here in India, I have few friends who are working with young people. So, they had the same concern that, because things have gone online and they don't have access internet connection or smartphones. So, how to really reach out to them, even in terms of their education or in terms of their health access or anything. So they tried out few innovative ways, maybe what they tried doing was, advertising on the national television, like the government channel. So kind of advertising, or there was an entire organization that shifted their school curriculum to television, so between a fixed time, children were basically viewing television where they were seeing educational content over there, or even using the national radio for that system, kind of making important announcements and all of those things. But of course, those are things which will really require a lot more effort, rather than having it just very easily. So that alternatives have been found, but yes, of course, there have been various events that we have also held it online, and we've been able to reach out globally rather than restricting ourselves to just one city, one country, or those kind of things.
I think that's such a good point about access, by the way. So one of the things I was going to say, at UK Youth Climate Coalition, we've always organised online. So we have weekly meetings that have always been online. And so it's for us with the pandemic, it was we kind of exist online anyway, and we had more space to get a bit more creative with our organising. So we did a social media prank where we were trying to get people in the UK to be more aware of this this project that Total were doing, extracting liquid gas in Mozambique. And so we thought we'd create a fake project of them doing it in St. Ives, and just did that through social media. But I think the other thing is with to kind of touch on what Poorvi said, is that there's something really important about doing it really locally. We had these mutual aid groups in the UK that got set up through phones, WhatsApp groups, to check in on people who couldn't go to the shops to get their food under COVID and stuff. And that was really important there, to have that local connection, because not everyone will have access to a really secure internet supply, and some people won't have access to phones. So it's how can you tap into having a local presence as well? And I feel local, one of the things with COVID is how much stuff there's been happening, I suppose, a lot more locally in your own communities. That's been a really great opportunity to take, which I know isn't organising online, but actually I feel it does kind of link. It's not, there's more opportunities than just the online organising that have come out of this, that I've found anyway.
Great, thank you. Our next question is about youth activities, and saying that they're very powerful and progressive form of realising the youth to be heard and participate. So thinking especially about the younger youth, so teenagers, how can we avoid the youth climate action work being separate from the adult climate action sphere to ensure that the two work together rather than in parallel, which may sometimes be counterproductive? That's a really interesting question. Thinking time.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat it? I didn't catch you.
Yeah, so the question is essentially about how are we going to encourage younger youth, so teenagers, to take part in climate activism and making sure that they're working alongside adult climate activism so that they can work in tandem rather than working against each other.
I think, yeah, I could pretty much give an answer to this, in the sense that I always believe that, hey, I mean, two hands are better than one, essentially, in the case that by the experience of our senior persons can be very useful, in terms of engaging that sort of intergenerational engagement, which is, I think, maybe an area that's been lacking, whereby it seems like it's a battle between youth and adults, whether it be adults in policy, etc. But rather than trade, it should be us working hand in hand. And one of the, I guess, approaches which I think can be taken to more or less bridge that gap is almost, and I think internally as well, we use that within our organization, whereby we have what we call environmental advisors, who are essentially persons who have been through this, ages ago, and more or less providing that sort of external advice to us as to how we can really and truly tap into the various spaces. But at the end of the day, the decision falls with us. So essentially, we are the ones leading, but at the same time, there is that sort of support which is given by those, I guess, who have been more of an adult, within the adult sphere. So there is an opportunity to work together. I'm totally against working in separate in silos. I don't think that is the most effective approach. But of course, it is important that as young people, we are open to seeking advice. But at the same time, as adults, need to be open to, I guess, the innovative way of thinking of young people. And I think at the end of the day, like I said earlier on, we have one planet. I don't think we can go anywhere else, well, as of today. But at the same time, it is so important that we work together to save it.
Yeah. I also don't feel that movements by the adults and by the young people or children necessarily need to be counterproductive. In fact, I think they should be complementary. While young people and children can lead on certain aspects, adults have access to some technical knowledge, technical fields, and at the political levels or decision-making levels, which they can use to influence based on the work that is being done by the young people. So I think it's more of complementary, and there needs to be more of intergenerational discussions to see how these two can work together. Because young people have access to the depths of communities which a lot of adults might not. So they are able to pierce to the last mile connectivity, what we call. So I think there's need for more intergenerational discussions.
Sorry, mute button again. Was there some comments in chat about this as well? Yeah, so someone just added, as a grandpa and ally for my youth, and my role working with youth is to encourage, support, empower, amplify, and get out of the way. I love that. Great, thank you. So someone else has added, is asking the question, education for women and children is important. Are there any practices, projects that the panel have helped them to continue education whilst bringing up a family, such as educating on business opportunities to raise funds? Do you want me to repeat that? So education for women and children is important. Are there any practices, projects that the panel have helped them to continue education whilst bringing up a family, such as educating on business opportunities to raise funds?
So in terms of education, to help or support them during to continue education. So we do have certain programs that we are running, where we kind of did training on financial literacy as well, and trying to understand that how our young people, or what's the most important thing that they feel at this moment they might be missing out on. So we've been trying to build their capacities around those things. So digital literacy or financial literacy is one of them, but also bringing girls back to school. So that's also something which we are trying to really focus on, because they are the ones who have really been affected by this pandemic as well, and they were the first choice to to be asked to drop out of schools, not go back to them. So we are trying to really work along that side, how we can bring back girls to school and not have a hindrance towards their education. So that's what as Restless development we are doing. And other than that, continuing education while maybe raising funds. So I think I've not done that personally, but yes, I know of so many organizations who have actually started fundraisers so that young people or children that they are taking care of in their communities can be fostered, and they don't get that blockage in their education. So those are some of the things which I know of.
So to add to that is that like in UKYCC, when you join as a new person, there's a lot of space for you to continue your education on learning how to organise and stuff. And so it's kind of like, it's quite a cyclical like environment of, here are some of the older members of UK Youth Climate Coalition and how they pass on information to do with like organising or accessing funds or even things like facilitating. And I think that kind of links to like, also links to like intergenerational ways of working, is like kind of working on like learning about climate change is its own form of education and understanding like how you're going to be impacted by things. So like just the passing down of learning has been something that like we've used quite a lot, that's just like more, this kind of just happened. It's not necessarily like, but I would say it's a good practice to put into place in any organising space.
Thank you. I think that's all we've got time for, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm going to gate crash just to say I really want to thank you all for coming on board and sharing everything that you're doing in your regions. Where really quick, because we're going into the next session's time now. If anyone wants to go and find out more, where would you direct them to in like 10 seconds? And that includes yourself, Hattie, if anyone wants to know more about the student.
Just so you know, we've got 5 minutes, Thomas, and I think Jeana has a roundup scheduled.
I am so sorry. I thought we was finishing at 1:25. You carry on as normal.
That's fine, no worries at all. So we did want to end on like a closing remark, which was to go around each speaker to just take a second to say one way that anyone can take action. So I'll start that with, actually I'll pass on to Soumita if you want to go in with that. So just what you'd say to someone as one way they can take action. Oh, you're muted, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Get involved in local actions. If you see there's anything that is there in your power or capacity to not contribute to climate change, please do it. It doesn't matter how big or small that is.
Amazing. Jevanic, do you want to go next?
Me, I'd say climate action is fun. And I think that is the message which has to go across. I mean, nothing beats going in terms of supporting the local beach cleanup, you know, whether it be having an internal competition within your organization to see who can reduce their electricity bills. I mean, you save money, it's all excited. So I just think that, hey, it's about finding the space, see whatever you can, start with small actions, aim for 0 waste for the week, you know, aim for no meat Mondays, you know, simple steps. And I think if others begin to see what you do, it could have that ripple effect, that snowball effect, and all goes well for all of us.
Thank you. Poorvi?
Yeah, I would say take action and make yourself count, you know, so that's the main thing that you can really do. And, you know, taking action and making yourself count by bringing in small changes in your day-to-day life. So that's what I feel like, you know, we can all take a step towards.
Amazing. And I'll just lastly add to that, maybe set up a radical reading group where you're just all together, people in your local network are kind of learning about climate change, and see what ideas come out of that you want to implement and take action on as well. Because I think there's so much misinformation out there. And basically, so we're going to end in like 2 minutes. So just before that, we just wanted to say like a huge thank you to joining today, and to all our speakers for demonstrating that youth can lead, and that the environmental leaders aren't white and middle class. And also thanks to Restless Development for organising this, and thanks to our attendees for the great questions. We just wanted to leave you with 2 practical takeaways. The first is that young people around the world are stepping up to fight for climate justice at the community, national, regional and global level. You have the power to step up and campaign for climate justice no matter where you live, and you can do that in a way that is in line with your skill sets and your interests. And the last practical action is that climate justice can only happen if we address it as the human rights issue that it is, which means addressing like poverty and inequality, we shouldn't silo this issue, and we need to retain an ambition to drive progress towards the broader framework of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Thank you.
Oh, I'm on mute. Before you all run off, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming along, sharing your experiences. I'm doing this at the right time now, rather than 5 minutes early. And yeah, I'm going to go into this weekend feeling really inspired that so much is happening around the world, that you have had the opportunity to tell us about that. And also thank you for changing our perceptions, as you mentioned at the beginning, of the face of who is driving change. This is, you know, we know there's loads of people around the world that are doing stuff, but it's great to hear you come and talk about what you're doing from a youth activist point of view. And we shall follow Restless Development to keep up to date with everything that you're doing. So yeah, on behalf of LSBU, I really want to thank you all for giving up your time today. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone. Likewise, feeling very inspired right now. Thanks for joining us. We are moving on to our next session now, and we're joined by colleagues from across LSBU for this session, looking at LSBU's approach to an inclusive and accessible education journey for South London. And to kick us off, I'd like to hand over to my wonderful colleague, Pro Vice Chancellor for Education, Deborah Johnston.
Thank you, Neil, and welcome everyone. And isn't it great, because we've just been looking at an issue that is absolutely global, and we're going to come to one that might feel more local and more personal to many of the people on this call. So this session is entitled LSBU's Approach to an Inclusive and Accessible Education Journey for South London. And as Neil says, I'm Pro Vice Chancellor of Education here at LSBU. So this is a really personal thing. It's something that I'm committed to, and this is my focus at LSBU. Before I start, I always say in a presentation, I've got a stammer. I will get stuck on words, and it will all be okay, absolutely okay. We've got 4 presentations today, and they're going to last between 6 and 10 minutes, and I'm going to try and host through them. And at the end, then we're going to have time for question and answers. And I'll be picking up the questions and the comments in the chat. So please keep your fingers at the ready. Please be ready to engage. I want to set out first for how we're going to tackle this issue. So we know at LSBU, LSBU is built on the idea that we should, banish the concept that you need a certain kind of background to be successful in higher education, in university. And at LSBU, I think we walk that talk. So 98% of our students are from state schools. 50% of our students have parents who themselves didn't go to education. So didn't go to university. So you have that sense of, a sort of different range of opportunities. 60% of our students identify as being from Black, Asian, or minority ethnic backgrounds. If you just look at our first year students, more than 20% of our first year students are from households that have 0 income. So when I look at those figures, I see that the student body at LSBU, for me, is more representative of London, more representative of the national population than perhaps in other universities. And, I think we're all really proud of that. But the question we should ask ourselves is, how and why is university education transformative? In what sense is it inclusive? Is it in terms of access, or is there something else that we hope that happens within the university? So we've got 4 presentations. 2 will be looking at this in a more general way. So Richard Duke, our Director of Strategy and Planning, will talk about measuring well-being, the impact of education. Then we'll have a presentation from Marc Griffith, our Director of Teaching Quality Enhancement, that's called Developing Online Delivery to Enhance Inclusion and Accessibility. Then we're going to move on to look at this in terms of some particular disciplines, some subjects. Then we have a presentation from Angela Dalrymple, our Director of Education and Student Experience from the School of Business, entitled Inclusion and the Business School Experience. And then finally, we have a pre-recorded input from Patrick Callaghan, who is the Dean of the School of Applied Science, which is entitled Using an Inclusive Curriculum Framework. So different ways of looking at this subject. Richard, Marc and Angela will join us at the end, and that's where I'll be picking up questions that come in the Q&A and the chat. So with that said, I'm going to hand straight over to our first speaker, Richard. So I can see Richard's getting his slides on the screen as we speak.
Apologies all, I couldn't work out how to unmute, and that was a very panicky moment. About it. So 1 second.
So as that goes on, I'm going to check that everyone here knows how to use the chat function and also the Q&A function down on the bottom screen, right in the middle.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
I can see it.
Great. Okay. So I'm going to be talking a little bit around inclusivity and well-being and how education fits into that. So the narrative that we're fed from a kind of policy perspective is the more educated you are, the more money you earn and the happier you are. And that applies to everybody regardless of their background. Now, I'm going to be testing whether that formula is true and what that might mean in terms of a story around social mobility. So in 2017, this data is from, so it's a few years out of date. Hefke, precursor to OFS in this space, did some analysis relating to looking at income and well-being and also levels of educational attainment. So what this shows us is that there's a clear relationship in terms of average income grows across the UK with the higher education you have, and then it dips off a little bit in terms of when it moves into a PGCE, and then that acceleration continues all the way up to PhD. So far that equation is correct. The more education you have, the more on average you have as a graduate salary or overall salary. What the next slides tell you is kind of disregarding that thing around salary, but take that learning that you've just seen, that what people have in terms of life satisfaction also grows the higher their qualification level is, though it dips off when you get to postgraduate and PhD students. And what's absolutely clear is that those with no qualifications have a significant level of anxiety compared to those that do have qualifications. However, slightly in comparison and contradicting the life satisfaction measure, you can see that there's a slight increase in life anxiety with the more qualifications that you have, and that you could put narratives together as to why that might be the case. Just to show in terms of what proportion of graduates and non-graduates and the comparison between the two and what they look like. So I'm just going to pick on as an example here on the happiness scale. What you can see is in terms of a score of 9, if a score of 8 out of 10, graduates are far more likely to have an 8 out of 10 score on happiness than they are in terms of non-graduates. But then non-graduates, in terms of the most happy, are more happy than graduates. And bringing it back to a question of inclusivity, and I could have looked at all sorts of different evaluations here. You can see that there are different outcomes when you compare the difference between graduates and non-graduates against all of these measures when it comes to ethnicity. There's similar publications, so that I'll show some publications at the end in terms of age and gender, etc. But you can see that there's a big difference. So, for example, looking at Chinese students, a Chinese student has a far greater impact upon being a graduate on their worthwhileness than a non-graduate. That's what's telling us. I say a far greater, it's 0.6, but it's that's statistically significant in the way that the non-coloured boxes show a trend, but not necessarily statistically safe. I'm just introducing a few other topics here, also looking at the OECD Better Life Index, which I encourage people to Google. So this is looking in terms of overall well-being and the facilities that the OECD countries have. What you will see is the United Kingdom here is fairly mid-table in the overall OECD index, and that uses these metrics along the side here to have that overall calculation. And in terms of life satisfaction, which is one of those things, UK is slightly above average, but in terms of access to education and the impact of education, it's slightly below average in terms of the OECD countries. And probably not a surprise to many of you to see the Northern European nations dominating in terms of life satisfaction and access to education. So that's something I encourage people to kind of take a look at. There's some interesting stuff on the OECD website if you look in the Better Life Index space. So just summarize at the end in terms of the work that's going on in this space in terms of the UK regulation within higher education. So the Graduate Outcome Survey, which was run for the first time last year, has questions around wellbeing, and that's going to be tracked against salary and compared to the Office for National Students Framework for Wellbeing, which looks at happiness, worthwhileness, satisfaction, and anxiety. That's a national measure. So that's going to continue, and the OFS key success measure has something around this, and that's something we're going to be tracking closely to see how our graduates perform compared to the sector going forward. And other things to consider in terms of is the Better Life Index I mentioned. Obviously, what big theme of these sessions around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of better education and how all of that links into well-being. I think this is a really important question in terms of understanding what the value of education is and looking beyond an economic output, but actually what the well-being and happiness in terms of what people feel on a day-to-day basis feel. Thank you. I think I'm handing over to Marc. I hope I've got that right.
Thank you, Richard. So yes, so thanks for that insight on actually what it is higher education brings us. So we'll hand next over to Marc. Marc. I can see Marc might be struggling to get his connectivity. Hi, Marc.
So, sorry, struggling with connections today. And so I'm working on multiple machines trying to control this. Good afternoon. I hope everyone can see the presentation on the screen. And I'm going to take a slightly different look at this topic in terms of inclusion and access, and to try to get you to think for a few minutes about how our current education approach and the way in which we deliver education is actually putting up barriers to the way in which we can improve value, inclusion, and access. And I'm going to do this by considering two things really. One, how online delivery can actually improve access and inclusion, but also to think about some of the barriers that we currently have in place that limit the impact of the online delivery. When I think about online delivery, where my thinking comes from a curriculum design perspective, is that social inclusion, access, and respect for diversity should be embedded at the very heart of it. And I want to use the time I have today to actually explore how these principles can be embedded through the online delivery. And I've picked out just 4 things about online delivery that I think lend themselves specifically to supporting inclusion and access. And those 4 things are flexibility, convenience and independence, openness, and personalization. But the first thing I want to say in this space is that when we talk about online education and online delivery, we tend to talk about it as an either or. Whereas for me, online delivery should be considered as part of a suite of options we have in terms of the way in which we can deliver education. And so we can pick and choose the best way to actually get learning to people wherever they are. And that's what flexibility is all about. The flexibility that we talk about is that people can access education regardless of where they are at whatever time of day or night that it is. So it's that flexibility of time and space. And because we have that flexibility built in, we also have the convenience and the independence linked to that. And through that, and through online learning, because you can now do things at any time and in any way, you no longer have to access campus, for example, to submit an assignment. Or you can access your learning material or your interactions with your colleagues or tutors in any way and at any time. The third item is openness. And this is what really drew me initially to online delivery. And what I mean by openness is really the ability to democratize education by bringing in a diverse range of voices. When I first started looking at online learning, it was very apparent that the diversity in terms of education and the voices that were being heard were not there. And I saw the opportunities through online to bring in that diverse range of voices by reaching out to a broader range of people and to bring in different cultures into the classroom. And the last one is personalization and individualization. And through online delivery, we have that opportunity to tailor learning more fully to an individual so that they can explore take their own journey through their learning material, following up on their interest and skipping the things that they already know, which is not something we can actually do in the way in which we currently deliver classes, because we follow a pattern of attendance that we tend to stick to. Moving on to some of the barriers. And for me, the biggest barrier right now to online delivery is actually perception, reputation, and expectation. And if you listen to the discourse in the media about having students return to the classroom, it actually demonstrates a fundamental belief that there is something inferior about online. And I think that is something we need to challenge as we move forward, because what we're doing with online at this stage is simply trying to replicate what we do face-to-face, rather than leveraging the strengths of the technology to deliver differently. Digital poverty, data protection and safeguarding, and digital content and accessibility are also big issues. And the digital poverty issue has come up recently during the pandemic and has made itself really quite visible. And this is an area that I think exists regardless of the pandemic or not, and something that we do have to focus on resolving if we are to make online delivery successful. But the point I want to make about digital poverty, and my very final point here today, is that the digital poverty is impacting on learners and learning, regardless of whether we're online or offline. And so the problem of digital poverty needs to be resolved regardless of how we deliver education. And I think I'm handing over to Angela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marc. And that's really made us think about actually how can we democratize higher education and what role the mode of delivery plays. So yes, our next speaker is Angela, and there she is. Over to you, Angela.
Thank you very much, Deborah and Marc. I've just unmuted myself, so hopefully everybody can hear me. And thank you very much, Neil, for putting my slides up there. So good afternoon, my name's Angela Dalrymple, and I'm Director of Education and Student Experience at the Business School at London South Bank University. And I'd like to build very much on what Marc and Deborah have just been saying, and Richard as well, in terms of how business schools really do now embrace inclusion and thereby transform the lives of our students. So on the next slide, I've got some good quotes from various leaders in the community, the world community, about business schools and how they've changed. So Neil, could we pull the next slide up? Thanks, that'd be great. Thank you. So business schools have had a bit of a bad rap over the years. Business schools have been seen as elite institutions which squirt out graduates which get very highly paid jobs with international consulting organisations, but that's just not the case anymore. What we do in business schools is we do embrace inclusion and we transform student lives, and we are now meaningful creators of social value as well as inclusion. Great quote from Peter Singer, who's a well-known international professor of ethics, writing in The Guardian. Student activities at leading business schools are more focused than ever before on making business serve long-term social values. And Sheryl Sandberg from Facebook, leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure that impact lasts in your absence. Fantastic quotes, and that's definitely what we strive to do at the business school in South Bank. So moving on to the next slide, we have a very interesting chart showing that this has been demonstrated by all UK business schools, and we're part of this chart. I know it's a little bit small to read, but if you look at the bottom bar, all business schools in the UK are now embracing inclusion and the opportunity to transform students' lives. And you can see from that bottom bar that 66% of UK business school students do now come from a widening participation background, which is wonderful and amazing. And 70% of UK business schools have recently introduced very dynamic new equality and inclusion strategies. So this is all something to really celebrate. And on the next slide, we actually talk about how we operationalize inclusion in a business school. So what do we do? Well, what we do is we take diversity, we embrace diversity and inclusivity, and we turn it into action. We know that diversity and inclusivity mean a richness of ideas, backgrounds, and perspectives, and we harness those to create real business value with the local community, with employers, with stakeholders in the community like professional bodies, and overall success. Here at LSBU, our business school students are already 64% BAME and 36% white or other ethnicity. And in 2019, 2.1 as many BAME students as white students graduated from the business school. And on the academic side, we have had a 65% increase in the number of BAME academics teaching with us over the last 5 years, which brings a wonderful diversity to the curriculum as well. And you can see a lovely picture of our students interacting with their tutors in our new building there on that slide. So that's the principle. Well, what do we actually do? So on the next slide, we'll give some examples of what we do at the business school to embrace inclusion. We make it very clear to students from the outreach and access right through to graduation that their differences are enriching for our community, that everyone is valued and equal and fully part of the cultural, social and academic life of the school, which is very, very vibrant. We see ourselves as London's transformational business school. We take students from any background and provide social and economic impact into our community and business-ready graduates, and we transform lives in doing so. How do we do that? Well, we do it because of applied education, so that we inspire graduates who are business ready. UK business schools have an inclusive approach now to ensuring that students have authentic and applied assessment and experiences. So when they do assessments, they are very much geared up towards getting jobs with employers and making students business ready. We also have amazing partnerships with employers and professional bodies to reduce inequalities and transform student life chances. So at the moment, we're negotiating with many employers such as Accenture, etc., to look at what students they take and what their backgrounds are and how inclusive their graduate recruitment schemes are. Students who join us may come in with low social capital or disability, but we turn them into highly employable graduates through embracing inclusivity and difference in our school community. And on the next slide, we have some interesting examples of what I might call in the light of the fact this is the sustainability conference, sustainabilities that we have at South Bank Business School. We don't just teach students academic theory, we teach them the soft skills to bring them in from all inclusive backgrounds and turn them into fantastic world-ready graduates. Leadership, proactivity, long-term thinking, communication, very important in the current COVID environment, for example, as is networking, ethics, social entrepreneurship and innovation, and international thinking. And we do this through very applied, active, problem-based learning. We give students case studies from industry, from different businesses all around the world. We get them involved in work-based, community-related and employer-linked activities. And everything we teach, as Marc was saying there, especially online, is in an accessible learning format, which is inclusive to all students. We also back them up and support them with wonderful skills such as coaching, resilience, mentoring, personal tutoring, and inclusive reading lists. And every part of our curriculum is applied and authentic to make sure that they are business ready. And they also get great extracurriculum experiences such as leadership clubs, internships, and placements. So just to finish off on the next slide, how does that impact on our local community here in South London? Well, we haven't just concentrated on students being business ready. We bring employers into our building. We have a new building, which is a community hub. We have entrepreneurs in residence who work and have an office in our building, and students go and work with them as part of their projects. We host employer and professional body events. We work very closely with Southwark and other local chambers of commerce, such as Lambeth, and we have a huge local business impact. We run courses, for example, in homelessness and housing management, and we recently helped to relocate traders from the Elephant and Castle shopping centre, which has recently closed down. We are very engaged with the community, and we bring the community and employers in to curriculum design to make sure that our students have a highly inclusive experience with the local community. And we give our students volunteering, consultancy, internship and placements modules in curriculum, which are credit bearing towards their degree. So in my opinion, on the last slide, I really do think business schools in the UK have come a long way in terms of inclusion, and coming to a business school is an inclusive experience, and it really does transform lives. And the last couple of quotes there, that's Stacey Brown-Philpott, who's a groundbreaking board director of Hewlett-Packard and Nordstrom in the States. And she says, undergrad for me was, about how do I become a professional? But it was business school that for me, how do I become the person I'm meant to be? And one of our current students, who's a finalist, quote from them below, I am very grateful for your help. I will never be too tired to thank you. The world is too small. So we really embrace inclusivity in our business school, and I think most UK business schools do as well. I'm very looking forward to answering questions on how we do that on the panel. And I'd like to hand back now to Deborah for the next speaker. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Angela. I love the concept of sustainability. That's a brilliant concept, and perhaps we'll come back to questions about that. So our last speaker is Patrick Callaghan, and because he couldn't be present this afternoon, he's pre-recorded a clip for us talking about how a particular approach works in his own field, which is educational, which is psychology. So I'm going to ask Neil to help me load that clip.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this aspect of the conference. I am Professor Patrick Callaghan, Dean of the School of Applied Sciences at London South Bank University, and my interest here is on using an inclusive curriculum framework to develop innovative and bespoke curricula that hopefully will start to distinguish the LSB student experience unique to LSBU. And I've used many of these approaches in different sectors of the higher education sector in the past. These are just an example of some of the places where I've worked, both in the UK and overseas, where I've used these approaches with very diverse communities, especially the communities I worked with in KwaZulu-Natal and the Chinese University of Hong Kong and Ljubljana. Very diverse in very, very different ways as well, included here at South Bank, University of East London, City University in Kings, where I also worked. So let's think about what an inclusive approach actually means. So an inclusive approach should be appropriate to the setting in which it's being delivered. It should be accessible to all and should be advantageous to all and not disadvantageous to some. And it should be completely meaningful. So what do we mean by this? Well, some of the inclusive principles that I've used is about helping students to see themselves in the curriculum. And that can be done in a variety of ways by the material that's covered, the diversity of the material that's covered, whether it's teaching and learning material, researching material, etc. Having a highly accessible curriculum for students of all needs and status and backgrounds that doesn't advantage some and disadvantage others. And looking at equality impact assessments of curriculum that we develop to ensure that it doesn't unconsciously disadvantage certain groups. And of course, the other key point for me is not only making the students able to work effectively in a national or local environment, but also to equip them to contribute to global diverse environments. In other words, be great citizens, not just of the local or national place where they do their study, but also in the international arena. So how might we help students see themselves in the curriculum? The idea here is a very diverse method of teaching and learning in the curriculum. Get students involved in helping to co-produce curricula that they're going to be studying. The use of diverse vignettes, for example, the use of audience response technology. The more recent versions of this that started off with programs like Slido, we've moved to Mentimeter and now Poll Everywhere. They are all audience response technology that can be very, very helpful in helping students to learn effectively and also to assess the degree of learning. Clearly, there are a variety of assessments and also include students on deciding which assessments they may want to do themselves and having a real diverse offer here. And sharing the evaluations that we do, get students involved in co-producing the evaluation methods, share the evaluation honestly with students, and importantly, what action they've taken to improve. And also developing assessment techniques that seem where evidence shows that certain groups of people respond better to different assessments. So trying to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach to assessments. The next stage is creating accessible curricula. So this is a look at the different skills that people will have when they come into a higher education sector and trying to tap into the different skills, the different interests they have. So somebody may be more musical in their thinking. So what sort of curriculum, what sort of assessments would appeal to them? Some people much more logical, etc. So this is really the use of a multi-intelligence approach to the development of the content of the curricula, as well as how learning is assessed, both learning needs and also what learning takes place. These are just some of the examples I've used in my own teaching and learning, different delivery methods to ensure that what you've got is something that will be relevant for most people. And will appeal to a wide variety of the audience. And it's also being delivered by people who the students themselves can relate to, who are using information behind the content that they are delivering that's as diverse as possible and not focused on any particular group. Evidence bases. So when I've worked overseas, say in South Africa and China in particular, that I was a behavioural scientist teaching behavioural sciences and doing research in those areas, I had to rethink the application and move away just from the North American, North European literature around psychology and behavioural sciences, which is much more prominent, and move towards looking at other sources of literature and research that's being done on diverse communities and using that in the content alongside the variety of approaches. So this is an example in one module where I used a textbook that I had written and edited to be the core text for the particular module. And then what operated alongside the actual physical textbook was an online version of the textbook with a lot of online exercises so that students would have a variety of teaching and learning materials and also an opportunity to assess their own learning in their own time. An inclusive assessment approach looks beyond simply the learner's reaction, which is much more commonly used in the sector. And actually, these are 5 stages of an inclusive assessment approach, which captures data on the learner's reaction, but also captures data on whether what you're doing modifies attitudes and perceptions, and if so, how, and the acquisition of knowledge and skills, the changes in behaviour that result from the teaching and learning, and the benefits to potential end users. And they may be stakeholders, they may be patients and who students may work with, they may be colleagues that they will be in the workplace with, etc. And it may be the end users may be the companies that employ the students. So here's just an example of using that framework with a psychological therapies education program that I developed and delivered, and just an example of the method and then the type of evidence I captured to produce a much more inclusive approach to the teaching and learning experience. The next I want to focus on is helping equip students to contribute in global diverse environments. So I've spent most of my life working with people in the health and social care professions and delivering education and training to them, as well as doing research with them. And the Professional Capabilities Index is an index that tries to equip students with skills that are globally relevant. And this is what I call the added value of being a graduate student, beyond simply being an expert in the subject that you're studying, but the added value. And I've used initiatives like an Advantage Award, similar to a kind of Duke of Edinburgh Watch approach, to reward students who actually engage with these initiatives to develop these skills that are globally relevant, especially in diverse global environments. And these were just some of the examples of the impact it had on many students working in diverse environments during their education and training through placement opportunities and the awards that students were able to do. One student developed a midwifery program for disadvantaged communities in Africa, working with Médecins Sans Frontières. Another student became an emerging leader as a result of the work that she did while she was on the programme through the Capabilities Index. And another example of students going on placements with learning outcomes devoted to helping poorer communities in Ghana to build and develop sanitary facilities. So what's been the impact? Well, I talked earlier about the diverse teaching and learning methods, which included what we called reusable learning objects, and we made these widely available anywhere in the world to anyone who wished to use them. And these is just some of the impact and the use of different reusable learning objects, which we made available around biology, around clinical skills, evidence-based practice and pharmacology. And as you can see from this data, they've been used in all different parts in the world, 155 million people in 55 different countries across all continents of the world have used these reusable learning objects and have given us great detailed feedback on how they've used them. This is the example of some of the impact on the student experience of using this inclusive curriculum approach. So impact on improving the student experience, improving student outcomes, improving the quality of the teaching and learning, etc. And this is just some of the qualitative data that illustrates just how the approach that one takes with an inclusive curriculum framework, what impact it has actually on the qualitative experience of students. And then this was the impact nationally. We had 16 national awards we won, 40 Dearing Awards for Outstanding Education Quality, 4 Vice-Chancellor Awards, and 2 National Teaching Fellowships. And the icing on the cake was a TEF Gold for Teaching Excellence, which included in its narrative a lot of the work reported here. So, in sum, an inclusive curriculum approach, I think, is much more inclusive. It can, and using a capabilities index, such as I do, in which we develop nationally relevant, locally relevant, and globally relevant skills where students graduate and go into a workplace anywhere in the world, is an innovative aspect of a curriculum, and that could distinguish the LSBU student when they go into the world of work, whether it be locally, nationally, or internationally. There's clear evidence of very positive impact on the student experience, on relevant student outcomes such as progression, completion rates, reducing awarding gaps, etc. In the last year, in my own experience here at LSBU, we've reduced the awarding gap by 5%, and a huge component of that was just rethinking the way we did assessments in terms of the volume of them and the diversity of them. So you can, if you use this approach, you can develop a very distinctive type of graduate, and also you can improve all the relevant, meaningful outcomes that are relevant to the university and to our regulators as well. So thank you for your time and attention today. I'm sorry I can't join you in person. I have other commitments, but I hope you enjoy the conference. It's a fantastic program. Thank you for your time. Good.
So I'm sure we'd all like to extend our thanks to Patrick for recording that for us and for putting the discussion back on the global stage. And so what I'd like to do now is I'd like to ask our three presenters, Richard, Marc and Angela, to turn their cameras on. And I'm going to pick up some general questions. Now, while I do it, I'm also going to try to track questions that come up either in the Q&A box or in the chat box. So, you know, if you've got thoughts and questions that you'd like to answer, please do put them in. So I've got some questions that I think, you know, come out of that that series of presentations, and that, you know, really reflect on what inclusive higher education means and why it can be transformative. And my first question will go to Marc, my second to Richard, and my third to Angela. So to kick off first with Marc. Marc, you talked about democratizing higher education, but, you know, can universities ever really be a democratizing force? Aren't they always about creating an elite?
I certainly think universities can be a democratizing force. And from the perspective of, is that we do need to try to be more open in terms of the range of cultures, the range of voices, and the range of people that we include. Right now, I certainly see the limitations in our approach to our curriculum design, where we're still very, and from my personal perspective, very still Eurocentric. And we don't bring in the diversity in voices across our curriculum. And just by starting to do that and starting to allow our learners as participants and co-producers in that learning to contribute their own experiences and from their own perspectives and their own cultures, that starts to move things towards that more democratization of education.
Thank you, Marc. So that really makes us think about actually what's been taught in the classroom, which links in with what Patrick was talking about as well. I'm going to move on to Richard. Richard, in your presentation, you talked about those wider benefits of higher education. And in the light of that, what do you make of the kind of the trend perhaps in the UK recently to really narrowly focus on the salary benefits of degrees? So, you know, isn't all of the policy talk about the kind of salaries that people get afterwards? So what do you make of that, and how do you think we should change that going forwards?
Thanks, Deborah. And before I come to the second bit of your question there, I'm going to actually come in with the question you asked Marc, because I think it links to the wider value in terms of whether universities and higher education will be part of democratizing rather than elite. And I think, given the work we do at LSBU, a big part and something we've committed to in our strategy is increasing social mobility. And that the word elite is where we need to get to is by producing graduates that are business leaders, senior decision makers, whether that's within politics or local government or within the wider public sector, to turn it into that virtuous circle of where there are people that are making decisions that have an understanding of different backgrounds that can then make that kind of that virtuous circle to support others, and that's how I think higher education can deliver a wider benefit. This is more a personal note to say that I guess I'm personally frustrated in terms of the narrative of looking to measure the value of higher education through economic salaries. It's obviously a huge part of education is to allow people to get good jobs and have enough money to support themselves and their families. But there is something so much greater that those who do learn and enjoy learning in terms of education for education's sake, and that also I think it's a self-defeating to think that if you focus on very much the tangible things that link directly to outcomes, you miss the wider piece. And the value of education in terms of like whether that's through learning a specific piece of knowledge or a specific piece of skill, it's that interdisciplinarity of joining things together that adds the value in employment. I think about through my career, I'm a qualified accountant, and even whilst I was doing a more directly linked accounting role, very rarely would I use the things I directly learned, but I would bring things in from my accounting studies, my history degree, and all sorts of other things that was of wider benefit that made me better at my job, but not necessarily the specifics that I learned, but it's the process of that learning that's important.
Thank you, Richard. That joins in really well with the question I was going to ask Angela, because it's this thing about actually what are the wider benefits of studying a degree. And Angela, I was really taken with your with the approach that you presented on sustainability, and I wondered what your thoughts would be, because you know we look at the future, we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, the development of artificial intelligence, lots of careers that just won't be there in the future. What do you think it is that is really valuable about this sort of skills and abilities that, you know, a degree gives you, a business degree or another kind of degree, if the future is going to be so sort of different?
I think that's an excellent question. And I think that the secret is just having the application of transferable skills. Richard just gave some great examples of transferable skills there that he learned from his degree. And as Marc said, the more we can incorporate online and digital as well, that reduces inequality and enhances inclusion as well. So the only way you know what transferable skills are going to be useful is by going out there and talking to the marketplace and to the world of people who are going to take our graduates and give them jobs. And I think that's why we talked a lot in the presentation I did about liaising with the community, liaising with employers and liaising with stakeholders. We had employers who came in, for example, this year just gone, and completely redesigned our undergraduate curriculum with us. And we now have artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrency, digital, all of it's going in there for next year. We wouldn't have known that those were the skills they were looking for unless they'd come in and told us. And also they are looking for leadership and communication and teamwork. And so now we know what we should be teaching our students to help them get jobs, as well as to learn about the subject matter of marketing or accounting and those sort of skills. So I think a great combination of transferable skills along with academic skills is what we need to be much more of in universities. And I think that's the answer, really.
Thank you, Angela. And so again, that sort of gives a picture of the breadth of that student experience. So I want to come back to Marc, and actually, Marc, you've already picked up on that when you answered my first question. And it's this, that, you know, if our true ability to be inclusive, to be transformational, to be more democratizing happens because of what's taught in the classroom, then, you know, is it, can we really have an inclusive approach if we don't decolonize the curriculum, if we don't tackle those issues of bias within reading lists?
I certainly don't think it happens without decolonizing the curriculum. I think that's a precursor to it. But even before that, for me, there is a piece about inclusion and us seeing ourselves in the education that we're getting, and us seeing ourselves as being part of the system and the place that we're in, that I think is also very important. And I always go back to the different roles that I have played within higher education. Now, because of my background being Black, everyone assumes a certain set of things about me. I wear a tie because people perceive me differently because I wear a suit and tie. And it is at the very basic level, first tackling the perceptions of the people that we're seeing and the people that we're dealing with, that I think is actually critical, even before we move to the decolonizing of the curriculum phase. And then I think there's another challenge when we start to talk about decolonizing the curriculum, and that is, who does the decolonizing? How do we go about decolonizing this? Because even as a Black academic, the reason why we're where we are is also because we're part of the system. You know, we have been enculturated into that. That is our background. Even as a Black academic, can you really see how to decolonize that curriculum? And I think that's a huge part of the challenge. But I think it is an important challenge, and one that is absolutely necessary for us to do and explore if we are to get to the point where it is not elitist, we're to get to the point where it is promoting social mobility and being inclusive for everyone.
Marc, thank you. So I think that set out a really challenging agenda that, you know, this discussion about inclusive education has to kind of has to deal with, has to take on board. I'm going to come to Richard next. So Richard, in the context of what we're talking about, and we're talking about the ability of, you know, of universities of South Bank to offer degrees that are really transformative. One of the wider discussions that's been out there in the policy space has been the idea that different kinds of degrees should have different fee levels. So the idea that, you know, you do an economics degree, which is what I did as an undergraduate, you might pay a higher fee because it gets you a higher income, and perhaps you might pay a lower fee if you do nursing, because we know that's a profession that, you know, has a very clear and profound social benefit. So there's been this idea of differential fees that have, you know, that sort of come up in policy in the last couple of years, and I wondered what your thoughts were. You know, if this is really about saying that different degrees might have different values and so they should have different costs, does that solve the kinds of issues which you've talked about?
There's no easy answer to this question. So there's been different approaches. So in the UK, since we've moved to fees, we've always had more or less a single fee, but there's been no guidance so far in terms of how much fee should be charged per subject. I've experienced a work in the Australian sector where they do have a fee differential, and it's based on exactly what you've just mentioned, Deborah. It's based upon expected earnings. Other routes you could go down, which I think wouldn't be beneficial, but would be the cost of a subject. So we get increased funding for more expensive courses to deliver. So engineering and LSBU typically gets a top up in terms of a grant from the government on top of the fee, whereas larger non-technical subjects in terms of needing equipment like law, for example, though obviously books and journals are required, don't have that top up. I think in terms of my own personal feelings, I do come back to the idea that all learning is important, and people often don't end up in the careers that they study against, and I don't think that's a problem. Just because somebody does a degree in psychology and ends up doing something that isn't directly related to psychology, I don't think is necessarily a problem, because I think, for the reasons I gave in my previous answer, and Angela Dalrymple mentioned, it's those transferable skills that you learn. And there are obviously some careers that you can only move into if you have a specific qualification. Rightly, I couldn't have moved into nursing straight after doing a history degree. That would have been a very poor outcome for all patients involved. But I think we should be looking to value learning, and what comes from that. And maybe that's a kind of a naive utopian view. But we should be pushing the value and power of education back to government as a sector, not as an institution, but as a sector. But we have to be cognizant of the challenge of funding, that this can't be, there is a limited envelope, and higher education has to be linked to all our other competing priorities as a nation in terms of health and other types of education and other spending. But so I guess I'm not offering a solution, but I am against the idea that certain subjects have a higher fee, because it suggests this idea that some subjects have more value than others, and I don't necessarily agree with that.
Thanks, Richard. I think that gives a really clear readout of how we might kind of sort of sift those kinds of arguments, how we might actually assess them when we see them out there in the general press. So I think almost my last question is going to come to Angela, and then I'll ask everyone for a roundup across the panel. But Angela, it's this, and actually I think it does link to what we've just been talking about. So Richard talks about that very personal journey that actually each of us might make across our career in the light of our education. So we might study one thing at an undergraduate level, we might do something else through masters, we might find ourselves using those skills but using them in a different way. And one of the thoughts that I've got is this, in the future, we talk about moving towards more personalised learning, and actually it's something that Marc talked about in his presentation, and your presentation also referred to this in the idea that actually people can bring their differences into a degree, and actually we will value them. And there's somewhere in the middle of that that says, actually, can we make degrees more personalised, more flexible? But as someone who actually is looking to make degrees viable in a school, in the business school, I wonder how possible that is. Can we really have personalized, flexible degrees when we've got, PSRB regulated degrees? Those are degrees that are kind of set from the outside when we have to meet certain standards. Will degrees always be things that you kind of take off the shelf, in a box and be quite standardized? Or could we ever get to that world where there's a more individualized journey?
I think it's an excellent question, and it is absolutely perfectly possible and even desirable to do that. I mean, when I'm on my 4th career, I did a degree in French and German, and then I became a marketing director, and then I became a consultant with PwC, and now I'm in higher education. I do think that every student we teach, the minute they walk through the door, we say to them, whatever you're studying now, you're probably not going to be doing it in 10 years' time, because the world is moving towards portfolio careers. As Richard said, he's not an accountant now. Sort of all the things that we learn have to contribute to our life story. And I think what we're doing is building learning, as Richard said, and building a life story that's transferable. So yes, indeed, if you come in, we have many generalist degrees. We don't just have accounting or corporate governance or very rigorously PSRB regulated degrees. What you're doing is you're picking up knowledge about how business works in our case, or how law works, and then you're picking up these other wonderful transferable skills such as leadership, teamwork, communication, etc., which enable you to go through life and to manage and make an impact on society and on others as well. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And by enabling students to choose options and choose different routes and have extracurricular experiences as well with transferable skills, we're preparing them for much more of a portfolio career. And I remember doing an MBA and reading Michael Porter on portfolio careers in the 1980s. Sorry to give away my age, but I'm thinking, wow, that's amazing. I want a portfolio career. And I've embraced it. And I think it's a wonderful thing to take the learning from university of the transferable and the other skills as well as the subject skills and to do that. And it's up to universities to design a curricular and extracurricular offer that helps our students travel through life to become what they want to be, and not necessarily just to stick with doing the same thing their whole life. So yeah, absolutely possible, absolutely desirable. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Angela. And I can see Neil in the chat has talked about his own experience, which is really supportive to that. So I love that idea of be what it is you want to be and being empowered with those skills. We've got 3 minutes left, so I'm going to go to each of you, just your last 30 seconds. Perhaps it was the question that someone else got and you wanted to say something, or just perhaps something that you think we haven't covered. So I will go Marc, Richard and Angela. So Marc, in 30 seconds, any last thoughts?
Yeah, I guess it's picking up on something Richard said, and around the question about the value and cost of degrees. First of all, I fully agree with him. Education for education's sake. It's something that I absolutely believe in. One of my biggest worries about the cost of education and applying different degree costs to different degrees is that it then creates a new set of elites, because only some people will be able to afford to do some degrees. And it's just putting that into the mix in terms of thinking about it.
So Marc, thank you. That's a really clear point. Richard, your last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm probably just going to pose an open question for people to think about in terms of it. Like, I really enjoy these sort of conversations in terms of it's very easy on a day-to-day basis to be bogged down on the action that you have to get done that day or tomorrow. But like, why is it we come to work? Why is it that we enjoy working in higher education? And what do we think that we're like, what motivates us to deliver the outcomes for our students, and trying to empathize what our students want and how we can offer that value, and measuring value beyond economic output or income. And it's got to be about well-being and happiness, which I know sounds a bit soft and fluffy, but that's what motivates people, or should motivate people.
Thanks, Richard. So that wider definition. Angela, the last 30 seconds are all yours.
Okay, so I think the power of a university education is its transformation ability to take students from any kind of inclusive background. My parents never went to university. I'm the first in my family to go. I love university. I still network with people I was at university with many years ago. It's a wonderful experience. It transforms your life. It helps you become what you want to be. My message to universities would be, when you're planning where you're going in the future, look outside, talk to employers, talk to the community, talk to stakeholders, talk to Ofsted and Ofqual, but talk to the people who matter, who are going to take your graduates on, and try and see where the crystal ball is going and help your students navigate their way through life to transform their capabilities and really realise their potential. And that's what we're doing as universities. And I think South Bank excels at that.
Thank you, Angela. And I love that final forward-looking point, looking to the future. So I want to thank all of the panelists, Marc, Richard and Angela. Thank you very much. Thank you to Patrick, though he couldn't be here. And thanks to all of you who are listening. I hope that you've enjoyed it and found it thought-provoking. So I think I'm going to hand over now to Neil. Hi, Neil.
Hi there. Thank you all. That was absolutely brilliant. And it really did take us on that journey around education and sustainability and making sure that people are ready for a changing future. It's fantastic. Thank you. And makes me very proud to be working at LSBU with you all as well. Thank you. Our next session is entitled The Truth About Women's Healthcare, Past Imperfect. And I'd like to ask Anna to join me for this. And Sarah as well. Anna and Sarah, if you'd like to start your cameras, that would be great. Hi there, Sarah.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. You?
I'm good, thank you both. Hi Anna.
Hiya. Hi, everyone.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to hand over to you and I'll share your presentation just now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Lyons. I'm a senior lecturer in midwifery at London South Bank University. And my background is in healthcare since I've left school, actually, and subsequently as a registered nurse in women's health. And then following that as a midwife in practice for many years before I became an educationalist and utilizing all my other skills really as we're talking about your transferable skills from healthcare and midwifery subsequently into education. And my colleague?
Hello, my name is Sarah Esegbona-Adeigbe. My background is similar to Anna's. I'm a registered nurse, and also a registered midwife, but obviously a midwife working in education. And worked in the UK and the USA and done a lot of work in Africa as well. And I'm pleased to be sharing this presentation with my colleague today.
Thank you. Neil, I think our screen has gone somewhere. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, so this presentation was a reflection of Sarah and myself's view of learning from the past to improve the future, and wanted really to provide an overview of some of the historical key issues in women's healthcare and explore the landscape of women's health. Along with the processing really of some of the vast amount of work that had taken place, and as a foundation really to support women and their health and care requirements, but had not always met its initial plan. And this is really in an aim then to address those health inequalities and the possible future. and really, you know, reflecting on the past few days of the conference, reflecting again together with these subjects of sustainability, knowing that things have to improve for women's health, and our understanding about what needs to happen and contribute to the future for women and health equalities. Before I go any further, however, I wanted to sort of reflect against the sort of current knowledge we have of UK government. And does anyone know who the Minister for Women and Equalities is? You can put your answer in the chat. Anyone know? Because even when we're reflecting of, you know, our understanding of women and equalities, you know, is there leadership in the country to support our understanding? And I can see from Jaya, you've identified a name there. Her name is Elizabeth Truss. And it was just out of interest, really, because even I, as I was preparing for this presentation, had to look at this, because obviously we're looking at the groundwork upwards for women and equalities and addressing inequalities. Elizabeth Truss, whose role as the Minister for Women and Equalities is in promoting equality of opportunity for everyone, developing an equalities policy that is based on individual autonomy and dignity. But she also holds the post for the Secretary of State for International Trade and President of the Board of Trade. Now, we know that there are vast roles, there's no doubt about that, but it's just that, is there some aspects of her other role as Secretary of State for International Trade that's clouding the view or the ministry role, given the vast role that they both have? So it was just something out of interest that I thought, well, we are looking at across the board understanding of equalities, but who is our leader in the country? Next slide, please. Reflecting towards our understanding of women's health and the past, really, for women, we wanted to address the Universal Declaration of Human Rights back in 1948 that declared that this declaration envisaged the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental right of every human being. The Article 2 had its core principles in the Constitution of referring to equality and non-discrimination without any distinction of any kind for race, color, sex, language, religion, and irrespective of the country or territory that the person lived in. And that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without any, as I say, without any distinction. And also amongst the 30 articles that were declared was also Article 25 that included Part 2 with a reflection on the need to address motherhood and childhood in this declaration. That they're entitled to special care and assistance and enjoy the same social protection, reflection on the future of women, but also that further inquiry that would take place into maternal and child health. Support further was to reflect again with the World Health Organization and the United Nations when they declared the first UN Women's Convention back in 1975 that was held in Mexico, again, addressing the need for further accounting for women's health and the support that was needed. And the World Plan of Action that was part of the agenda for the conference and a convention rather, was to provide governments with a framework to follow in order to ensure that women had equal access to resources such as education, employment, housing and family planning within 10 years of this first meeting. The meeting also set the agenda for the conventions to set be provided every 5 years. And 2020, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, was not able to provide any further insight into the agenda and its progress so far. But because of the requirements of the time, but there has been a plan moving forward constantly through this initial declaration back in 1948. Next slide, please. We've also had an opportunity to consider the further in the past priorities of women's rights within human rights. And later in the later 60s, 1960s, was the development of the United Nations Fund for Population Activities. And this organization is part of the UN that reflects on sexual and reproductive health, with a mission to deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. With an account really of a reduction in the millions of women in the world who face life-threatening complications every month to their health or maternal health, with reliable access to modern contraception to benefit the maximum of 20 million women a year. Looking at this as a progression in support of women and their healthcare needs. This later went to the Beijing Declaration in 1995, where the UN further confirmed their support for women's equality to member states, with a determination to advance the goals of equality, development and peace for all women everywhere in the interests of all humanity. Acknowledging the voices of women, taking note of the diversity of women in their roles and circumstances, recognizing status that had advanced in important respects in the past decades, but the progression had been uneven. Inequalities between women and men had persisted and were a major obstacle for all, with serious consequences for the well-being of all people. And also taking into account that if you are to try and improve women's empowerment and their full participation on a basis of equality in all spheres of society, you need to have women involved in full participation of decision-making process and access to power, are fundamental in the achievements of equality, development, and peace. And this was part of the further processing really for the Beijing Declaration. And while we have seen some progress with, for example, the identification of the and use of evidence with the human papillomavirus, which is now nationally a program for young girls of the age of between 12 and 13 to be vaccinated, but also since 2018 in a view of equality for boys of the age of 12 to 13. to be offered this vaccination. And in a process of and a view of equality, yet with our understanding of equality further, it still doesn't support or hasn't led to further understanding of women who still don't have access to family planning across the world, and also still face further inequalities with their health and social status. Next slide, please. While I have talked about the global and perspective of women and health inequalities, not to forget there has been progression within the UK, and particularly with improvements in maternity care. Early in the 1930s and 1940s, there was efforts to inquire, and particularly in Scotland, about the cause of maternal death. But it wasn't until the 1952 did the Ministry of Health request a review of maternal deaths in the country, given the statistics. And I know I've included a small graph rather of maternal deaths by major cause from the 1930s onwards to the mid-70s. But it was because of further efforts through evidence and advancements in anesthetics, medications, and understanding of particular concerns of care needs of women in maternity, and also particular conditions that could be fatal, that we've got the advances in our practice. And as you can see from the graph, that progression meant that the onwards process and understanding of care needs led to improvements and such a reduction in maternal deaths. However, there's still further work to do in terms of improving current statistics, because the process is taken up now with and taken up by Embrace UK, who are based in the National Perinatal Epidemiology Unit in Oxford, that still publish these reviews in an ongoing need to and request from understanding of health and maternal health to improve services, even though we have still quite a theme with blood loss, identified here as hemorrhage, toxemia, which we also know now known as preeclampsia, and also with sepsis. So there's still further progress, although a great deal of progression has been made. And I've included here as well, for your interest, one of the first publication of that confidential inquiry in 1952. It's progress, and certainly progression when you saw the descent in the amount of maternal deaths, but this is being carried on by Embrace UK. Next slide, please. This slide, however, does relate to further care and review of needs of women, where gender-based violence may still be part of a woman's life. We heard yesterday from Sister Space about how the global pandemic had impacted on women seeking further support, where we know the advice is about social distancing and stay at home, where being at home could be the most unsafe place for a woman and her children. We have the statistical evidence that women globally, 1 in 3, and this is what's reported, experience physical and or sexual violence in their lifetime, and mostly by an intimate partner. Again, reflecting on the inquiries made by United Nations, World Health Organization, and UNFPA, a lot of foundation work. It still, needs a further campaign, as you can see there, promoted from last November, about the elimination of violence against women as an international day. 2% of women report physical injury with consequences that will also lead to impact on her ability to continue to support her family, to support her own education and work needs, along with the socio-economic status, as you see a domino effect on the impact of her ability to maintain her own financial support if there's inability to continue with her work. Within this focus, we've also seen over the decades, in 1997, for example, that the World Health Organization and UNICEF, along with the Forward UK processing of everyone's understanding of female genital mutilation, was a need to eradicate this practice that had such a short and long-term impact on women. And that further call was completed again in 2015. We know from the media campaigns, women such as Maurice Deary has also provided further information about this practice and the impact that it has for young women. It's led to safeguarding issues within our UK practice, so that we know and we're aware of, as a midwife, for example, that and health visitors and obstetricians, awareness of the practice and how this needs to be monitored and followed to support the family, but also the newborn baby girl. 2011 also saw the start of the UN for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, also known as UN Women, which now has a 10-year anniversary. Amongst other support for women at this time. Next slide, please. We had in our initial title talked about the truth of women's of inequality and support for women and their support needs. Foucault talks about how this is perhaps uses the term power knowledge to signify that perhaps power is part of this process of understanding the forms of truth, scientific understanding, and truth of a subject, and that the power is everywhere and comes from everywhere. So at times you may not think of it as an agency or a structure. So is there further contributions that perhaps have led to some progress in some areas of equality for women, and yet some deficit still? And is there other forms of power that take place and lead to this observation? The reference I've placed here has looked at how there may be further issues with the women being affected by health conditions just as men are, but differently. And this may be due to their limited autonomy in life decision making, especially in their sexual and reproductive life. Women's health is also affected by economic dependence, in which they may not make the same decisions or access of services because of the impact it may have on their socio-economic status. And that's from the World Doctors Association as a reference there. Thank you. Next slide, please. I think, thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. So Anna has quite clearly identified the historical issues around women's healthcare. And now we need to look at the presence and the present status of women's health. And one of the key things we need to recognize and understand today is that gender remains an important social determinant of health. And that's because women's health is influenced not just by their biology, but also by other conditions such as poverty, employment, and family responsibilities. And women's reproductive and sexual health has a distinct difference compared to men's health. And I did read somewhere in, I think from ancient Greek mythology, that it was believed that the woman's womb could travel all over her body and cause symptoms wherever it situated itself. And I think, even though it sounds ridiculous, even today, that seems to be an issue when women do present for consultation for any symptoms that they may have. Women also need to access healthcare more often than men do. And often their concerns about their health are not taken seriously, and this can lead to delayed care or misdiagnosis. And it's already known that women are more than 50% more likely to be misdiagnosed with having a cardiac disorder. And we do know that if a cardiac disorder is misdiagnosed or there is delayed treatment, this can lead to heart failure. In addition, we do know that women are more likely to be misdiagnosed with having or not having cancer compared to men. And in some cases, we've known about women who have presented very early on. And we know that presenting early on for cancer treatment is the best prognosis. But when they present time and time again, and then unfortunately diagnosed late into their disease, if they get to stage 4 cancer, which is incurable, then the chances are basically are non-existent. And then we need to think about the historical factors around women who needs to present with symptoms of feeling unwell in the past. And the most common attribute that was given by medical doctors, mainly men, was that maybe it was a psychological issue or maybe it was hysteria. And that still happens today, where women do present with maybe symptoms which needs investigation, which needs to have tests done and needs to be heard, but they're sent away and away. And it's most likely that in today's healthcare, women will present 3, 4, maybe 5 times and be sent away. And sometimes this leads to delayed diagnosis, delayed treatment, and poor outcomes. And in the worst instance, it could lead to death. So if we look at the next slide, please. So, gender equality. Now, are we really serious about this? No, I don't think we are. Women earn 23% less than men globally. Women occupy only 25% of parliamentary seats worldwide. And legal restrictions have kept 2.7 billion women from accessing the same choice of jobs as men. And I know we all know this, that financially we're worse off than men, even if we are doing the same job or have the same skills or expertise. And gender equality is really a big issue, particularly if you look at power, as Anna has already suggested, that power is important in achieving gender equality. And if you don't have that power, if you don't have that person sitting at the right table, sitting in the right boardrooms, then gender equality is still not going to be taken seriously. And despite the fact that we do not have gender equality in today's age, we have managed to land on the moon, we've discovered new human ancestors, and we've even launched a rocket to Mars, but no country has achieved gender equality. So if you look at the next slide, please. So it's not just about the woman and the womb. Women's health is frequently considered in terms of reproductive health, birth and childcare, but that's not what it's all about. Because if we do start to focus on reproductive health, then we fail to address the needs of younger women, girls, and then older women. And we do know that in Africa, the biggest killer of girls or women of a young age is road traffic accidents and gender violence. So it's not solely based on reproductive health issues. And also, if we do start to focus on reproductive health issues, then we fail to acknowledge that women also do present with other conditions. And we do know that the biggest killer of women globally is stroke and heart disease, not reproductive health issues. So if you go on to the next slide, please. So Anna's already pointed to some of these key facts around women and women's health. But if you start at the top left hand, on my left hand, we can see that women live longer than men, 74.2 years on average compared to 69.8. And that every day, approximately 830 women die from preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth, and especially related to young adolescents and women older than the age of 35. I've already discussed with you about the biggest killers of women globally is heart disease. And also, we need to remember about those women who are living with HIV, and the majority of the worldwide population are women, particularly women between the ages of 15 and 24. And then, as Anna has already discussed, globally, 1 in 3 women are more likely to experience physical and sexual violence. And of course, this has a profound effect on a woman's physical, sexual, and reproductive health. And then we lead to the twice likelihood of women having unipolar depression compared to men. And despite all of these things that women have to contend with regarding their health, approximately worldwide, female health workers comprise 70% of the health workforce worldwide. So women are playing our part in sustainability worldwide. We are carers and we are workers, but yet our health concerns are still not being taken seriously. So if you go on to the next slide, please. So women work as well, and we work just as well as men. And today in the UK, women represent 51% of the UK population and 44% of the workforce. So therefore, our health should be at the top of the agenda. We play a very influential role in the nation's health. For example, providing informal care to older relatives. That takes a lot of burden off the healthcare system and the nation's wealth and finances. And don't forget, as well as caring for older relatives, we care for our young as well. So inherently, women are the carers of the young and the old. However, we are disproportionately affected by inequalities in access to and quality of health. And if we think about today's pandemic, what we are dealing with in today's COVID-19 pandemic, 77% of the NHS workforce are female. And I think that has to be recognized. So we're dealing with all these issues around our health, but we are still contributing. So if you go on to the next slide, please. So going back to what was discussed before by Anna regarding maternal health, we need to look at what happens to women globally, worldwide. So about 830 women die each day due to complications in pregnancy and childbirth. There has been a 44% reduction in maternal deaths between 1990 and 2015, but I'm sure you would agree with me that any mother dying in childbirth is a tragic situation. It's not just tragic for the woman herself, obviously, but also for the family as well. Because when a family loses a mother, the people that are left behind are left emotionally, physically, and financially devastated. And the consequences of losing a mother includes grief, but also economic loss. This is the loss of her income, and a host of other difficulties as well. And it has a negative impact on the health and well-being of surviving children. And it is recognized by UNIPA that women who leave behind children, those children are most likely not to gain the same educational attainment as they would have done if the mother had survived. So if you go on to the next slide, please. If you look at the present status of maternal deaths in the UK, and a maternal death, as defined by the World Health Organization, is a death of a woman while pregnant or within 42 days of termination of pregnancy. And unfortunately, 70 women die every year in the UK. There's just been a recent Embrace report that came out just yesterday, in fact, but was reported in December. And the disparities between women who died or for the women who died is stark, and reveals that there are still a lot of issues around inequality in healthcare. So if we go on to the next slide, please. And it's important to raise this issue, and it's been talked about, and there's been a lot of attention to this in the media about the inequalities in maternal mortality and morbidity. And really, truly, there's been no change from the past. So today in the UK, Black women are 5 times more likely to die compared to their white counterparts. Mixed ethnicity women are 3 times more likely to die, and Asian women are 2 times more likely to die compared to the white counterparts. And you may think that these are statistics that I'm quoting from maybe another country, but this is in the UK today. And it's not only women from particular ethnicities, it's also women aged over the age of 35, and also women from the most deprived areas of residence. But what was raised by Embrace and what was concerning is the widening of the disparities between Black and white women. And as I said, it's not new today, it is from the past. And this has been an issue around these disparities since 2000. So it's almost 20 years. And similar trends has also been observed in the care of infants. So infants born to, or for infants of Black or Asian ethnicity are more likely to die as well as women with gynecological conditions and various cancers. So if we go on to the next slide, please. So if you look at present and past associations with maternal mortality, you may think that I've made a mistake here and I've kind of cut and pasted by mistake, but actually the stark reality is that the issues or the associated factors hasn't really changed between 2009 to 2015 and 2016 to 2018. They are still the same. They have been known, they have been recognized, but unfortunately, whatever policies or guidance have been created or put into place, these associations still remain. Pre-existing medical comorbidities, women with, who are socially deprived, if they've had previous pregnancy problems, inadequate use of antenatal care, ethnicity, mental health, and maternal health. And these are the women that are dying or suffering maternal morbidity today. So we go on to the next slide, please. And then we've got the pandemic to even worsen these disparities. So Knight et al. Reported about the increased risk of women being affected with COVID seem to come from BAME groups, or obviously the term causes a lot of disconcertion, but also we can call it Black, Asian, minority ethnic groups. And of the 8 women who died between March and May last year, 7 were from a Black or minority ethnic background. And also women seem to be associated with women with pre-existing diabetes, hypertension, or cardiac disease or associated factors. And out of these women who died, 18 children from previous births, and also the current babies born to this woman, a total of 30 motherless children remained. And as I've already said, the impact of losing a mother on a child needs to be recognized. So if we go on to the next slide, please. So if Anna can join me and we can discuss the future of women's health and look at the UN sustainability goals. Now, there are 17 of them and they're supposed to be interlinked, but obviously at the focus of this we felt should be, or the pivotal point of this should be gender equality. Because without gender equality, all the other ones become almost, I don't know, irrelevant. Because if you don't have the power and we don't have the acknowledgement that we are important and we should be treated equally, then things around reducing inequalities and good health and well-being for all, leaving no one behind, and partnerships for the goals is basically defunct. And so basically, when we look at these sustainability goals, the 17 of them, gender equality is something that really steps out, and I think it's really important for women's health.
And we're also, oh, sorry, Sarah, and we're also considering that part of the women's equality is also based within the family, and that partnerships for the goals, you know, how could you achieve them if you're not understanding where that equality actually is?
Yes, and if you think about the outcome-oriented targets for gender equality, it is around ending violence and exploitation of women and girls, eliminating harmful practices such as child and early and forced marriage and female genital mutilation, increasing value of unpaid care, and promoting shared domestic responsibilities, really important. Ensuring full participation of women in leadership and decision-making, and ensuring access to universal reproductive rights and health. It is universal and is an open opportunity for all women. And within that, increasing property ownership of women and financial services for women, in promoting empowerment and through technology, and strengthening policies and enforcing legislation for gender equality. These are all things that we need to do to achieve that gender equality. And I think if we do that, then everything else will fall into place.
Our next slide, actually, though, Sarah, isn't it, that we've included in the presentation, was also to help further to reflect on the presentation and some of the issues that were raised. I found that this presentation of this excerpt really from Simone de Beauvoir and her understanding, her as a philosopher and feminist, but to equally identify that each of us is responsible for everything and to every human being. And from her own biography, she talked about self-knowledge is no guarantee of happiness, but it's on the side of happiness and can supply the courage to fight for that happiness itself. And it's part of that quotation, or those quotations, is to sort of leave our presentation on a positive note. There's a lot that we've addressed in terms of what needs to occur for equalities and the reduction of inequalities, but it's also about our role and what takes this forward. And Sarah?
Yes, so be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud. If you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. And I think that was really a good quotation from Maya Angelou about recognizing or being positive, really, but being very, very positive and being willing to change things if they're not working. And so I think that's a really nice quotation. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. What a topic to kind of like include on the day devoted to equality, with so many issues covered there, and so many intersectional layers to it as well that need addressing. It is a huge part of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's listening to that, it's hard to know why it's taking so long to get there. It doesn't make any sense to me. And Sanchia asks a very big picture question: will gender equality happen in our lifetime?
I think we can always remain optimistic. There has been some progress, but there's still a lot more to do. I think that, and it's for everyone to understand that, really, that it contributes to the agenda and empowers us really to think about what does need to happen.
Sarah, what are your thoughts?
Yes. I mean, I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime to the level that we want it to happen. No. We are getting better 20 years ago, but I think it's more a question of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and I think that's how it appears to me, because if you look at women, the reason why women die today, even in the UK, a lot of the reasons why they die today are avoidable. But women are still dying, unfortunately. And I think and I'm sorry to say this, I think if it had been men in the same situation, things would have been created quite rapidly to sort out that issue. So I'll leave it at that.
I don't think you're wrong at all. And let's stick with that, and let's focus on the disproportionate percentages between BAME, and I know people don't like that term, but for the purpose of this talk, we'll stick with that. The disproportionate amount of BAME deaths compared to white women. Is it due to a need to, obviously there's issues of systemic racism, there's issues around decolonizing healthcare. What are the major factors that you have both encountered in your careers?
Well, personally, myself, coming from a Black background, Black African background, there are a lot of cultural issues around that we don't seem to have been able to get on top of, because it's how these messages are put out to these communities, and also discrimination, racism, prejudice are still things that are enforced in our healthcare services, unfortunately, and if women know that someone else similar to her has been treated in this way, that would prevent her accessing services. But even if they do access services and then they engage, how they're treated when they engage will put them off returning to that service. And that is really a key thing. It's about how we treat people. And there's a lot of things going around now about cultural safety, and cultural safety is about recognizing that you are different to others, and as healthcare professionals, we are different to the service users or the patients or the clients we look after, and recognizing those differences and understanding and embracing those differences and making that person feel safe to actually engage with healthcare services.
And I think that also links into cultural sensitivity. so that you have a service or services that understands and makes those contributions really more effectively, and to increase really the quality of experience that women have, or from now, from this point. In the Embrace presentation that was presented in December, they did also have the 5 times more group that are based in South London, and they're working with the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which will contribute to maternity care. But this is early times really about their experiences and what they felt was missing from maternity services in particular, but also about that the across the board understanding of what it means to be culturally safe.
Thank you. We do have a question in the chat box from Deborah. As a result of the austerity agenda of the last 10 years, there's been a significant reduction in the number of practicing midwives and health visitors, such that many of these professionals have expressed deep concern for safe outcomes for women and their babies. How can we press for an increase in recruitment, training and employment so that maternity practices can be improved from the current inadequate service?
Well, I think that continues further from the government's perspective, isn't it, of increasing student midwifery currently in education, and we have seen an increase in numbers, but that doesn't contribute always to the knowledge that this takes time to happen, and to increase the amount of practicing midwives, and also for health visitors who may come through another route in nursing and not always midwifery. So it is about there are some ways forward that have been identified in the last few years, but it is going to take time. But it's also about reviewing maternity services, and the contribution that Embrace UK makes does support change, but it's over time. And as you heard from Sarah, some of the statistics we're looking at haven't changed really in the last 20 years.
Thank you.
It's small steps, 2 steps forward, maybe 1 step back, but we want that 2-step momentum to continue, and it is about using this evidence more effectively.
Yeah.
Thank you. And finally, we are running over slightly. Just to finish on a positive note, what inspires you most about your students, and how are you encouraging them to fill those gaps that are quite clearly there? Sarah, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Well, obviously, students obviously come into midwifery training with the requisites of compassion and caring and understanding, but what encourages about our students is the resilience, because obviously you have to have a lot of resilience to get through the training course. It's like so many factors that they have to overcome, the knowledge acquisition, and then skills acquisition, and then obviously making sure that they are providing high standards of care to women. And what inspires me most about my students is that they are able to recognize that this is a system that we are working with. It's not a brilliant system. It's a great system worldwide. We are recognized worldwide at NHS, but it's not a great system. And sometimes we have to make a little bit of sacrifice. And I think our students are always sacrificing when they undertake training. And I think that needs to be recognized.
Yeah.
And also, once they complete their program, that their onward process of learning is forever, really, and that what they're involved with in their practice, their role as a change agent, and that they've used their education and their continuous education really to support that change agent role. And that already, from my time as in education, I've seen that happen with students qualify, their consultant midwives, their managers, and they've used all their experiences to the benefit of their service, but also to the increasing quality of care for women, but it's a recognition of what they need to do really, and our education program will support that in their use of an understanding of evidence and theory to support the future of women's healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for joining this afternoon and
Thank you.
for sharing those findings. They're a bit stark and they're a bit bleak, but you know what you're doing is amazing, and you know, thank you.
Well, we wanted to finish on a positive note, though, Neil, because of yes, there are aspects that do mean that there's more work to be done, but there is some great work being completed, and we know this. I mean, it is established in reports and in journals about the progress that is made, and that's what we use the quotations for, about being a rainbow.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
Thank
sustainable development goals, we've got till 2030, so fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yes.
always
Thank you.
Being that optimist.
Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are ready for our next session now. So could I please invite our panelists for the next session to turn their cameras on and join me on screen? Hi there.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi. How you all doing?
Very good. Well.
Oh, good, thank you. So our next session, which is going to bring our bring this event to a close, but bring our event series to a close, is a fantastic topic. So we're going to be, it's entitled "United by Our Differences: What Bold and Diverse Organisations Can Look Like." We're joined by some very special guests. My colleague Sanchia is heading up this panel discussion. Sanchia is our head of EDI. We're also joined by Councillor Mariana Masters from Lambeth Council, Marc McKenna-Coles, Global Diversity and Inclusion Manager for Lloyd's of London, and Marisha Drayton, Recruitment Manager at LSBU. We were also meant to be joined by Joseph Galliano, who is the CEO of Queer Britain. Unfortunately, Joe can't be here this afternoon due to some technical issues. That is a theme that's kind of run throughout our day, but Joe sends our apologies. Queer Britain is an incredibly bold and diverse organisation, and I'll happily share some stuff in the chat box about them. But Sanchia, I'm going to hand over to you for this session.
Okay, thank you so much, Neil. I'm really delighted to have some wonderful panellists, two of whom I know. I know Mariana through the Labour Party movement because I'm quite involved, and I know Marisha because she's a wonderful colleague of mine here at LSBU, and I'm sure that Marc is brilliant as well, because once you're involved in equality, you're just a superstar anyway. So thank you so much for joining us for the last panel session of the 3 days of our sessions on equality, food, water and politics. And what I wanted to start off by doing is, if you could, for 3 minutes each, just briefly introduce yourselves, sort of a little bit about where you work, and if you think your organisations have done anything bold and diverse, so sort of sticking with the theme of our session this afternoon. So I'm going to start with Councillor Masters first.
Thank you, Sanchia, and hello everyone. Yes, I'm Councillor Masters, Mariana Masters from Lambeth. And yes, I was elected in 2018, so I'm quite late into politics. I've spent over 25 years working in the corporate world. So listening in on today's sessions, what was really reassuring is the sort of acceptance that you do change throughout your career. So I've had, looking at my CV, I've had about 9 jobs and changed quite dramatically different roles. I'm now in Lambeth as a councillor, and within that I take a sort of a role in different committees. So I chair some committees that are looking into mainly health inequalities. So it ties in from your last session. I chair a joint committee with Southwark into looking at the redevelopment of Lambeth Hospital, which is a mental health hospital in Lambeth. And I also am vice chair of Overview and Scrutiny, which is a committee that sort of analyses all the policies that come out of Lambeth through a sort of a lens of equality and the aims of Lambeth Council. So in terms of singing praise to Lambeth, it's a very diverse borough, and Lambeth Council reflects that. So we have 60% of the workforce is actually considered Black, minority, ethnic. And there are still challenges in terms of actually analysing where we are. We were traditionally known as the Guinness Council because you would have a sort of a phenomena of having white leadership with the majority Black and BAME workers. So there, in terms of improvements, there have been lots of measures that I can go into later in terms of how we are trying to address that. I think I'll not go on for more than 3 minutes.
Thank you for that overview. I'll now go to Marc next, please.
Yeah, so I'm currently the Global Diversity and Inclusion Manager for Lloyd's of London. Just to make it clear, Lloyd's of London, I'm not the bank, I'm not the pharmacy. I am part of the oversight of the insurance market. So just sort of make that clear, just to sort of clear up the Lloyd's element of that. I've been at Lloyd's for 2.5 years, and I will say now, and maybe some people will be aware of this, I'm actually leaving Lloyd's in 2 weeks. I'm off to join Spotify to work as one of their diversity and inclusion and belonging leads for the UK and EMEA. So some slight changes for myself, but currently 2.5 years at Lloyd's, huge amounts of work going on at Lloyd's. And a lot of it has been bubbling over and worked on for the last few years. There's been some catalysts over the last couple of years through certain articles that were published that's sort of created a catalyst to some of the work that we were already in situ to do. Very much so that we are the oversight to the insurance market. We have just recently tasked the whole of the insurance market within London to make sure by 2023 that on aggregate across the market that we have a 35% representation of females at leadership level. Now in 2021, we are turning our focus onto the Black, Asian and ethnic minority community, and there will be targets produced for the insurance market around that population as well. That will be across the wider spectrum as well as at the leadership level as well. So because there is a lower population of people from especially from the Black community within the insurance market, so there will be a heightened, and we're very, very public via our websites that we talk about that. One of the other key elements that I've been heavily involved in for the last couple of years is our Diversity and Inclusion Festival for the insurance market, Dive In. That festival has been taking place for 6 years, and in 2020 it was the biggest festival ever. We did 144 events across 35 countries, and we had over 30,000 attendees to those events. So massive amount of and topics were very broad. You know, there was topics in Nigeria talking about gender equality. There was topics on sexual orientation being spoken about in India. You know, they were talking about Aboriginal employment in Australia. You know, there was a variety of different topics that were being spoken about, but really sort of trying to drive that better, diverse and inclusive behavior across the insurance market. So that kind of gives you a brief synopsis of who I am.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new job. Sounds like it will be way more fun than
well, it will have a different slant, let's just say that.
Okay, thank you for sharing, and look forward to hearing more from you a bit later. And Marisha.
Hi. Hopefully everyone can hear me. So
yes, you can. Thank
you. Hi and welcome to all. My name is Marisha Drayton. My pronouns are she and her, and I have unseen conditions. I am employed by London South Bank University as the recruitment partner, which basically means the recruitment manager, and I manage the recruitment team, and we recruit to permanent and fixed term vacancies for the university. I've been working in the field of recruitment for over 20 years. Yes, I know I don't look it. Thank you everyone for those kind words that I can hear you all typing now. I've had roles in different sectors, which includes charities, housing, government bodies, local government, NHS, and this is my first higher education role. I am passionate about hiring candidates that are from a diverse background. And I have seen, as of the 20 years, over 20 years, I have seen recruitment go from being a paper exercise to a digital exercise. But I've also seen diversity, inclusion, and equality become a greater priority as organizations understand the benefits of diversity in their organization. And a good example of that is I've been working at LSBU for a little over a year and a half now. And in that time, I've been part of the Gender Pay Gap Report, a project which is also still ongoing, is looking at every aspect of recruitment with an EDI lens, which I've really enjoyed and been working jointly with my colleagues in the EDI department. And of course, we are still in and been going through unprecedented times. And I have seen the true embodiment of our EPIC values, which stands for, there are two I's in that, by the way, which stands for excellence, professionalism, integrity, and inclusivity and creativity. And during this time, we have empowered managers to rethink what a working week looks like for their staff. And that means maybe someone working from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. so they can look after the children or whatever caring responsibilities they have. And then being able to, the people in their team knowing that they're not available and that's the only times that they're available. Extending the carers leave provision as well as something that has happened during this time. The health and social care team have helped to upskill students who've been deployed towards to help with the patients due to COVID. There's also, that department's also helped to build and prepare Nightingale Hospital. Our lecturers have been delivering lessons to students in a virtual format and the changes that that brings. IT department deploying laptops to staff as well as students. Our libraries being open and ensuring spaces are open for our students so that they can carry on with their work and their Wi-Fi. Our estates department and our halls department looking after students during the Christmas period, where some students felt that they weren't going to go home for the care of their own families, keeping in mind of COVID. And our lovely comms team. During 2020, as we all know, we had a Black Lives Matter movement begin in America. And as a university, our whole exec team took a stance on that and wrote a letter regarding their stance on Black Lives Matter and what we are going to be doing as a university. In addition, we held a number of talks and a number of events, and that was possible because of our comms team and the collaboration and the willingness of everyone who wanted to be part of making sure that we are standing with that movement. And lastly, I just want to shout out to the EDI team. While all of this was going on, they did something that was unique, and that was the diversity pay gap. So that was also published during this time. And that's something that only a handful of universities have done. I'm very proud that I work in a university who is forward thinking. Thank you, everyone.
No, thank you. And I know we've worked on some really exciting projects which will carry forward into this year, particularly looking at how we recruit and retain our staff and make sure that they are able to rise and through the career progression ladder. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll spend a little bit of time asking some questions and then we will throw it open. So if you do have questions, we do have a Q&A box, so if you would like to pop your question in there, we will pick that up in about 20 minutes or 30 minutes time. But I wanted to start by asking the panelists, how do you feel that we can enable everyone, regardless of their background, their gender, their sexual orientation, their age and so on, to fulfill their true potential, whether they're students, whether they're customers, whether they are staff. So I'll start with Marc on that one, please.
Thank you. So yeah, it's what everyone's sort of spoken about already, which is inclusion. It's that inclusive mindset. It's creating that inclusive mindset and practicalities behind inclusion as well. You can think about it, but you've got to put it into action as well. And it is creating that within an organization, within an environment, within a university, so that everyone has the ability to be listened to be respected for their ideas, to be respected for their differences, that people are also feeling safe to be curious about other people's differences. And I think if we come to race as a big thing, we've had a lot of dialogue in both my own organisation, other organisations, or we're scared to talk about colour, or we're scared to talk about the word black. Well, you describe, if you're a white person, you say you're white, so why are you scared to say the word black? I mean, you know, let's, you know, as long as you're not saying it in a negative way, don't be afraid to speak about that, because to people who are black, you know, you are inviting them into the conversation. You're you know, being part of that. So I think, you know, that is an important part of how we get people to really thrive. And if I sort of shift that slightly a bit more, and that whole belonging piece, which is something I'm going to be moving into in the future with Spotify, and that works around the psychological safety of a workplace, you know, making sure that people feel that, yes, they can maybe express their views, but everything about when they come into the workplace, everything that they do, everything they see or touch or express, they feel that it's a safe place to do that. Okay, well, you know, we can create an inclusive environment, and that can be very much around language, but it is the safety of that as well. And I think that's where that addition of belonging comes from. And I think that's probably where we need to start moving from the words to key actions as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, as you say, organisations have really got to move past, although they have to fulfil their legal duties, but actually morally doing what is right. And you may have a diverse staff and student or customer base, but actually if they don't feel appreciated or accepted, or feel that they can share who they truly are, then actually there's still a long way for us as organisations to go. Marisha, what are your thoughts? What can we do here at LSBU to be more inclusive?
So for me, I know that one thing we definitely do very well is we take an honest look at how we operate. And that's both on the student side and the staff side. And we talk about this word a lot. It's not part of our epic values, but it's underlining it for me. And that's bravery. It's quite brave to actually look and say, we're not doing the best that we could here, or even we've actually done something wrong in this instance and we need to address that. And from my personal understanding in terms of staffing, that project that I mentioned that I'm on, what we started looking at is interview questions. You're coming to join us in the organisation, but we want to ensure that people joining us have an inclusivity mindset towards their students or towards their staff. And what happened when we started looking at that project was, actually there's some areas that we might want to break that down and create an interview question that actually leans itself towards what we're looking for in different arenas. So if it's academic, how are you ensuring the inclusivity of the students? And that, I know sometimes when people think about diversity, equality and inclusion, they tend to always go towards race. But for us, we wanted to ensure that we're thinking about every aspect. That could be religion, that could be someone's physical ability, and in terms of education, that could also be their ability to understand the delivery of a course. So that's the point of the question being about inclusivity. And then obviously we do have managers, and leadership is key in what Marc was saying about how a team can ensure that everyone feels they have that belonging, that their voice can be heard. And for us, we know that starts with a manager creating that open environment where people feel brave enough again to be able to just be themselves and not have to worry about doing something or saying something that may cause an issue. So in the interview question as well was about how are you an inclusive leader? And I feel that adds to the whole situation.
Yeah, I think inclusive leadership is so important, because while we all have a responsibility to champion diversity, managers and senior leaders have a particular responsibility to role model those behaviours. So it's really important that they do that. And of course, you picked up on intersectionality and recognising that people don't fit into a box. You mentioned a long-term health condition. You know, I'm a Black woman with a long-term health condition, which people can't see as well. And so I fit across a number of the diverse spaces. And so we do need to be able to accommodate that. So Mariana, Councillor Masters.
Yes, following on from what everyone said, I completely agree. I think one of the most interesting times, you know, in your life is when you've been given the space and time to work on yourself and to study and to take up new skills. So, you know, I would say that embrace that, because actually it will stand you in good stead regardless of what you do. And you can see that all the panelists have probably studied different subjects to the areas that they're going into. And, you know, Marc's a great example of moving from Lloyd's of London and going into a completely different industry. Likewise, I spent, you know, majority of my time in business and finance and worked at Thomson Reuters and Bloomberg, and now I'm a counsellor. So try, you know, don't embrace being different and having different interests. I would also say that aside from studying, use this time to build these soft skills that I think are actually much more important than the academic passes that you will gain. Develop your interests. And we've spoken about networks. Develop, you know, find your tribe and develop interests. Have a narrative, have a story. You know, whether it's coaching kids in football, or taking Sunday school classes, or leading a chess class. Use this opportunity of COVID as an opportunity. Reach out to, say, maybe your school, your old school, and volunteer for helping, you know, children from our backgrounds, from Southwark and from Lambeth, are facing terrible disproportionate situations because of COVID and digital divides and food poverty. There is so much you can do. So I would say that this time is actually the time that you can try out different things and build internal resilience.
Absolutely, and I know it will be true for you, Mariana, and you would have seen this in Lambeth, but I know certainly in Barking and Dagenham, it's been really nice to see how the community have pulled together. I live in Barking and Dagenham, how we pulled together, and how, you know, all sort of groups have reached out to help those who are vulnerable. And we don't want that to be just because of COVID. Actually, we want those relationships between councils, between academia, business and other partners to actually continue long after that, because we've got a lot to learn from each other. So I'd like to ask the next question, and I'll start with Marisha. What is the cost to employers? And I guess because we work for LSBU, what is the cost to us of not taking the inclusion agenda seriously?
So the cost is extremely high. So first of all, obviously I deal in recruitment, so that's always where my brain will go to first. So the acronym is QOH, which is quality of hire. So quality of hire, meaning that within a year, if you're seeing a high upturn of people from different backgrounds, and including that intersectionality leaving your organization, that's actually telling you something about your organization more than anything that they would ever tell you in an exit interview. I'm sure all of the attendees and all of my panelists can say we've all been in an exit interview and never really said anything that we truly would like to say that could maybe change the organization. So that's definitely a really good indicator that things aren't happening the way you think they are. In terms of students, I would say you will be able to see it based on the courses. So if this is a course that used to be full of a certain race or a certain gender, and now that's starting to mix, you're seeing that out there in the world, you're sending out young people to now start to have an impact out there in the world of work. And if that's still staying the same, then we're not doing what we need to do to recruit the type of students that we need to be on these courses, to show them what the benefits are. I do take Mariana's point, you know, as a Black woman from a certain era, I was the first in this and the first in that, and we always have to be okay with being the first. However, the generation that's coming up behind us aren't as comfortable at being the first. They are, this is stuff that I've heard in general, they do need to get that support. So we do need to be visible in how we're saying, yes, come and be a student at this university, and this is why for you specifically, or this is why you should come and work for us, and this is the information for you, for whoever you are specifically. And have lovely events like this that tell people, look, this is what we're actually about, using your social media platforms as well, because without doing these things, how would anybody know? So it might, that's the other, my last point is also, if you're doing this in the right way, then people will start to know this is a place to go to.
Yes, absolutely. And I take your point about you know, different generations maybe not feeling comfortable about being the first, and how do we empower them and give them that confidence. I remember when I was elected as a Labour councillor 10.5 years ago, there were 3 of us as Black women elected for the first time ever. And I have been mentoring other people to get involved. And I think it is about sharing that knowledge and making sure that people have the pathways. Mariana, what are your thoughts?
I think in terms of what the cost is, don't underestimate your power. Because I think that in a time where everyone feels powerless, actually, if you analyze sort of the power of that the young have to actually move things, we would not have the phenomena of, we've always had racial inequalities, but we had a few events last year that really brought the whole Black Lives Matter to the fore. And that was through the young absolutely saying enough is enough. So you are powerful. Social media can be an absolute force for good. You only have to see how a 23-year-old footballer can get the government to change policy again and again and again, and is on the way to doing it again, because once you are now in a world where there is no hiding, you can talk about things. You can tweet about a bad experience at shopping in Tesco's. You can move things. So I would say that the cost to the employers, even if they feel, even if you're the likes of Amazon, and that you're highly profitable, you're still cautious. You still have the corporate social responsibility teams putting out videos of how nice it is to work for Amazon, because they're worried about backlash. There are shareholders that look at all these things. So do not underestimate how powerful you are as a consumer, regardless. So that was, I think anyone that sort of thinks, well, we're in our ivory tower and our business model is great, and any kind of into any sort of thing that happens to them where they misspeak. Somebody as old as me will remember there was a jewelers called Ratner's, and they had a huge range, really successful. They were on every high street, sold things really cheap. Everyone got rings and necklaces. And their owner turned up and rubbished his product and called people that bought his product idiots. And lo and behold, people thought, right, we'll take your word for it. We won't buy your product. And they went under. So do not underestimate your consumer power, is what I would say.
Absolutely. And I think we should use that consumer power. We should, we've all heard of the phrase, put your money where your mouth is. We should also take our money away. And I think in terms of us as an organisation, as Marisha said, the cost of not getting the best and the brightest from all backgrounds it means that we can't achieve our strategic vision in the way that we would want to. Marc, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, and to extend on all of that, really, I mean, the insurance market, as an example, is going into the digital age. Finally, someone woke up and went, "Hey, we need to get into the digital age." And there's a huge amount of work going on. There's a project called Future at Lloyd's, which is around the insurance market and the digitalization and the simplification of the insurance market. But for the insurance market to do that, they need to attract a really great, diverse range of talent to come in. Let's not always think about the historic, brokers and underwriters. We need programmers. We need people from that digital mindset to come into the insurance market to do that. We've got currently at the moment at Lloyd, we've got a great head of chief digital officer, Lou Smith, who is someone I used to work with in my previous world at RBS. Fantastic, someone very different in their mindset. They work in the fintech world for the Scottish government as well, so they do a huge amount around that, and they're bringing that revolutionized angle to sort of the digital age as well. So I think, you know, what we need to do is that organizations, businesses, corporates need to keep themselves relevant, because if they don't, they will go under, or they will just disappear off the face of the earth. You know, we've seen many high street organizations that not, you know, pre-COVID that have gone under because they haven't. You know, HMV, I mean, my God, someone, I don't know how the hell they keep resurrecting. It's like someone's paying a spell and they're coming back from the grave every time, but they seem to reappear. But they originally went under because of the digital age. You know, we look at Jessop's, they went under because of digital cameras and they just weren't relevant. And I think that's what needs to be happening, is that all of these, the relevancy of how the world is moving needs to be taken in by these organizations, but they need to then find the talent to drive that relevance as well. And I think that's important.
Absolutely. And I think you put a really good challenge out to us as organizations. You know, how do we remain relevant? And if we are going to be relevant, we have to be inclusive. The two go hand in hand. I'm going to move on now. What would you say, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you this. Do you have any examples of good practice from the organizations that you work with to share with us? So, you know, how can we share this best practice and share our learning and get some ideas of how we can make our organizations not just diverse but inclusive? So Marc, I'll start off with you.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm not saying that the insurance world is perfect at the moment and there's still a lot of work to do, but I think what has been a really good piece, especially in the last 2 years, is listening to people of all levels and really understanding, you know, having platforms available in the organization where people are open to write messages. You know, obviously there are certain parameters, we don't want expletives and stuff like that, but people can, you know, talk about, you know, what they feel. You know, if we talk about the work, the situation around Black Lives Matter and the situations that happened in 2020, you know, there were organizations going out there, you know, putting out a message of, you know, what they are aiming to do and stuff like that. We were doing it in a very different way, but what we were doing is we were trying to make sure that the message was landed not only externally, but internally. So we wanted to get some of the voices internally to really sort of say, what do you want to hear from the organization when they talk about this? Because if all of a sudden an organization just goes out 3 days later and goes, right, we're this, and this about race and ethnicity, and then everyone internally are going, what? Sorry? I didn't quite grasp that. So, you know, that's about trying to listen to those voices as well and really making sure, so using every different angles. And we're doing huge amounts of work in other aspects when it comes to disability, you know, making sure that we hear the voices of people with various disabilities across the spectrum to make sure that whatever we're trying to implement and do, especially in the digital age, is going to be continuously relevant. Because and I use this, so we've worked with John Amici, which some of you are fully aware of, and he uses a story about hand dryers. There was a hand dryer that came out that was all fangled and it was brilliant, and it was installed into various places, and some people couldn't use the hand dryer because if you had darker skin or black skin, the hand dryer wouldn't work because of the reflection of the light. And that was because of where it was designed by someone who was white, and no fault of their own. They designed it because they thought it was a great product. But unfortunately, because of that, they didn't really think about the bigger picture. And, you know, when we think about disability, we think about race, we think about sexual orientation, all of those sort of aspects when we're thinking about the wider spectrum. And it is about speaking to people and getting those voices to make sure people understand.
Absolutely. And I've not quite experienced the hand dryer that works, but I know I have experienced standing next to people where their electronic taps work and or the hand sensor taps work, and they don't work for me. No. and my colleagues of a certain hue. Again, that's why inclusive design. It's not just about the output, but it's actually right from the very beginning, having those inclusive thoughts. Okay, Marisha, what do you say?
So for me, I think one of the key things that we've all touched on already is data. I think as an organization, you can't start to have a real understanding of what's happening in your organization, customer-based or staffing-based, if you haven't got the data to look at. But there also comes some issues around that. Some people don't always feel that they can provide the information and not know where that information will go. So being very clear about what is going to happen to that data. We are very lucky that technically we have laws that say that you can state certain things on your application, and the laws that have moved on as years have gone by to say, no, you don't need to know about my sickness level at my application, point of application. No, you don't need, but we'll need to know anything that's called under the sphere of equal opportunities. And that's more to do with us being able to monitor what's happened to you throughout the recruitment process. And I think when you look at what's happening, so you may work in an organization that is having a high number of applicants from the Black, Asian and minority ethnic community, but they're not maybe getting through to interview, or they're not getting through the short to offer stage. That is when the difficulties come, because it's not as simple as, for example, when I worked in the NHS, when I did a more diverse advertising campaign, that immediately increased our applications from those areas, and we made statements on our adverts. So when that's not the issue, it means that you have to take a real deep dive into what are you asking on the job description, person spec. Are you asking for something that means that you have excluded a whole section of the community? Are you then, from moving on from that, when you're doing your shortlisting, have you got a certain mindset already that you've decided that the person you're looking for, it looks like this? And of course, we all know the phrase I'm going to say next. That's your unconscious bias playing into that part of your recruitment. That's also why you must, as an organization, make a decision around who does the shortlisting, who's involved in the shortlisting. I've worked, as I said, when I worked in the NHS, we decided for certain grades we were going to ask people from Black and ethnic minorities to come and be part of the shortlisting and interview panels to try and address the, I think Marianne said, the Guinness analogy going on. So that's a really good example. Then when you get to the point of offer stage, you have to if you are able to recruit at offer stage, that's great. But what you do need to do at that point is think about working with, we're really lucky, we've got an engagement team in OD. How are you going to ensure your teams are cohesive? And in a real example for us at LSBU is that we have a department where the dean is highly aware what the staffing complement looks like and wanted to make a conscious change in terms of race and in terms of gender, but also really hip to the fact that the area of study is very much looks like a certain way. So reaching out means doing different things, networking, his own staff networking, speaking to the staff who do look like what he wanted in the school, and finding out why is it that they chose to come and work there, what are the pitfalls, what is the barriers that they had to overcome while working there. And I'm pleased to say that by taking that open view and having such a senior person have that mindset, we were able to recruit people from a diverse background and from a different gender than we normally recruit from. And so it does take sometimes a bit more effort than you may have initially thought that you would need to put in.
Yeah, thank you. And it's really important that we take those on board. Councillor Masters, what are your thoughts on that question?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with everyone. I would say with Lambeth, I mean, Lambeth Council is unique in that it's the second highest employer of Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff in the country. We have 65% of staff from the sort of BAME communities against, 40% of the population being BAME in Lambeth. And you think, oh, that's a tick box, that's brilliant. But actually, it's shown up the problems that you have to have meaningful diversity. So there were very high levels of inequality within the council when you looked at senior management, and that fostered a really hostile environment of them and us, and hence the quite negative Snowy Peaks, Guinness Council acronyms that that came into play. And what Marc has touched on with his new job, that the question of belonging is so important in terms of not only the social cohesiveness, but the productivity and profitability and achievement of an organisation. So Lambeth, to address this, has really, these things happen not necessarily because there's great willingness to do this. It gets to a tipping point, and in Lambeth's case, there was quite bad press around this sort of phenomena, and a commission was held, a Lambeth Equality Commission, and there were actual recommendations that have been implemented. So whether it has been the development of networks within the council, whether there have been real targets, and again Marissa touched on data, so important, because there is a saying, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. Basically, you have to understand who your staff is, what they're doing, what backgrounds they're from, what positions they have, what pay they're earning, in order to see patterns of disadvantage. So Lambeth is addressing that through staff forums. They appointed Patrick Vernon, who's been an independent advisor, to look at race and equality issues. And I'm not here to sugarcoat everything. It is a work in progress, but actually to have targets and to have open access to have open forums mean these issues can never, it's a Pandora's box that's open, can never be pushed down again. So Lambeth is on its way, and I would say that from the political, from the councillor cohorts, we are very proud of the fact that we are extremely diverse as councillors, from not just the racial point of view, but also from the protected characteristics, from having people with disabilities hidden and open, from having Lambeth, as you would know, is a great borough for creativity, for diversity, for having the biggest LGBT plus community. So we have representation across the board, but it's a work in progress. And as an elected person, I'm only as good as the people that support me, and the council is the same. So yes, yeah, that's.
No, thank you for that, and that sort of leads me on to my final questions before I take the questions from the audience. So we've got some coming in, but if you do have any more, please pop them in the Q&A box. How can we as organisations move from diversity to building an inclusive culture? And the reason why I ask that question is because many of us have mentioned, and I've worked in organisations which have, overall, if you looked at the data overall, you would see very diverse organisations. But as many of us have said and are still experiencing, that doesn't translate into middle and senior management. And I was looking on an NHS trust board the other day because I needed to find out some information about the organisation. I thought, let me just check their board. All why in 2021, we're still facing this issue. So yes, we have to have the people in, but how do they then go on, and how do they feel that they belong? I'll start off with Marissa, please.
So at LSBU, we have started to champion and expand our staff forums. And I think that's one of the greatest tools that an organisation can have. And it's also starting to think about them in a different way. They don't have to be what you would necessarily think they need to be called. They might need to be something a bit more unusual. And I think for us, that's allowed our executive management teams to also start to have some conversations with those groups for them to then champion whatever agendas that they have that they need the university to look at in more detail. And because they're coming from a space of this is our world and this is how we view things and this is what we want you to understand and this is what we want your help with, that's been something that's been quite empowering. An example of that is when we, like I said, when we had the Black Lives Matter situation, there was a number of it's our platform's called Equality Net. During that, they had all these different talks, a big discussion where some, as Mariana said, some Pandora boxes were open, but once things are in the light, you have to start unpicking them and trying to do your best to sort them. I think the other way that we need and we have been doing is we've looked at our promotions round. So if you're an academic, you can go for a promotions round, which means you go up a grade and get more responsibility and change your job title. But we were highly aware that if you were female and if you were a carer or if you worked part-time, and yes, of course, in those couple of those areas, it might mean that you were female, but obviously it doesn't necessarily mean that. It meant that you would have a tendency to feel that you shouldn't go for this promotion round. Maybe you haven't done enough. And again, our OD team, our organizational development team, did a lot of work to have workshops to ensure that people who were from those areas were getting some form of mentorship and helping them to do their application and training them up to for their interviews and how they needed to help them to come across for those promotion rounds. That was successful because that happened in 2019. And then in 2020, what they did was the people that went through that process in 2019 and then were successful, those people became mentors because now they've had the mentoring, they did the applications, they did the interviews, they've now got the role. They're even more best suited to give that mentorship to other staff. So sometimes I think it's always about thinking about where is that gap and what can we do creatively to fix that gap, and to have the understand that you're not always going to fix everything. You're not always going to be able to fix everything, but you might be able to reduce or remodel something so that it's not causing the same issues that it was causing in the first instance.
Thank you. And I like what you're saying about not fixing things. And I think some things can be fixed quite quickly, but other things will take time. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day, and some of these structures have had decades. And so dismantling them will also take the time as well. Mariana, how do we move from diverse organisations to inclusive ones?
Yes, I mean, I completely agree with Mauricia. I think one of the things that you start to do in an organisation like Lambeth that already has a very strong cohort of diverse employees is you make sure that you continue the listening exercise. So you don't just see that, right, okay, we've gauged the feelings of the staff, and now we've got a strategy, and then we're getting on with it. You actually have to co-produce and continue that process, continue surveying staff, engaging how they're feeling, making sure that you have what we have to now are sort of monthly Q&A sessions with that everyone can tune into with the chief exec, making sure that the staff forums are robust and not just talking shops, but actually have real teeth in terms of putting forward suggestions that need to be taken seriously. And then there are other things that are happening, like leadership programs. So you have a staff that have been, for some of them, have been in the same position for decades. And so you need to give people the tools to be able to get the skill set, because there was always the sort of argument that you can't just over promote people without actually them having the skills that you need. So there has to be much more a long-term view of legacy succession planning, bringing up your staff, when you work I've worked in a city that don't have the sort of the attitude of, I've climbed up the ladder, now I'm going to kick it for anybody coming down. We have a proper robust leadership program that people can actually ask to be put onto, as well as being identified to go on. So you keep on testing, training, and bringing staff with you, so that we will have, the goal is obviously to have a more equal and meaningfully diverse workforce.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And Marc?
Yeah, I don't know what else to add to that, but for me, I think inclusion tends to be, in my mind, more important than diversity. You've got to create that inclusive environment even before you try to track the diversity. Now, the diversity might already be there, so you've got to now start doing the work to really get that into a good place. And I think there are various different ways, and development opportunities, making sure equity is there in place. We always talk about meritocracy, but it doesn't really, no, let's not even go there with that one. That's another seminar altogether, isn't it, really? But and I think things such as other aspects as well. If we think about like the gender pay gap reporting, what that has done, that has helped move the female talent that has been sort of stagnant in that particular level. It's helped create that momentum to move that up to a more senior level. Now, some people might think is, oh well, we're just going to move a woman up because we're going to have to get our figures looking better. But actually, if it's done in the right way, if it's done in an inclusive way, that attitude's not going to be in the same. And I think when the government eventually decides that they're going to bring in ethnicity pay gap reporting as well, that also needs to be of a help. But I have a bit of a bugbear with ethnicity pay gap reporting, because I know exactly what the government's going to ask for. They're going to ask for white and non-white, like male and female, because obviously there are only two genders apparently, as well as there's only two ethnicities as well, white and non-white apparently, in the world of the government. No disrespect, sorry, but what I would say is that, especially when we're looking at ethnicity pay gap reporting in the future, it needs to be broken down. It needs to be broken down. And I think that's where you'll start seeing the massive inequalities. You might see colour in your organisation, but you'll then start noticing the bigger inequalities of the Black community versus the Asian community, etc., etc. And I think that's another catalyst that's going to sort of help that movement around that more inclusive environment as well.
Absolutely, and we've sort of voluntarily published our ethnicity pay gap here, but it's really important, as you say, there are definitely nuances to that, and we need to make sure that we break that down. I know in a previous organisation where I worked, we actually had some ethnicities earning more than white, so when you split it out, it's actually really important that you do that. Okay, thank you. We're now going to take the questions from the audience. I'm going to ask Seb to help me with that. We do have some questions that have been popped in the question and answer box. So Seb, do you want to field those questions? I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me.
No, I can't hear Seb either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's the headphones. We'll go through in order then, I think. The first question was from Mimi, which was aimed specifically at Mariana. And it says, what do you recommend we as a community can do to stop the destruction of Brixton, and for movements such as Save Noir and Fight the Tower? But I was doing the changing environment of Brixton. Might be also another way of phrasing that. So how would you like to respond to that, Mariana?
That's a very political question. So having been born and bred in Lambeth, well, in Clapham North, very, very close to Brixton, I've seen that the area change dramatically. There are lots of people that will talk about redevelopment, and there are other people that will talk about social cleansing. It depends on which lens you look at. I personally am for having the best provision for residents and workers in Lambeth as any other borough, in the country. So I don't per se object to redevelopment. I do object to redevelopment where it doesn't fit in to the makeup of the area. I can't specifically comment on the Fight the Tower because I am a substitute member of the planning committee, and I may well be called to adjudicate on that. It has been tremendously controversial, and I would say I'm glad it's controversial. I'm glad people are engaged. I got involved in politics because I got engaged with issues in the community. So I would flip that to the questioner and say, if you feel very strongly about it, then canvass your councillors and tune in to, now that we're in a Zoom world, tune into planning meetings, write in written objections because they all get noted and engage with the process. And you might find that there are some schemes that you support and there are others that you object to. So I'm sorry if I haven't been more sort of categorical, but get involved.
No, thanks, Mariana.
Perhaps for Marc and Marisha and Sancho, actually, to kind of build on that a little bit, is perhaps how can either South Bank and or Lloyds, how do you work with your communities? What do you do to engage your communities and the place that you are? To maybe expand on that a bit more, might be quite useful. And how do you bring your communities inside your organisations? Marc, do you want to go first?
I'd go first. Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't sure who. So for us, I mean, insurance as a whole, if you think about, and not many people think about this, but if you're thinking, is all about social good. So what we try and do is try and bring that, insurance is about protection. It's all about that side of things. So we've got to think about the social good, and we try and develop that into some of our education programs. So we do education programs within schools. We have some market-wide networks that really sort of target particular demographics of schools. We've got a great network called the African Caribbean Insurance Network, and they go into schools to really sort of harness that sort of talent and really look at that. And they go from schools, colleges, and areas like that. We do book reading, so we go into younger schools, and what's really good about the book reading side of things is you're not only going there to read stories to kids, helping out the teachers in those schools. What you're also doing is that they're going to start asking you about, what do you do for a living? What's the sort of jobs that you do? So that they get to know who you are as well. And especially where we are, we're in Lime Street, so we're right in the sort of heart of sort of the Bishopsgate area. So we've got schools all around us there that are going to be the great future talent coming in. And but some of those talent might not even think that this is where they want to go, and they might look at other career methods. But it's really much on that side of things as well. But and trying to do a lot of so one of the big things that we did last year is that we created a pot of money, and it was our COVID fund, and we went out to both people within the organisation and across the market and asked them to for donation, a recommendation of donations out to various charities across the globe, actually. And there was over £1 million worth of donations that went out. And we're also doing some work around supporting various other sort of particular organisations in the near future as well. So there are various aspects that both the insurance market and Lloyds are doing to really address that in the community.
That's really interesting to hear, because particularly things like the COVID fund as well are making a real difference. And what about for South Bank? How are we engaging with our communities and or like changing the pipelines for our recruitment and things for staff and for students?
So from the student side, we're innovative as a university. I know I keep saying, but it's true. We've actually thought about what it means for someone to go through the whole cycle of education. So we actually have academies. So we have like an engineering academy, and we have Lambeth College as well as university. So there's a lot of joined up work going on, and we call ourselves a family. So all of those arenas are part of our family, and we are thinking about what it means for a student to go through the whole cycle of education. For staff, I would say one of the things that we are always doing is always thinking about ways to engage our staff, such as when we were able to be together, we used to have lovely barbecues where we could all come together, have those type of events and those type of gatherings always helps us to sort of reach out across the department, across the divide, so to speak, to get to know each other and say hi. And there's been a few events where it's been Dave Phoenix who's actually put on an event to say thank you for something we've done, and then everyone just comes and has loads of fun eating wonderful food. Those type of events obviously are technically gone at the moment because we can't come together like that, but we actually had a comedian come the other day, and we all met in this virtual environment and had this wonderful time of slightly controversial comedy, but stuff that obviously made us all have a good chuckle. And at the end of that event, one of our exec members stayed around and was asking how everyone was, and was asking, what would they like to happen at these events? What things would they like to see? And one of the suggestions was an event for people who have kids, another event for people who have pets. I have none of these, but I will still attend because no one's going to stop me. But that's the point. It was about coming together as staff. And just lastly, we had staff awards, and we did it in this environment. And I want to shout out Neil, who's in this environment, who put together such a great event, and we were able to see each other and celebrate the work of the staff and hear about what people have been doing. And something really unique that I felt was unique, those staff awards wasn't just for the university, it had different categories. So in those different categories was you could win if you were from the academy, Lambeth College and the university. So it wasn't just one award for one area, it was split across the three. And one really cool award was an award about being kind. I think that was one that I felt was really unusual, that we have an award that's about somebody being kind to somebody else in the organisation. And I think that was another good example.
No, being kind is so important, I think, especially now that we're in our third lockdown, plus all the challenges that brings. So absolutely. Okay, Seb, on to the next couple of questions.
Yeah, so the next question is, what can we do more and better to employ people who have physical disabilities into various places of employment? It's particularly relevant, I suppose, off the back of COVID as well, and the impact that's kind of disproportionately impacted that community. Marc, would you like to kick us off with this one?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the time, people's disabilities are created by the environment around them. And a lot of and I think that's where organizations, corporations, new buildings that keep springing up in London all over the place, even though most people are going to be working from home going forward, so God knows who's going to occupy those. All of those are about what the organizations can do to create a more inclusive environment. We work at Lloyd's with an organization called the Clear Company. And one of the things that we do is that through the application stage, we ask around what reasonable adjustments people require. It doesn't have any bearing on their application. It's actually slightly separate, but we make sure that, their interview process is comfortable as possible, be it whatever. And then we do the same when they are employed into the organization as well. Well, we make sure that, we're not perfect, we're way beyond perfect, but we try and make sure that everyone has the ability to be successful in the workplace. And I think that's what people need to do. Now, I know that some locations it can be difficult. And I think in the question it mentions hospitals, and sometimes that can be difficult because of the surroundings that it creates. But I am certain it's not impossible. And it is about people listening to others to really understand what can be supported, what can be created to really help people be successful in their job within their career as well.
I think it's really powerful to talk about how, yeah, the disability is not the issue, it's the organisation that needs to adapt to allow someone to flourish. I think that's so important. Mariana, do you want to build on what maybe happens at the council?
Yes, it's obviously again a sort of a work in progress, in that there are protected groups that have been sort of disproportionately affected, and I think that COVID has presented has made us all, has forced us all to actually address issues that we used to think were insurmountable, and actually suddenly working from home is the norm, and you know, and receiving the equipment that you need to work from home is not insurmountable, and so we need to actually, and we'll find that when you build on a diverse range of people, they all come with different opportunities, and you have in turn, you're not just bending to people, you're actually helping them, you're actually helping your organization to become more flexible, to become more open. You can learn an awful lot. It's a two-way thing. So I would say that organizations now should be thinking, wow, actually going out to people that have, through, you know, no fault of their own, having an incredibly challenged way of living with hidden disabilities, with physical disabilities, what can we do to learn from them? Because there's such important resilience that we need to pass on to our organisation. So I would say, in short, that it's a two-way process. These COVID is opened up the doors to actually more open thinking, and we should all, and organisations are already beginning to, I think, seize on that. So I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful.
That's really great to hear. I mean, with moving on to, like, from the South Bank perspective, I know, Marisha, you've been doing a lot of work in this space about trying to help us support our disabled staff and our future disabled staff better. Do you want to talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, so I felt I put a project group together that includes our health and safety team. Seb from the EDI team in Century is now a part of that as well. And we also included members from our disability staff forum as well, because what I wanted to do is, knowing that we're going to be in this environment, I wanted to ensure that we had knowledge of what equipment needs people have. And sometimes when people hear equipment needs, they think big. And it might be something as simple as an ergonomic mouse or an ergonomic keyboard. I wanted to make sure that we've covered all our bases. You know, it's not I'm not going to know everything. I also wanted to ensure that the health and safety team were involved, because they're usually ones that are more likely to understand the information that's coming out from anything that anyone's completing as part of their health and safety training. And I wanted to see if there are any trends that we might need to address as an organisation as well. So it's still going, but it's a very exciting group, because I don't think normally that's the way we think. We normally think, well, this is the issue, we'll just put a form in place and then we're good. But I wanted to just do a bit more wider scope of thinking around it before we went ahead with anything that we were going to do. I think in the end, what we came up with was something really simple, which is just ask the question at offer stage: what equipment needs do you have? That's it. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter about an unseen or seen disability. It's just a simple question of what equipment needs do you have, and making sure that we're able to support the line manager to address the equipment needs the person they state that they have. So that's going to be in pilot in this year, just to see what happens with that.
Great. Sanj, do you want anything to add on that? Because I know you're very big in this area, particularly at Brunel. You did a lot of work as well.
Yeah, no, I just agree with what has been said, and totally agree that it's society and barriers that disable. And if we can think holistically and think inclusively around equipment, but also around flexibility, the type of support that I need for my condition is not equipment, actually. I need flexibility. Sometimes I need to take longer breaks. you know, and come back to work at a later stage. So we also need to think outside of the box and support everyone to get on. So I'll leave it there for now.
So we've also got a question from, I think it's Ernestine, which was, and I can't build on it a little bit maybe, which was like, what ways can we encourage your organisation to take on your ideas? I think, like, you know, how are we embedding this away from just being, you know, you lot here talking about this, how are you actually embedding that into a culture and everyday ways of working, and it's not just, you know, a sales pitch here, but as concrete change for years to come. Mariana, do you want to start on this one?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's why I got involved in politics. It's basically, you have to get involved. You may have lots of gripes, and we all do, but until you engage with who you consider to be the decision makers, nothing is going to shift. You can sort of whinge with your work colleagues, but until you are active in forums, you find out what structures are in place, and you get involved. You know, that's how you can make positive change. I joined a political party. I joined the Labour Party the day after the not the last election, the 2017 2015 election, and thought, you know, I've got to get involved because I can't stand this, and sat in you know, went to a local branch and found out that even though I'm in Tulse Hill, there was only a few Black people in the meeting, and so just from actually putting my hand up and volunteering to do things, it started me on a journey. So you have to just get involved, even when you don't feel that you have the skill set to be involved. We all have, and people that, you know, when you come across privately educated, well-off candidates, you find out that the edge that they have is not intelligence, it's often just confidence, because someone says, put your hands up, volunteer, you'll learn on the job. Even if it's the night before, you can read up, you're intelligent enough, you can just blag it, basically. And obviously that doesn't happen when you want to be a doctor, but you know, you need to have confidence. So get involved, whether it's in politics, whether it's grassroots level. COVID is again an opportunity for you to help your neighbor, and that all of that feeds into your organization, because you can start a group that helps your local community. Yeah, I hope I've answered.
Yeah, no, I think it's that one thing is you've got to be involved in order to make some change, and sometimes people are waiting for someone else to be that person, and actually that person could be you. So you know, get involved and make the change that you want to see. I mean, Marc, obviously, like, Lloyd's is a thing in and of itself, but obviously is influencing an entire sector. So what are the challenges between making local change and making sectoral change?
Yeah, so I mean, we've got various avenues. We've got employee resource groups inside Lloyd's that are helping the organisation flourish. And, you know, even if you don't have an initial link to a particular topic that one of those networks are involved in, so you might not have a disability of some sort, but it's always worth, you know, going along, having that voice. But we also have sector-wide networks as well, and they have a really strong voice within the sector. You know, there is leadership listening to them. But I think one of the other important things, and it really frustrates me, a lot of, especially in the corporate world, we have town hall events, and a lot of those have been delivered virtually, obviously at the moment, because no one else can go into an office. And one of the things that comes up is that they now leave a good 20 minutes for Q&A at the end. And they want people to write in questions like people are doing here today, and no one does. And do you know what? Do it. If you've got a question, ask it. The reason they've put this Q&A there is not to turn around and go, right, we're going to get them on their next review because we're going to do it. Well, they want to hear what you've got to say. And I think that's really important. So, you know, let your voice be heard. So if you get an opportunity, allow the voice to be heard. You know, I think organizations now are less going to hold anything against you for speaking up because they want to make a change themselves. I think there are very few organizations out there that don't want to make a change, and the ones that don't want to make a change, they're not going to be around for very much longer. Let's just say that. So everyone does want to make a change because they have to, but they also want to as well.
I think we've only got a couple of minutes left, but Marisha, do you want to add anything about how you're embedding cultural change, do you think, in things like recruitment and things?
Oh, I'll make it very quick, and I'll just say it's part of our agenda. For our next HR 5-year agenda, it's in our agenda. And it's part of our pillar to say that this is a priority for us as an organisation and our staffing, and we're setting goals and targets for ourselves in those 5 years. So for me personally, it's also about what Marc said, is just make sure you're talking to people who have come from a similar organisation as you. What barriers did they face in putting this agenda forward? Get some tips and hints about what you could do and what other pilots you can maybe put forward for an organisation to agree on. Don't always ask for a straight policy change. The other P is the pilot, and pilot sometimes helps you to get people on board. That's it.
Thanks. I know that there's a couple more questions floating around. People can either contact the panelists directly, or if you, I'm sure, contact Neil, he'll be able to give some more information about how to get some of those questions answered. But I think we're running out of time, so I'll hand back to Sancha to wrap it all up. Thank you very much, everyone.
No, just thank you. That was really good and engaging debate, and I hope that everybody here is able to take away some ideas, and hopefully the next time we have this debate we will share how we will move forward. So thank you once again. I'll now hand over to Neil to take us into the closing stages.
Okay, before I do that, thank you all so much for a really, really lively panel discussion. You're all absolutely brilliant, and what a great way to finish this event off with so many important messages around equality, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now invite my co-organisers onto the screen if you'd like to join. Pat, I will be with you shortly. Mariana, I'm just going to stop your video if that's okay, but I'll thank you. Hi, Jaya. Hi, Thomas.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Afternoon. Yeah, very good. Feeling very enthusiastic going into the weekend. Lots
Me
to think
too.
about, lots to, yeah.
Me too. What a fantastic panel discussion.
Yeah, it's been so good to hear so many success stories in so many different areas, and all coming from LSBU. I think that's what's been the most exciting thing, how we're involved in change.
Absolutely. I think sometimes we feel like we're working on our own, and actually what the last 3 conferences have shown us is that there is so much work going on, and different ways that we can get involved, and that we're all working together. So it's been really exciting, actually, and really very inspiring.
Very, very, absolutely. Pat, are you there?
I am indeed. Yes. Hello, Neil.
Hi there. How are you? I'm
fine, thank you.
So for those of you that are with us, we are going to do a quick roundup. So myself, Thomas and Jaya are going to take a day each and just give a little summary and share some closing thoughts. And then we're going to hand over to Pat to close the conference. And Pat is our provost for LSBU. So I'm going to get started. This project has been a year in the making, and as we bring it to a close, I am so grateful to our audience, those of you that are still with us on the Friday afternoon, across the 3 events in the series, for your support, interest and engagement in the work that we're doing at LSBU. It's been a journey from looking at the physical environment we need to protect in part 1 in June, the power of behaviour change has in creating a sustainable future, that which we covered in part 2 in November, to this event where we discuss who we are, our needs, our challenges, our achievements, and what we need to do in order to create an equal, fair, inclusive world for the people of the planet as well as its creatures. This has provided us with an opportunity to showcase, take stock, and repackage all of the wonderful work taking place on sustainability at LSBU. Across 3 events, almost 2,000 sign-ups and hundreds of attendees have joined us from across the UK and around the world, and our 150 plus speakers from a wide of renowned organisations, different countries, varied backgrounds and professions have shared their wealth of knowledge, passion and commitment to tackling sustainability and climate issues. This would not have been possible had we not delivered this event series virtually. To all of our guest speakers, esteemed colleagues from our academic schools and professional service groups, and the incredibly impressive list of guests who formed the lineup for each event, thank you. You've provided us with hundreds of key messages, mythbusters, and practical takeaways so that we can all make a difference. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, and not forgetting everyone that's worked with us behind the scenes too. On Wednesday, we looked at food and water. Amedeo Clarice, Managing Director of Mercato Metropolitano, discussed how their business model seeks to enhance the skills and expertise of its workforce, as well as factoring in the needs of the local community into its mission. That spirit of kindness and togetherness and importance of community and fostering sustainable relationships was also reinforced where our proud LSBU alumni Noreen Glaves shared news of her healthy living initiatives through Feed Me Good, which teaches communities how to live healthily, more sustainably in a holistic way that's accessible and inclusive to everyone, regardless of their situation, socioeconomic status or background. Sustainability doesn't have to be out of reach with the right support and information. We explored sustainable innovation at LSBU. The LAFIC team focused on sustainable food and drink production and how they were able to effectively support businesses during COVID-19, witnessing profit margins that success saw with their support, experience and expertise during a time when many businesses in the hospitality sector and food and drink industry struggled. The Sustainable Innovation team shared further case studies of how they support London-based businesses to have a global impact to improve the lives of people across the world. Their work with London-based startup Waste showcased how LSBU supported them in producing a decentralized solution for generating energy from wastewater and organic waste in parts of Africa. They're open to working with more businesses to support them in developing their innovative and life-changing work. We explored the benefits of plant-based diets on our own health and the planet, as well as animal welfare. Tony Vanelli from Veganuary talked about how over 1.5 million people have signed up to Veganuary since it launched in 2014, and the phenomenal impact that simply going vegan for a month can have. Their support for those that sign up is accessible, inclusive, and fun. And as someone who is doing Veganuary this year, I'd recommend giving it a try. The range of choice on offer now is starkly different to what it used to be, and Veganuary's support makes it that much more achievable. Award-winning chef Alexis Gauthier, owner and head chef of Gauthier Soho, talked passionately about his vegan journey, which began with no longer wanting to harm or kill animals for food. As a French chef, this was a huge leap, and one that was met with a degree of shock and disbelief. He's gone on to prove that vegan menus can more than match traditional menus, and that it's possible to have a fine dining experience on a plant-based diet. Alexis has even launched a range of vegan boxes during COVID-19 to enable people to have an enjoyable feast at home. The overall takeaway from this being that by reducing our meat intake, whether for a day or a week, for Veganuary or long term, this has a huge beneficial impact on the planet, regardless of whether you're doing so for environmental, animal welfare or health issues. We also looked at the mystery of sourdough, which has been a popular pastime during COVID-19, with many people attempting to make it. Dr. Cristiana Salinas talked us through the process and how it's a skill anyone can master with patience and the right instructions, and how giving this a go is good for our nutrition, our pockets, and the planet. And finally, we looked at water, labelled as the forgotten utility by Chris Barnes, LSBU's Estates and Energy Manager. Through the installation of waterless urinals, these water-saving initiatives to date has meant that LSBU has managed to save an astounding 27 million litres of water, equating to 10.8 Olympic-sized swimming pools a year for the last few years. Chris and I discussed how education is key in changing people's attitudes to water use, and how a number of simple no-brainer innovative tools and gadgets, along with some guidance, for example, regarding time spent in the shower, can not only help us to save money, but can help protect the environment too. Thank you to everyone for your incredible value contributions on Wednesday. And Thomas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Neil. That was so poetic. I'm delightfully dyslexic, so I'm going to be reading off the screen. If I trip over a word, ignore me. you should hopefully get the gist of what I'm saying. But I'm going to do a quick roundup of Thursday, and Thursday was all focused around politics. The day opened with youth engagement for COP26, and we heard from the COP26 Universities Network, the Cabinet Office, and a youth climate change leader from Mock COP. We heard about ongoing actions to include young people in the planning and delivery of COP26, the demands for change from the Mock COP youth delegates in driving forward change, and the ongoing work from the COP26 Universities Network in youth engagement, climate education, and informing government. That session was then followed by Professor Craig Barker, who is the Dean of School of Law and Social Sciences, and he was looking at international law around the SDGs. Craig was stressing the onus on the responsibility of lawmakers to steer change and the urgency at which that pressure on businesses and nations needs to happen, and definitely said that that needs to be happening at a much quicker speed. Dr. Hugh Aitkinson from the Schumacher Institute of Sustainable Solutions then joined us to discuss the role of local and global press and media. He was discussing the need to express optimism, use inclusive language, and emphasize on well-being and health and not just economic growth. And he stressed the urgency as well to look at new economic approaches and to bring democracy into our economics. That session was then followed by Dr. Glenn Satchon, and the topic was education for sustainability as a catalyst for change. Glenn spoke with a number of our graduates from LSBU's MSc in Education for Sustainability, and we heard from alumni in Cameroon, Kenya, and Indonesia. We heard about bottom-up change through peaceful activism in Cameroon, around water governance in Kenya, and teaching in Indonesia. And it was just great to see how our alumni have taken on their learning from LSBU and are applying that around the world and having real world impact. The afternoon, we was joined by Ash Sarkar, a journalist, writer and activist, who spoke about capitalism is killing itself and taking the planet with it. This was a whistle-stop tour on where capitalism came from, where it has led us to now, and how this is out of date and needs to change to shape a better and fairer future. Following that, we had two sessions that were run by Professor Nicola Thomas. The first session looked at reducing health inequalities in kidney care, and the second looked at supporting the psychological recovery of people after a COVID-19 critical illness, the importance of collaborative approach. Both these sessions looked at the frontline impact of systemic issues around race and inequalities within our healthcare system, and we heard some great examples of how those are being challenged through technology and the designing of services. We then had an all-women STEM panel looking at engineering and discussing if we could achieve all 17 Sustainable Development Goals simultaneously. This panel challenged what our vision of engineering is and breaking the mold of the perception of what an engineer looks like, and looking at how we can engage young thinkers in addressing small and bigger challenges. Following that, Jaya led on a session titled Understanding the Intersectional Experiences of COVID-19, Structural Racism and Gender Discrimination, with a host of external experts who came along to speak about their services, how them and their service users experience racism and gender discrimination, and again looking at how we can address those challenges. And the day was rounded up by a session that I hosted called Holding Corporate Giants Accountable, Why Spoiling the Planet is Not Cool. And I was joined by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Slow Food UK and Terra Nutra. And we looked at discussed how smaller businesses can be seen to be making positive change, and how bigger businesses, which we kind of compared to giant ships, are slowly turning, but we've challenged and discussed how long should they be given to turn with such a lot of urgency around the climate challenges. That's Thursday. I'm going to hand over to yourself, Jaya. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. So I want to say that we've harnessed technology to bring together a truly diverse conversation, debate, and learning opportunity on sustainability and climate crisis. There have been so many moments throughout the series where my jaw has dropped and I'm left in awe of the brilliant work and the passion and the belief that we can collectively work together to create a sustainable future for everyone. Which leads me to equality and sustainability, today's theme, but one that has featured throughout the last 3 days and is central to achieving sustainability. Today's session started with the brilliant Grace Hull from Green Soul Grace. She talked about the need for intersectional climate action and holistic sustainability, making sustainability inclusive. She invited us to think critically by introducing us to environmental racism, eco-fascism, and the urgent need to decolonize our approaches and understanding of sustainability, which led us to Ros Wade and Ahmet Saya. They led a conversation on migration as a sustainability issue in COVID-19. With over 70.8 million people internationally displaced, migrants and refugees are being disproportionately impacted by the current global pandemic. And they stressed that in order to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, for the sake of our future and of our common humanity, there needs to be inclusive access to resources, which led us to youth activism. This session was a force to be reckoned with. The panel included Jeana from UKYCC, Poorvi from Restless Development India, Jevanic from Youth Power Panel, Soumita, a member of the Youth Advisory Board, and they reminded us of the real faces that are driving change, and it isn't white men in suits. The big takeaway from their session, a systems change approach is crucial, and climate crisis and sustainability is a human rights issue. Poverty and inequality are inextricably linked. This is followed by LSBU's approach to an inclusive and accessible education. And in this session, Marc Griffith talked about the value of online learning as being flexible and inclusive, regardless of time and space, which increases convenience and freedom as a result, democratizes education. While Richard Duke talked about increasing social mobility through higher education. Angela Dalrymple highlighted the need for inclusivity in business schools, and Patrick Callaghan shared the importance of developing inclusive curriculum approaches using different learning methods into how we design inclusive assessment, learning, and teaching approaches. The next session, led by Sarah Esegbona-Adeigbe, I'm sure I pronounced Sarah's surname completely wrong, and I do apologize, and Anna Lyons, offered an historical analysis of women's health from pregnancy to violence against women, and that today gender is an important social determinant of health. They showcase the interconnections between gender, healthcare, inequalities, poverty, and the need for sustainable practices and systems. One figure, statistics that really, you know, I know this because I work within, you know, gender, but I think it's worth sharing and saying again, and that is that in the UK, Black women are 5 times more likely to die in pregnancy compared to white women. So the takeaway from this session, gender equality remains to be taken seriously. So following on from here, the final session on inclusion, diversity, and fair representation included closing the gender and ethnicity pay gaps, diversity through organizational structures, innovative and inclusive initiatives, policies, and valuing all protected characteristics as a culture, not a checklist. This is led by our brilliant colleague, Sanchia Alasia, Chancellor Marianne Masters highlighted the importance of building internal community resilience and reminded us not to underestimate consumer power to create change. Marc McKenna-Coles talked about the importance of an inclusive mindset and developing practicalities around that. And Marisha Drayton showcased the ways in which LSBU has championed diversity and inclusion practices, policies and procedures, and stressed the importance of inclusive leadership as key to achieving this. I just want to say, as my final remark, it has been a great privilege and pleasure to co-create this conference. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to the whole conference series. It has been a wonderful learning opportunities. I want to thank Deborah Johnston and Pat Bailey for supporting this work at the executive level, and my wonderful colleagues Neil and Thomas. It has been easy and fun working with you both. So I would like to hand over to Pat Bailey for closing remarks.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jaya. Well, I'm looking at my clock, which says 3 minutes to 5. So I'm very close to impinging on gin and tonic or whatever your tipple is after 5 o'clock on a Friday. So I will keep this as concise as I can, but there are some things that I want to say both about the conference and more generally observations and what the impact I think ought to be of some of the events that we've seen. As Neil said when he introduced me, I'm provost of the university, and that means I've got overarching responsibility for the education that we provide, whether that's through those who are carrying out undergraduate studies or the research that we carry out at the university. So I was thinking very much as I looked at the topics that have been covered, how that impinges on the education that we provide. I thought I would just share with you something that we did at one of my previous universities, which was to set up a small group to work very closely with the tutors to see how they could better embed sustainability in the courses that they ran. And I just want to flag up that we chose not to say everybody must embed it, because we thought that was a very easy tick box thing to do. The project was very much to do with engaging people with thinking about how sustainability might be relevant to their subject and the ways that they might teach it. And when we ran the first pilots, we chose an easy subject, a middling subject, and a difficult subject. I'll tell you what those three were. The easy one was geography. And they were all really engaged with sustainability, but looking at how it impinges very much on how social geography as well as physical geography is taught and developed. The second one was history, actually, because they were a very engaged group. You might not have thought of sustainability as a group of academics that would be really enthusiastic about sustainability. But actually, if you look at how history has evolved, it's been absolutely dominated by how sustainable civilizations have been. There are a whole series of reasons why we no longer have the Greeks or the Romans dominating the world, why Britain is no longer a superpower in the way that it was. Sustainability actually underpins pretty well everything you might look at, and you've got to be very careful about how you analyze it. So I remember us looking at some farms that were just brilliantly sustainable, wonderful examples of sustainability from Victorian times. But of course they were sustainable because probably 80% of the workforce on those farms were living in poverty. They were effectively being paid next to nothing in order to create a sustainable environment for a few people and a wonderful environment for a few people on the estate. But the third one that we looked at actually was nursing. And it was a brilliantly engaging conversation, because the nurses said, well, sustainability isn't relevant to us. We've got a curriculum we've got to follow. It's really important that we go out and that we're just great nurses. And all they did was engage with them about what were the important things that would make a difference. And it was lifestyle. It was the quality of the ability that people would have in order to pick up prescriptions or to be able to have the confidence to go and see their doctor. That the food that they were eating, that the jobs that they were undertaking, all of those were going to have a massive impact on whether or not they were fit or whether they were ill, their ability to draw on the things that the nurses would be able to do. And I thought it was a brilliant example of how quickly you could see that every single area of education that we provide has enormous areas of sustainability, whether it's social equality, whether it's the technologies that you're using, whether it's the way that you're looking after your planet, that are going to be really important to how those subjects are going to be delivered. So I loved hearing Nikki talking about kidney failure. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't. That's a dreadful thing to say. I don't want to hear about kidney failure. But it was great to hear how a whole range of issues which are to do with equality, are to do with caring for the well-being of people, have a massive impact on the way that is being treated and our awareness of it. That we heard more about education in sustainability, and I've touched on some of the ways that I hope we will see that happening more in the future. That we looked at the holistic issues to do with managing climate change that are going to be so important. That we heard today about diversity and how we can be united, not separated by the issues of diversity and the richness that that can bring to bear on the way that we do things. So I hope that all of you have been inspired in the way that I have been. I've only been able to drop in on a handful of sessions. My goodness, there's so much going on in the world, and its impact on all of us is absolutely enormous. So I feel guilty I've not been able to drop in on more, but I've really valued the chance to hear the enthusiasm of the people and to think again about what the impact that ought to have is on the education that we deliver at LSBU. So that's the message I'm going to take away. I'm going to say something at the end about what I want all of you to take away, but I do want to go away at the end of this conference and think about the best ways that we can get sustainability embedded in the curricula, not to try and brainwash people into this is what you should be doing, but just to make every single student that leaves LSBU more aware of how important those issues of sustainability are, and that they bring those to bear on their everyday lives and in the careers that they undertake and the opportunities they have in both of those arenas. I've been incredibly impressed at the fact that there were over 2,000 people from around the world who've engaged in this conference. Fantastic tribute to all of you who've taken part in it. I do want to make sure that you're aware that the website has been further developed, Neil. I think, Thomas, you dropped me an email just half an hour or so ago to say, go to the LSBU website and there is more information both from this conference and other things that you can find out about. So please do that. I want to thank, as Jaya, Neil and Thomas have done, all of the speakers that we've had over the last 3 days. You've done a fantastic job and I think have been really inspirational. And my colleagues at LSBU from the 7 schools, from the professional service groups, particularly from estates, from the Equality, Diversity and Inclusivity unit and from marketing and comms, who've had a particularly big input, but right across the PSGs and schools at LSBU, thank you for the input that you have had. And because this is Zoom, you won't be able to unmute if you're in on this, but those of you who are the panelists and want to unmute, before I say my very final comment, just a massive, massive thank you to Thomas, to Neil and Jaya. Thank you, it's been an absolutely fantastic job. So here's my clapping anyway, you can't hear from everybody else, but a fantastic job by the 3 of you, I know, supported by a lot of other colleagues. And then the last thing that I want to say is that I want you all to take 3 things away from the events over the last 3 days, and the events actually from the 3 events that have spanned 11 days in total. The first thing that I want you to take away is to try and identify one thing from the 3 days. So we talked about, can we hit all 17 of the SDGs? Well, hopefully we can, and that will happen by different people making a real stand on one or other of those, not trying to do everything all at once, but spreading too thin. Try and take one thing from all of the last 3 days and say, I'm going to make that have a difference. Mine is identifying the best way that we can get that sustainability message embedded in the curriculum in all of the courses, so that it's not a we tell you to know this, but a really engaging way that we try and do it. And the second and third things that I'd like you to do, linked to the fact that lots of our speakers, and I hope you won't think this is rude of me when I say this, you've been engaged in what I will call middling sustainability SDG activities. And by that I mean a really significant activity that is having an impact locally. And I think, and that is absolutely brilliant and incredibly important. But I would like everybody to go away and think about having more engagement with something small and more engagement with something big. So we mustn't, as Grace Hull said earlier on today, we mustn't be embarrassed about being kind to ourselves sometimes, having a gin and tonic at the end of today and not analysing too much what the source was of the gin and the tonic and whether we've inadvertently used a bit of plastic. But do the little things that make the difference. Do take your old laptop over so that it can be reused and taken to schools. Do make that extra effort on recycling, on using your bike, whatever it is. Those little things matter. Don't be too hard on yourself. But people seeing us doing those small things helps to build up the momentum. But don't be ashamed to do the big things too. As Mariana and Marc said, do get engaged in the bigger political issues. My goodness, 5 years ago, could anybody have seen the sorts of commitments that have been made concerning stopping petrol cars in the future? That actually being on a time frame of a decade or so, rather than the next 50 years. Could you really have seen that? Well, that's the pressure that lots of people trying to engage with that has really had. Could you really have seen the impact that we've had on the importance of plastics and reducing the impact of those on the environment even 2 years ago? Suddenly that's much higher on the agenda. So those are the things I want you to do. We are doing one thing that I think is really quite small, but I hope you appreciate it. Every single 2,150 participants in this event, there is a tree being planted for you by us at LSBU to recognise that all of the activities that we do have an impact on the environment, and we should be doing the small things. If you do the calculation, it's about 30p per person. So it's a pretty small amount at one level. But on the other hand, we're doing it, okay? So go out and do those small things. Do actually take the risk, like Mariana and Marc and others have said, and get engaged with some of the bigger debates as well. And promise yourself that you're going to take away at least one thing from the last 3 days and make sure that it has a real impact. And actually, I'm going to add a fourth thing before I finish all of this, Neil, which is to say, and do treat yourself to a gin and tonic or whatever your tipple is after this event, to treat yourself a little bit and remember that we do need to look after ourselves as well as those around us. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Thomas, Jaya and Neil in particular, and thank you everybody that has participated in this event. And I think it is my formal duty to say that this is now closed.